Chapter 53:12. Just think about it, too. In the future, these inheritors, after they have settled in the 4 secret realms, will have a very high status. The future will definitely be high level. It is normal for these indigenous emperors to have a cause and effect. He also learned a lot of secret information from the old man Yang Jiao. For example, in the future, they will be named in the Tomb Mountain, and later they will go to the heavens and settle in the White Tiger Palace or the Senate Palace. The potential is unlimited in the future. They are still the first batch of inheritors, and there will be countless inheritors in the future. According to their view, time is unlimited and it will not take long. The entire 4 secret realms belong to their world, and it will not be a problem even to take charge of the Temple of the Gods in the future. Otherwise, why do you recruit so many inheritors? Captive? It is impossible. There will definitely be a purpose behind it. Old chauffeur, I don't know how long he has lived. He has never seen anything in the world. He knows this kind of thing best. There were a lot of bigwigs who gave him a lot of benefits in private and asked him to create all kinds of treasures to stabilize one's power. This can be considered an early investment. Boy, don't look down on the strong, and don't look down on them. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although Tier 6 powerhouses are strong, they also have their own needs. The Temple of Qixin is a true spirit. As a successor, one day they will come into contact with the core level. Now give him some benefits for the inheritance, and what can be counted. And the 6th Order Emperor, the shot will not be small. Just take out some good things and let him, the Dian Immortal, benefit infinitely. Here is a secret realm of heaven, retaining the brilliance of the ancients. Absolutely learned mystery, the most precious treasures, many are. In particular, Tai Ajian made his eyes hot for the inexperienced knowledge in the Shangqing Palace. The 13 Tai swords who came in, with such strength, have a lot to do with Tai as unique skills. This time, the young master of the Demon Gate came to an end, and Jian Wushuang paid special attention. The battle of these powerful men can test the power of Tai Jian. Boom! Dawn in space. A streamer passed, and the 13 challengers fell into the corresponding ring. Zhu Bacha twisted his body and fell into the 13th ring. I've heard that 13 Jianzi, Langfeng's Tai Jian, is exceptionally fierce. Come and ask for advice today. 13 Swordsman, Dao No. Chasing the wind, his sword is indeed very powerful on the one hand, but the weakness is that the divine body and the flesh are too weak. Although he has the innate treasure armor, his defense is still his biggest weakness. His swordsmanship is often also very sharp, and he will be in desperation every time. Fortunately, he is very flexible in speed, and his opponent is defeated before he touches his body. Chasing the wind sword. He didn't talk nonsense. The streamer flashed across, and then rushed out, with the narrow-bladed long sword in his hand, instantly pulling out, killing Zhu Bacha. Huh! Zhu Bacha stood still, motionless. When the chasing sword rushed in, the magic flame rose up into the sky, and a sharp sword without a front suddenly appeared, directly blocking the chasing sword. Song. One blow was blocked, and the chasing sword quickly returned to the sword, turned around and opened the distance. Zhu Bacha's name, he has heard of it. Although the woofing épée was powerful, it was too cumbersome. As long as he kept harassing around Zhu Bacha, he would naturally let the opponent leak his flaws. Then he would break the defense and defeat Zhu Bacha. Zhu Bacha also understands this idea of his, and he made preparations before going on the court. In the eyes of outsiders, the ring is only tens of miles long and wide, but the inside is a small world with infinite distance. It is the treasure in the palm. It does not limit the performance of practitioners. Can you only run? Faced with the repeated attacks of the wind sword, I swam to and fro, wishing Bacha unmoved. Every time I can withstand it cleverly. Hustling sword raised his brows. The strength of this magic sect giant really surprised him, and the hope of defeating the opponent in this way was too slim. The giant is really strong, but I underestimated it. The wind-chase sword is like the wind, floating like the world. In the pavilion of Watching Tide, many Taoists saw their palms sweating, and they were obviously looking at the fight on the 13th ring. The fighting on the rest of the ring is already lonely at this time, and the fight on the 13th arena has just begun now. Jian Wushuang's hands were itchy when he saw it. The emperor of the demon sect, with a smile on his face, was very confident in this battle. Brother Zhujian, look at these two younger generations, who has a better chance of winning. The elder nine swords standing in the forefront frowned slightly. This monster giant seemed to have come prepared. Without waiting for him to speak, the great elder of the head of the nine swords spoke. Because the Taiajian on the field is his registered disciple. Once the harmony is successful, he will be his personal disciple in the future. So naturally he has to talk about something now. Friends of the Six Sons, why do you care about winning or losing too much in the competition between juniors? Everything is for competition. The demon giant's Six Sons demon, with dark eyes, turned his head to look at the great elder who is the head of the nine swords, and said in a vicious voice, "The great elder, what is said is not like this. See the future of martial art." Okay, in that case, it's better to give their heads a nod to see who is the strongest and the weakest of these two juniors, and who is the strongest. The great elder, what is waiting for is this sentence now makes a final decision. The other party came for generations, and they weren't vegetarians. But here was the Shangqing Palace, and the chasing sword was his disciple, and he was more familiar with his strength than anyone else. The two-tier 5 pinnacle emperors got on the bar, and many people looked at this side, obviously waiting for a good show. The people of the demon sect acted unscrupulously, and the words are said to be up to this point. As a decent sect, the Shangqing Palace naturally cannot fall behind. Thanks, Tusk. You deserve to be the great elder of the Shangqing Palace, and the exit is refreshing. The giant of the magic path, the Luyang demon master, waved his hand and took out 200,000 sacred stones, floating in front of him, walking in a hurry when he came. And he didn't bring any good things, so let's take advantage of these gods. Under the recommendation, Mimi Reading Gap is really good. It is worth installing one for book friends, and Android and Apple mobile phones support it. 200,000 sacred stones have exceeded the total worth of many third-order emperors. The Grand Elder of the Shangqing Palace was not to be outdone, but what he took out was not a divine time, but a fruit with a smooth surface. This is Kendo Jenghua, a good treasure with a price but no market. Most of the people here are sword repairers. How can you not know these swordsman treasures and let down a breath of cold for a while? Jian Wushuang was also jealous at the side. The fruit was very attractive to him. The dozens of emperors sitting in the first row, after seeing this scene, also took out some treasures, but the value was average, only about tens of thousands of sacred stones. After all, the two below had little to do with them. These treasures will be kept by Brother Nine Swords. No problem. Elder Nine Swords smiled slightly. Although 13 Taiajian was their own, but now that they are a notary public, they can't have any favoritism. Dear fellow Taoists, are there any other prizes to be drawn? Chapter 53:13. The Emperor sitting in the back. You look at me and I look at you. Everyone with a discerning eye can see that they are all the big guys sitting in the first row playing. They are not for fun, but for expressing their opinions. One is to support the Demon Gate, and the other is to support the Shangqing Palace. Although the two super sects are not in the same state, they often fight each other. After all, with such a large sect, their horizons are no longer in one city and one state. Said it is the color head. Now the Elder Nine Swords has accumulated millions of sacred stones and many exotic flowers and fruits. The total value is more than 2 million sacred stones. Such a huge bet is already comparable to the wealth of some fourth-order emperors. In the 4 great secret realms, the fourth-order emperor is also the top powerhouse. The fifth-order emperor is the man of the wind, and the sixth-order emperor is the peak powerhouse who sees the dragon and sees the end, and these talents are the wavers of the heavens, and so on. Just as Elder Nine Swords was preparing to seal the disc, the Taoist Liu Yang, the Taoist of Demon Tao, interrupted. Why, Brother Liu Yang, we still have to raise. Elder Jujin smiled. Taoist Liu Yang slanted his eyebrows and said with contempt, This treasure is not good enough for me. I suggest these two little guys, whoever wins, these treasures go to whom. You should not look down on these treasures. Right. The rest of them froze for a while, then laughed. This proposal is good. I support it. The great elders all agreed. and the others naturally had no opinion. 2 million divine stones, if the general Fourth Order Emperor may still be calling out, but the few Fourth Order Emperors who can be ranked in the first row, which one is not the backbone of the future of the sect, each of the strengths can reach the sky, and they all have the peak Fourth Order. The battle strength of that family is not over 100 million. Who would fancy this treasure? Not to mention those Fifth Order Emperors, they have already cared about the stone to the point of indifferent. Only some powerful treasures and techniques can attract them. Jian Wushuang was aside, his eyes gleaming, but he didn't dare to show it. The bottom of my heart was secretly shocked. These ancient sects were really rich and powerful. According to his current understanding, the purchasing power of 2 million sacred stones exceeded the net worth of a Fourth Order Emperor outside. Except for a few heavenly guards, such as Wind and Rain Demon Lord, she has eternal treasures, but there are also relatively poor ones. For example, the Jin Wuyang he knew, although he didn't know much about it, but from the surface, it could be seen that Jin Wuyang's net worth could have 2 million sacred stones. The key is that there are many extinct exotic fruit treasures in the outside world, which are rare treasures in ancient civilizations. For example, the source fruit of Kindo, there is no outside world, and there are fruits that are much weaker than this. There are no such magical treasures in the universe, only in the depths of the long river of time and space. But the threshold to go there is the Fifth Order Emperor, and even the Fifth Order Emperor may fall. However, in the four secret realms, although the source fruit of Kindo is rare, ordinary emperors can still take it out. After all, it is not extinct. No matter how many billions of years it takes to be born, it will always increase, and the source will reduce its value. A trace of thought, looking around in the world of Shumi. He also wanted to participate in this gambling game at first, but when he heard that the treasures would eventually fall into the hands of the two competing against each other, Jian Wushuang had no interest in this. The main thing is poor, otherwise I really want to wave my hand and take out some treasures to add to the fun. Jian Wushuang's eyes swept towards the ring, with an inspiration. Elder Nine Swords, please wait a moment. I have a treasure here that can be used as a prize. Wow! With his palm, a dazzling crystal pillar appeared in his hand. This was the treasure that had been exchanged by Qiu Huang to restore its origin, and it was the key treasure needed to restore the ultimate origin. These treasures were not used in the four secret realms and were collected by the four halls long ago. Zhuxian Divine Stone. The palace lord of Shangqing said silently, with a strange color in his eyes. The other Fifth Order Emperors were shocked when they heard this name. They all knew that Jian Wushuang's background was unusual, and he was a person from the Tomb of the Gods, but they didn't expect that he would be able to take out this long-lost treasure. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. When he exchanged this treasure with Qiu Huang, he spent 150,000 precious points, which was converted into a sacred stone, at least 300,000. The key is that this treasure has disappeared in the four secret realms. Even if you want it, you can't get it. As for its usefulness, it is impossible to find out. In addition to overflowing with the ultimate source, this treasure used to be one of the pieces on a piece of Zhu Xianshi, which can temper the source, and is considered a rare cultivation treasure. For these people, the value of this treasure is more than 500,000 sacred stones. This little friend, such an important treasure, as a lottery, a little wasted, it is better to sell it to the old man. The eyes of the Taoist master Liu Yang of Demon Dao were hot. This treasure overflowed him greatly. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said faintly, I have neither side of this treasure. I guess they are tied. If you lose, the treasure will be at your disposal. If you win, the rest will go to me, and this treasure will be given to them. Victor among people. Okay, I agree with this proposal. Taoist Liu Yang directly agreed. Although the others are interested in this treasure, they are not as urgent as Liu Yang. However, Jian Wushuang's identity was special, and there was another impenetrable Fifth Order Peak Emperor beside him. This face was still to be given, and no one opposed him at the moment. As the host of the Shangqing Palace, naturally, there will be no disputes with guests over some trivial matters. Then let's wait and see. Elder Nine Swords smiled slightly. However, looking at Jian Wushuang's figure, there was also a trace of unmoved expression in his eyes. The people of the Tomb of the Gods really have great secrets in them. extinct treasures can be taken out at hand. It seems that in the four great secret realms, the future may not be peaceful. He can be regarded as the top figure in the Shangqing Palace, and he knows more about some secret things than others. The establishment of the Senate Palace and the status of the temple are on the same level. This matter has long been spread. Now the Taoist monarchs on the Tomb God Mountain came to travel, and the powerful emperors from the Yuanlao Palace were accompanied, all of which were warning them that the sky was about to change. In the future, not only the temple will press them, but also the palace of the elders, and even the mysterious visitors on the Mountain of Tombs. Jian Wushuang didn't think much of them. He just wanted to take the least treasures and get the most value. 13 golden swords. This time he couldn't escape, and he would definitely appear in the next round. These old guys also wanted to test his strength, but they didn't dare to speak rashly. He didn't have any thoughts about this. It was nothing to show off his strength for the golden sword. He didn't care what these people thought. Anyway, the sky was falling, and the taller man went up to bear it. Playing with the jade board on his thumb, Jian Wushuang cast his eyes on the ring. I wish the battle between Bacha and Wind-Holding Sword is indeed a wonderful word. Chapter 53:14. The strength of the two is extremely strong, even if placed outside. They are also the top 1,000 Dayan immortals. In the four secret realms, the two are comparable to the Emperor, and they also have a half-step imperial power in the outside world. At the beginning, there were only a few half-step emperors on the list of cosmic gods and demons, and they were all practitioners of the ultimate path in their early 200s. Now, because of the treasures of the Qixin Temple, most of the second-rank Yuanyuando powerhouses have also entered the half-step emperor. According to his speculation, the Emperor Bamboo has broken 1,000. The entire primitive universe is infinitely large, much larger than the four secret realms of the Qixin Temple, and only so many powerful people have emerged in total. And in the secret realm of the heavens, the Taoist monarch in the north is probably stronger than the outside world. This is not about quantity, but quality. The sword chief of the Shangqing Palace, even in the outside world, could rank in the top 100, and his strength was about the same as that of the 10,000-star god emperor who was imitation of the eternal treasure, and even stronger than the 10,000 stars. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will be defeated with one sword. This kind of aura is also a powerful person comparable to the emperor in the outside world. Now on Primordial Star, there are probably not many people who can be better than him. Although the Shangqing Palace is very famous, there are still many ancient sects that are stronger than the Shangqing Palace in terms of comprehensive strength. In the north, there are several sects far surpassing the Shangqing Palace. The Winter City in the Northern Territory is the real master. It has fought against the White Tiger Palace several times. After being suppressed, although it is quite low-key, the White Tiger Palace is in the Winter City deep in the Northern Territory with one man. Nothing is inserted. This is a symbol of strength. There are more sects of the same kind, and the Heavenly Demon sect is not weaker than the Shangqing Palace, and the strength of the two is equal, and even stronger in the inheritance of the sect. The Shangqing Palace was created by the ancestors of the Shangqing dynasty, and the Shangqing dynasty emerged in the Age of Four Secret Realms. The Celestial Demon Gate was rising in the Age of the Gods. At that time, the Celestial Demon Gate was stronger than the Winter City, and the god of creation of the Celestial Demon Gate was even more of a sinful demon. His strength is extremely powerful, and his inheritance is naturally stronger. It is a pity that he was ruled by a god. This kind of character is a scourge to stay in the Four Secret Realms. Although it was not the Devourer, it was not much different, and leaving it was a curse. The Zhu Bacha on the court has accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Demon. That demon giant is called Six Suns because when he was incarnate as a heavenly demon, he had 6 arms and his palms were like the sun. He was extremely dazzling. He once fought battles against several Fifth-Order Emperors and defeated a Fifth-Order Emperor. If someone came to rescue him, the Fifth-Order Peak Emperor would have to fall on the spot. With such strength, even in the Shangqing Palace, it can be comparable to the strongest sword among the 9 swords. This is the real powerhouse. If the Sixth-Order Emperor does not come out, it is his world. The one off the court also has this aura at this time. Haha, this is your true strength? Zhu Bacha turned into a 6-armed demon, holding 6 épées with no edge, and the chasing swords that killed them were retreating steadily. 6 swords attacked together, just like one sword, but the power was 6 times stronger. The wind-chasing sword can't resist at all, and can only evade quickly with a flexible posture. Her body was backed back hundreds of thousands of miles again, and his body was plunged into a sea of chaos. But when the outside world looked at it, the distance between the two was still only a few miles. Zhu Baka's strength really exceeded his imagination. Taijian came out, still being crushed and beaten. I'm going to lose. The body of the demon is too strong, even stronger than the perfect body, and the divine body is also approaching 9,000 times. Many emperors, or Taoists in the rear commented. The great elder of the Shangqing Palace was not for this reason. His disciple knew best, and the strongest sword had not been revealed yet, and everything was hard to say. 6-armed demon, Elder Nine Swords was a bit surprised. Nowadays, he is in charge of many things in the Shangqing Palace. He knows many things and has more things to care about. For example, the overall strength of the younger generation is constantly being compared. This is the best way to see that those sects continue to grow stronger, and the strengths of those sects are declining. Compared with usual, this generation of disciples in the Shangqing Palace did not appear to be a Taoist monarch who was too against the sky. In the previous generations, Nieyuan has been born, or the seedlings of several Jinkue appeared in the same generation. This generation is a bit too ordinary. Although Tai Jian's sword chief is strong, but this one, there is not even one that can compete with him. Looking at the Celestial Demon Sect, I wish Baka's strength is only a giant in the Celestial Demon Sect, and he is not in the top 10, but his strength can be so strong. And with the combat power of Taijian, this is pretty good. Wouldn't the top 10 giants be stronger than the Taijian of the Shangqing Palace? The Shangqing Palace is different from the Heavenly Demon Sect. They pay more attention to excellence, and the entire sect of the Heavenly Demon Sect is like a Shura field. Where the strong live, the identities of those giants change quickly, but in Shangqing Palace, except for the 13th Taijian, there is no Taoist that can take a shot. I want to announce that Mimi Reading Gap is really good. It's worth installing. After all, you can cache books and read aloud offline. Even if the Heavenly Demon Gate does not have these giants, there will be some other Dao monarchs who are eager to climb up. Where is the Shangqing Palace? The current Yanxian hasn't been cultivated yet, and once the 13 Taya swords break through to the Emperor, there will be no one to fill the gap. Elder Nine Swords' complexion was colorless, but in his heart he secretly made up his mind that before the next era, the resources of the sect should be tilted to the first level, even to those mortals. This is the foundation. A group of waste emperors who take advantage of the whole thing and don't work are just waste. Turning his head to look at the emperors of the Shangqing Palace sitting in the second row, he couldn't get angry, especially the Third Order Emperor, not at all motivated. When they just broke through, they were all arrogant, but now they are all discouraged. None of the Fourth Order Emperors have any hope of reaching the Fifth Order. The Taoist generation is very common. The heavens of the 4 secret realms will soon change, and their strength in the Shangqing Palace will gradually decline by then, and it may be difficult for them to survive. No matter how powerful the Patriarch is, a bunch of trash under his command will not work. Nieyuan, Elder Jujian said silently in his heart. Nieyuan, who had regained his fighting spirit, changed his decadence, and his whole body was energetic. Most importantly, this person has never really given up his kendo. Originally thought he had abandoned himself. Who would have thought that he would hide his strength? Now he is the Fourth Order peak, plus the current momentum. The Fifth Order Emperor is not far away. This kind of talent shouldn't have been driven away just because of a little face. It's just because of a marriage. It turned out to be like this. Thinking of this, Elder Nine Swords swept to the side of the Great Elder, determined to change the Shangqing Palace, and had to clean it from above. At least we must get rid of the stubborn heart of these old guys. Otherwise the Shangqing Palace will be destroyed by their generation. In the end, it is the younger generation. Looking at the battle below, Elder Nine Swords pondered in his heart and said in secret, "This time, it's good to lose. You can't always let them daydream." Boom. Chapter 53:15. After a huge muffled sound, The chasing sword on the ring was smashed out tens of thousands of miles. The whole body began to crack. Careless. The big elder sitting above his face changed slightly. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't help shaking his head in public. This chasing sword was too turbulent, relying on his posture to constantly provocation. Originally wanted to find Zhu Baka's flaws, but in the end he leaked the flaws, was severely injured by a sword, and his divine body was shattered. This is obviously going to be over. Destroy me. I wish the body of the eight-pointed demon, swooping down majestically. The wind-chasing sword drew the sword again, and his breath continued to rise, but in the middle of it he languished. Apparently the origin was also injured. Stop. Before Elder Nine Swords called to stop, the great elder stood up first, and directly pulled the wind-chasing sword from the ring with a wave of his hand. Elder Nine Swords' expression moved, a little angry. He now doubts whether this wind-herring sword is the illegitimate son of the great elder. Is it necessary to do this? Even if the sword was really slashed, the wind-chasing sword would not fall, and it would be seriously injured at most, sleeping for a while. This is not very good. Let him correct his own problems. Taoist Liang's complexion is not very good. If it weren't for the palace lord of Shangqing here, he would have to swear. Is this necessary for the struggle between juniors? If you end up personally, even if you want to stop the loss, it will be Elder Zhujian's shot. Could it be possible that Zhujian could still watch the Taijian of the Shangqing palace fall? The other emperors, even though they were a little dissatisfied, didn't dare to show it. They could only turn their heads to congratulate Taoist Luyang. Hearing this, his face was a little better. These people obviously don't care about treasures, but Jian Wushuang cares. In his opinion, the strength of the two is equal, and the great elder will interfere, which is also in his expectation, so he will bet for a tie. Now that it's good, this wind-chasing sword is too wasteful. His strength has not been revealed at all. It is very hopeful that he will tie, and he has to hide one hand and wait for the other party's flaws. In the end, he lost. Damn it! Jian Wushuang cursed secretly, but he didn't find any treasures, and finally lost that piece of Zhuxian divine stone. I wish Bacha victory. Elder Nine Swords shouted, and the other 12 Taiye Jianzi all leaked expressions of surprise. According to what the elders said, they shouldn't be the strongest. They originally vowed to defend all the arenas without losing. Who would have thought that after only a few rounds, he would lose one game? They also heard that a Taoist monarch came up on the Tomb's sacred mountain. He was very strong, and his origin was much stronger than that of the emperor. Before that man made a move, they lost one. A lot of treasures and sacred stones fell in front of Zhu Bacha. These are all yours. When Zhu Bacha heard this, he thought that golden sword would not be given to him. At the moment, he was hesitant to pick it up, and his eyes turned to Taoist Luyang. Take it. These treasures have nothing to do with the golden sword. Taoist Luyang spoke, wishing Bacha would dare to accept so many treasures. Don't thank these predecessors. Taoist Luyang said with yin and yang strange aura. Zhu Bacha seems to have come to understand, and bowed and thanked me now. Those of the demon sects, it's okay. The other decent monarchs are a bit unsightly. Especially Elder Nine Swords, he was not afraid of losing, nor complained. Just can't get used to this way of the great elder. Next round, continue. Elder Nine Swords, his voice is like Hongzhong. Zhu Bacha set the precedent for this time to seize the sword, and the emperor also played one after another. The Daojun who can sit in the second row can be comparable in strength to the emperor, and his status is extremely noble. This time he came for the golden sword and made a name for himself. They are all figures who are about to join the Dao. After this victory, the Dao heart is consummated, and the He Dao stepped into the emperor and became a strong one. Sheruo City, Broly. A burly man with naked torso and ash eyes stood up. He sits in the 5th row, very inconspicuous. The breath is also very ordinary, full of jet black long hair, bound by a headband, like a savage. The Taoist sitting in the 3rd row couldn't help but sneer. It's all this time, and there are still people daydreaming. Insert a sentence. Mimi reading gap. Really good. It is worth installing one. After all, you can cache reading and read aloud offline. In the first few rounds, Most of them were casual cultivators. These casual cultivators had no school or faction. They reported their names directly, and no one knew them, so they could only add a city name in front of them. Qingyang Sect Wusan. Jingguang City. Last week. Jian Wushuang didn't plan to watch anymore, and there was nothing to watch behind. In general, he is very enthusiastic about the unique treasures, but these people are not very good. No wonder the Temple of Qi will recruit inheritors from the outside world. Practitioners in the 4 secret realms of feelings are all rubbish. No matter how strong the inherited treasure is, the original flaw cannot be made up for. Yang Samu knew this for a long time, but didn't care about it. That's why he stayed here with a straight face. These people really don't deserve to sit at the table with him. When fighting abroad, he would rather believe in the puppets of Xuanwu Temple than the waste left over from ancient times. Tomb God Mountain, Jian Wushuang, ask for advice. Jian Wushuang's figure was like a sharp blade, breaking through the air and falling directly to the last vacant ring. The 13th sword of Shangqing, the 12th sword, Mengjian Fairy. The name is also very similar to an old person. Jian Wushuang doesn't like it. His appearance made Elder Zhujian's expression move. Today, the golden sword has lost at least 2 of them. He can't quite see the strength of Jian Wushuang. Fairy Sheng Mengjian is more than rubbing it. The appearance of Jian Wushuang made many younger generations straighten their eyes. The mysterious Taoist monarch on the Tomb God Mountain is even more invisible, but many people still feel that it is too exaggerated. Even if it is strong, it is a Taoist monarch. The 4 secret realms are so big that they can still be afraid of a Taoist monarch from a mountain. Originally, these people thought that Jian Wushuang's status should also challenge Jian Kuei when they played, but they didn't expect to beat a woman. Really reduced his status. They are all in the first row, and they are the same generation as those of the 5th Order Emperors, so they have a good life. Nie Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with Jian Wushuang. He was a master of kendo, and he could analyze many things in every move of Jian Shou. Uncle Nie, is he strong? The Qing Luo girl asked cautiously. Nie Yuan nodded and said, very strong, at least a level better than that fairy sword fairy. Then he played too a Jian Kuei? The girl had many questions in her heart. Seeing Shi Shuni's answer, she hurriedly asked. Nie Yuan turned his head and said with a petting look in his eyes, I will know this after a fight. Take a good look, it's useful to you. An emperor sitting in the 4th row couldn't help snorting coldly and sneered, why? I just want to hug my thigh, and this started to flatter me. The emperor's strength was average, but his background was so strong that he dared to speak up, Nie Yuan. After hearing these words, the Qing Luo girl was very angry, but Nie Yuan suppressed it when she wanted to refute. Humph! The emperors are so powerful, they can't see Jian Wushuang very well, and those Taoists are even worse. Chapter 53:16. 13 people stepped onto the ring, and the fight was only between one thought. Jian Wushuang. Fairy Mingjian has cold eyebrows and her face is proud, but her sword is not like that. From the very beginning, Jian Wushuang only glanced at the other party slightly and saw her swordsmanship. She walked a long way on the sword, but the swordsmanship she created was very ordinary. Just this, her strength can still be ranked in the top 8, not the bottom person. These 13 Tai Aegeans' unique skills, for these people to practice, is simply a huge waste. Not to mention looking at the universe, it is said that this class of swordsmanship has spread to Dasiyu, and the 13 people drawn out are much better than them. In the outside world, the second product origin is at least complete, without any defects. Your Excellency is from the Tomb Mountain, and it's a sword repairer. The little girl is also thinking of asking for advice. Jian Wushuang stretched out his arm and made a please. Suddenly the sound of the wind breaks, and it is utterly unstoppable. The two were the first to fight against each other, and the sky was full of swords and shadows. The enthusiasm was seen by others. Jian Wushuang knew for himself that he hadn't done much just now. All these were the methods of Fairy Mingjian. Well, Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to have a sword? The emperors can still see clearly, and some other Taoists, like that Zhu Bacha, can also see some doorways. After all, his strength is not weak. The gap is a bit big. The 5th Order Emperor's eyes were sharp, and he saw Jian Wushuang's extraordinary at a glance. At first, they thought it would be a fierce battle, but in the end Mingjian Fairy lost. Now, I am afraid that Mingjian Fairy will not be able to compete for 3 rounds. Staggered, Jian Wushuang's body technique turned, and the whole body leaned back. The sword of Fairy Mingjian just now was a child's play for him. You don't use it to a sword? Jian Wushuang really feels a headache for these swordsmen. Why these people are very arrogant. Can't come up with a cruel move, still waiting for the warm-up. It's too ridiculous. To a large extent, Bustling Sword just underestimated the opponent. His strength was not much weaker than Zhu Bacha. In a good situation, he was killed by himself. Fairy Mingjian was a little surprised by Jian Wushuang's body style, but she didn't know that Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the origin level of space. In space, he was much stronger than the emperors of the 4 secret realms. Naturally, she is stronger than her by many levels. Didn't you also have a sword? Fairy Mingjian said. This sentence is nothing. He hasn't made a sword, and it's normal for the other party not to have a unique skill. Everyone is a decent person, but it is a shame for Jian Wushuang, because he didn't even have a magic sword to take out. The light blue long sword in Fairy Dream Sword's hands was as beautiful as a dream, and it seemed to be at least an innate superb sword. The opponent came from an ancient sect. It is normal to have this kind of treasure, and it is understandable that there are more treasures than the outside world. After all, it is handed down from ancient times. But Jian Wushuang's current identity came from the mysterious Tomb Mountain. This sense of mystery was not only for these people. Even Jian Wushuang felt very mysterious, because he didn't know where the Tomb Mountain was or what was on it. With his current status, it would not be an exaggeration to take out an eternally treasured divine sword. But he didn't. There is an ancient sword of the supreme treasure on his body, which was collected from Mo Long. You can't take this broken sword out of shame. The most important thing is that he doesn't need it, or in other words, to deal with a strong man like Mingjian Fairy, he doesn't need to use a sword at all. It's not easy to see his long sword. They'll stand in front of you, let you see enough at a time, because it's not a sword. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered and soon disappeared in place. When he reappeared, a hot divine sword appeared in this chaotic space. This is the 6th layer of the ultimate way, the heart sword test. Broken. Puff. With the sword breaking, Jian Wushuang's speed was very fast, but for an instant, many emperors did not react, and Fairy Mingjian's body fell to nothing. This sword didn't hurt the origin of the opponent. After all, this is the Shangqing Palace, so you must grasp the scale. It just caused the opponent's origin to oscillate, and his strength instantly declined, and the whole person was a little unsteady, floating directly in the mixed space, and fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang looked down, humming like a sword. That is the aftermath. The aftermath of the sword sound made people intoxicated. His hands trembled a little, and when he first pierced Fairy Mingjian's body, that evil thought instantly filled his entire mind. He almost couldn't suppress his thoughts. Fortunately, the sound of Swordsman kept reminding him. The thought of swallowing, startled again, made him very comfortable. The main thing is the breakthrough of Jidao. It has reached the 6th level. This stage is the most uncomfortable and the fastest improvement. Another part of the reason is that the natives of the 4 great secret realms are too fragile in origin. If they really want to be swallowed, I am afraid it will be easy. Fairy Dream Sword's Kendo origin, he is sure to swallow half of it. It used to swallow 10%, but now it has directly increased to half. The Dayan Immortal who devours the outside world may not be able to do it, but the Dayan Immortal of the 4 great secret realms, that is, these Taoists, is too fragile for him. Here, Kendo is not very good, and it is incomparable in unique knowledge. Jidao is very adaptable here. Just by relying on Jidao, he can ask the head of Dao Monarch. Just the horrible devouring power emperor has to avoid it when he comes. This is the Lord against heaven. Even those who have attained the Tao must retreat. There are also many first-order and second-order emperors in the 4 great secret realms, and the status of these emperors is very low. Even those Daozi can't match. It's okay if you have a background. Be a deacon in the sect. Some things can't always be done by the strong. Just like outside the Shangqing Palace, most of the emperors who were greeted and sent off were deacons, but as the face of the Shangqing Palace, these people could not be too weak. Most of them were second-order emperors. Those who don't have a background can be miserable, and it's okay to keep a low profile. Otherwise, they will be chased down by those against the heavens. Every Taoist against the heavens will look for some emperor to challenge before he joins the Tao. If the strength is not enough, they will challenge the first-order emperor, and if they lose, they will retreat. This can be considered weak and sad. In the primitive universe, there are very few Dayan immortals, and no one of those emperors will be afraid of a Dayan immortal, and the understanding of Tao is very different. In addition, the book reading app one I'm using recently, Myriad app, has many sources of books, complete books, and fast update. The emperor with the weakest calculation has also mastered the origin of space, has walked his origin path to perfection and realized space. It's different in the Temple of Chishan. These emperors can only comprehend the origin of space when they are in the third level. Many second-order emperors have just touched the threshold of the origin of space, and they are not as good as the Dayan immortals from the outside world. As for those emperors, it was even worse, and there was hardly any sight of the threshold of the origin of space. The strength he showed just now surprised the emperors above. It was not all his crushing power, but his familiarity with space. It's the breadth of the origin of space. Chapter 53:17. Taoist Liu Yang's face was green and his eyes were extremely sharp. Jian Wushuang's body shape just now was erratic, and the space on the ring was under his control. How is this possible? He is a Taoist. How can he have mastered the origin of space? Many emperors were speechless. The origin of space. Many Taoists don't even know what it is, let alone master it. The people on the Tomb God Mountain are really extraordinary. Those who want to see Jian Wushuang's true strength now thoroughly understand what is the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Nine Swords, this time your 13 Taijian in the Shangqing Palace, I am afraid that you will all be defeated by this little friend. Insert an app. Perfectly reproduce the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an interchangeable app Mimi reading. Although he should have laughed at Shangqing Palace at this time, Taoist Liu Yang couldn't laugh. With a move in my heart, a blood-colored token floating in the source rotated, recorded the scene just now, and transmitted it to a certain hall in the depths of the northern realm, suspected to find the inheritor, hidden in the ancient hall deep in the north. One of his arms that was about to dry out suddenly moved. Under the ray of sunlight, the owner of the arm leaked his thin, sallow face, and his face was even more terrifying than the guardian. Although there is no vitality in the body of the guardian, at least he looks like a person. This exhausted old man has no personal appearance. His body is like dry wood. His face is like ashes, and even the outline of his face is almost buried by dust. Xiao Liuzi has sent a letter. The skinny old man moved his arm slightly and turned the reluctant lamp. There is a message and a picture at the top. After watching everything that happened above, the old man's eyes leaked light. Inheritor. Puff. A strong breath began to rise, and the skinny old man straightened up in an instant, and his whole person became vigorous. Don't wait for countless epochs. Has the true temple finally opened? The skinny old man's gaze penetrated everything like a torch. Goryulu. The body of the skinny old man began to change, and the power of flesh and blood rose from the abyss below. The divine body is also gradually breaking through 10,000 times, 20,000 times, 30,000 times, and 50,000 times, until the final 68,000 times. After the divine body was completely restored, the old man's body began to fall off, leaving only a divine phantom. In the abyss, a living flesh slowly rose up. This physical body can keep you alive for 3 days. Even if it comes to nothing, you can escape. Remember to keep the bottom line, and the true spirit will recover. Once he does it, I can't save you. The voice in the abyss was very low, reminding the thin old man carefully. The skinny old man now had his life changed again, and the phantom of the divine body entered the flesh body, directly rose up, clenched his fist slightly, and filled his whole body with powerful force. It's been a long time since I felt this way, and 3 days are enough. Be careful. I will remember this kindness with the Card clan. At the same time, Hundreds of figures appeared at the same time in the 4 secret realms of the Northern Realm and even the secret realm of the heavens. These people were all the same as the skinny old man. Huh. The price is given to King White, and the inheritor has actually appeared in the northern border. Yeah, countless people have received that message, but it is a pity that there is only King Bai in the north. The White King, who had recovered his ultimate strength, rose to the sky. From the depths of the northern realm to Liuzhou, for him, it only took 3 hours. If you take the teleportation array, it may be much faster, but the teleportation array has the origin of cosmic space, and the real spirit is sitting there, and he may be discovered as soon as he enters. He knew the strength of the true spirit. The forest of Manzo made them, the old guys, more vigilant. In a clan of cards, it must be great again. The true temple can't restrain us. King White, a powerful who crossed the sky and earth in the ancient times, whose strength far surpassed the average tier 6, has entered the ultimate level. But in the true temple, he couldn't break through if he couldn't get out. The origin in the true temple was eroding him all the time, and he had to abandon his body and origin and embark on the line of the divine body. Now the divine body is more than 60,000 times. Although it can only last for 3 days, it is enough. After King Bai broke through the air and left, the abyss of the ancient highness also began to collapse. A huge eye leaked out of the abyss, and then it began to dim. You can't count on these idiots too much. Other plans are also going to start. I really miss my time in the Titans. The huge eyes eventually disappeared. In the Shangqing Palace, Jian Wushuang calmly walked towards the pavilion of watching chaos. He didn't know that there was a strong man who would come here in 3 hours and come for him. The strength of the sheep's third purpose, I am afraid that it will fall in a single encounter. Even if the Shangqing patriarch made a move, he couldn't stop a few rounds. Before the horror came, Jian Wushuang also had an early warning in his heart. He always felt that something was missing there, but there was no way to guess. After returning to the Guanqiao Pavilion, after a low-key greeting with those emperors and powerful, he regained his seat. Senior Sheep, when you finish winning the golden sword, let's go back. There seems to be nothing special here. Jian Wushuang whispered quietly. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart did affect his decision-making. The original plan was to go to other places in the Shangqing Palace to take a good look after the sword seizure was over. It's not necessary now. It's better to go back soon. Sheep's 3 eyes naturally didn't have any questions, and Transin responded without any questions. Jian Wushuang nodded and didn't say anything. When he looked at the ring, he glanced at the Taoist Liu Yang, the giant of the magic way. With a smile on his face, he was talking and laughing with an emperor, and he couldn't see anything. But he always feels that this magician giant is watching him all the time. After a glance, he looked at the ring again. Taoist Liu Yang said that he was small on the surface with the emperor beside him, but he was surprised at the bottom of his heart. He didn't know why Jian Wushuang just glanced at it. It is disrespectful to look directly at the emperor. Even if Jian Wushuang's status is very high, he should know this. Generally, he will not look directly at the strong emperor. If Jian Wushuang watched him because he had just delivered the news, it would be too scary. The method of transmitting the message was granted by the master of the heavenly demon personally. He once told him that such a method of transmission, let alone the 6th Order Emperor, would not be noticed even in front of the master of the temple. That's why he sent it so boldly. No matter what, this Jian Wushuang will not live long. Tomb God Mountain? Humph, it's just a joke, and these idiots will take it seriously. Taoist Liu Yang sneered in his heart. He knows more things than these people. He knows a lot about inheritors, true temples, and even true gods. The most important thing is that he knows where he is. I also know where I am going. Knowing this, he has a more ambitious goal. For this goal to die. Chapter 53:18. Jian Wushuang always felt that those seemingly non-existent eyes were staring at him, but he couldn't sense who it was. It doesn't matter. There should be no problem with the old man with horns. With a move of mental energy, some rippled moods returned to stability. There are still 11 golden swords on the field now, so be sure to take them all. As for the one taken by Zhu Bacha, he has no choice but to get as many as he can. Not long after he returned to his seat, Elder Nine Swords sent the golden sword to him. The golden sword, like a fish, kept swimming around him. Snapped. I grabbed the golden sword that was swimming and got it into its source. After a little bit of insight, Jin Wushuang was shocked by the Great Road. This is a colorful avenue. The modeled place is the source, and there is only a golden source in the follow-up. Although it is a small strand, it also benefits infinitely. Sure enough, the avenue of the ancestor of the Qing dynasty was extraordinary. Space and Kendo have been merged with each other, and there is also a trace of the way of all things in the root of Kendo. This surprised him very much. Unexpectedly, a golden sword would not only enable him to understand the ultimate way, but also benefit Ji Dao along with it. The power of all things. That is more powerful than swallowing. Once Ji Dao breaks through the 7th level and masters the power of all things, he is truly invincible and die an immortal, and the Emperor can also be killed, regardless of the outside world or the natives. Cut. Now Ji Dao has broken through one after another. Although the 7th floor is very close, it is not so easy to break through. There is a bottleneck in every 3 layers, and it is too difficult to overcome. These 3 levels of devouring power rely on swallowing, and basically don't rely on cultivation. Now that I want to enter the 7th level, I don't know where to start. You can only devour some of the original sources first, and achieve the most complete 6th floor. Swallow. Aboriginal Taoist monarchs and those emperors are the real delicacy. No wonder the Temple of Forbidding suppressed those demon masters and did not dare to let them out. They really wanted to let go. Their threat was too great, and it didn't take long for them to swallow the practitioners of the 4 great secret realms. And these demon masters, the more they swallow, the stronger the backlash. Once the snowball rolls up, I am afraid that the real spirit will not be able to end. After thinking about this, Jin Wushuang was also relieved. Shan Jun is kind to him, and he has evil thoughts in his body, but it can't be too much. The bottom line is still there. After a little insight, he left the avatar of thought power in the original path, and his thoughts were also freed from it. On the ring. In fact, Jin Wushuang was not the fastest to end the battle. There was also a Daozi who was also very strong, but it was the sword leader who challenged him. He was defeated with 1 sword, and he was indeed faster than him. The emperors of the major sects are not weak in strength, and they have been killed with the Taya sword. There was a Taoist monarch who persisted till the end. Broly. Jin Wushuang's eyes changed, looking at the burly man with naked torso on the ring, a little surprised. He had seen through the strength of this person early in the morning. Even looking at it now, it's just like that. How can it persist until now? The power of thought condensed slightly, and he approached the ring, and when he observed it again, Broly's breath had been constantly growing despite the time of the battle. The divine body and origin are changing with the battle. He is not practicing Kendo, someone exclaimed. Jin Wushuang shook his head. It's so important. No one else uses a sword, and the origin Dao doesn't have any sword intent. How could it be Jinxiu? A casual cultivator who does not practice Kendo can enter the Shangqing Palace to watch the sword tide. He turned his head and looked back. An emperor sitting in the 4th row clenched his fists and stared at the ring. His appearance was very similar to Broly. My son, we must win. For the glory of the Dabu family. He is the emperor of Kendo. Jin Wushuang saw the identity of the emperor at a glance. Then he turned his head to look at a 4th order emperor on the side, and asked, Fan Daoyu, who is the man behind? This fellow Zhang, the Taoist name is Hun Tianjun. He is a powerful 4th order emperor with a strong background. He comes from a super family and is no weaker than the Shangqing Palace. Jin Wushuang also talked with this Huntian monarch before. I've heard of this person. When I was assigned to Liuzhou by the family, the first person I knew was him. The strength of the 3rd order emperor and the collapse of the family's middle way has been running around for the family, and it is not easy. Hun Tianjun raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Why? Wushuang Daoist is interested in him? Jin Wushuang shook his head and looked at Broly on the ring. I am more interested in his son. Haha, in this case, when the ceremony is over, I can let the father and son get together in private. Hun Tianjun said, patted his chest. He has a strong background, and his own strength is not weak. He is good friends with many fifth-order emperors. He was assigned to Liuzhou by the family to take care of the family's industry and make friends to stabilize his position in the family. Jian Wu's double-faced color moved slowly and said, "It's not necessary this time. There is not much time. I will leave when the golden sword ends. I'm just very curious about this Broly," but came to grab the golden sword. This kind of thing actually happened in the past. It was not a sword repair, but came to grab the golden sword, first to be famous and second, to get the golden sword, which can also be sold at a high price. It's just that there are few opportunities like this. It's not that sword repair seldom can come in, especially the powerhouse of the Taoist level. Just like these powerhouses in the Cao Cao Pavilion now. Juqing is a sword repairer. There are also 10% of emperors who bring their families or sect descendants to watch the sword tide. Broly, on the contrary, he is not a sword repairer, but his father is a sword repairer. Followed his father into the Shangqing Palace. Could it be said that the gold sword was also for his father? Han Tianjun glanced around. He made friends in all directions and exquisite. How could he not see what Jian Wushuang was wondering? Fellow Taoist Wushuang, that Emperor Bu Kuan is a swordsman emperor. His son Broly went to the arena to grab the golden sword, to a large extent to help his father seize the golden sword. Another reason is also to become famous. Han Tianjun whispered quietly. Sure enough, the same as he guessed. If so, it's not surprising. Broly's performance in the ring, even if he loses in the end, he will become famous in the future, and he will definitely be attracted by some big forces. It is better to win. The emperors in the next few rows are already wooing Emperor Bu Kuan. This is how the father is expensive with the son. Emperor Buchan's strength is very weak, up to the third-tier top emperor, and few emperors present are weaker than him. If you join certain forces, you may at most mix with the head of an outer deacon. After all, he is not a confidant, but he can only be a deacon of the outer sect, and has no future. Chapter 53:19. On the ring. Broly's breath, the stronger the war. The physical body has reached a perfect state, and the whole person is strong, and the body is like a peak treasure, indestructible. His weapon was also very strange. It was a treasure glove, which was smashed with one punch, and the treasure in his hand began to tremble. 10,000-fold divine body. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he didn't expect Broly's divine body to be still rising. The origin path is also comparable to outside practitioners. Of the same level, there are probably few origins in the four secret realms that are stronger than Broly. The Taiyajin who fought with Broly was still able to gain the upper hand at first, but now he has fallen to one side and is gradually losing his support. This scene greatly changed the expressions of everyone on the Tide watching pavilion. Lost third. The lord of the Shangqing Palace looked as usual. He didn't care much about the younger generation. He lost face when he lost, but he still didn't affect him. The big elder is different. The younger generation has always been under his control. He usually seizes the sword, and loses once is normal, and loses twice even if it is capped. Now it is the third loser. There is no need to wait for Jian Wushuang to sweep, and the remaining half of the Emperor and Daozi may be able to defeat them by half. This was beyond his expectation. Elder Nine Swords had a different view. It was not terrible to lose, because he was afraid that the great elder could not afford to lose. The younger generation is the foundation, and it should have changed a long time ago. After this time, he will naturally ask the patriarch to allow the changes. There is also an increase in financial resources to win loose repairs. Practice pays attention to personal law and wealth. These two factors accounted for the bulk of the Qing Palace. Naturally, there is no shortage of skills in the Qing Palace. The financial situation may be relatively short, but this is also because the sphere of influence is too small. If it can dominate Liuzhou, the status of the Shangqing Palace can be raised. This son, Elder Nine Swords, stared at Broly on the arena. Although this person has great potential and strength, he is not a sword repairer, and won't help the other party too much. But his father can win one or two. Broly's strength is much stronger than Zhu Bacha, and he will soon become a fourth-order emperor after he joins the road. A future fourth-order emperor, even hopeful that the fifth-order existence, is worthy of him to win. Elder Nine Swords moved his heart and immediately transmitted the voice to the deacons outside. Order to go down. After the ceremony, leave Bukuin father and son, and promise them no matter what they ask. This kind of practice may not be very attractive to the palace master and the great elder, but it is also a means of accumulating strength. The last time Liuzhou changed, an ancient relic was born. They suffered a big loss due to lack of manpower. The great forces fought, and the practitioners were overwhelming, and their strong were still too few. Boom. I'm going to lose. Many people sighed. Although some Jianxiu were not from the Shangqing Palace, they didn't want to see Jianxiu be defeated by the side. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. This Broly feels very strange to him. If necessary, he will fight the opponent and use the power of devouring to take a look at the origin of the opponent. This was the first time he saw the origin of the stronger the war. He didn't tell the old chauffeur man about this, because besides him, it seemed that many people hadn't paid too much attention to Broly's breath becoming stronger. Broly wins. Broly, who returned to the Cao Cao Pavilion, spoke very little, just nodded slightly, and after receiving the golden sword, he returned to his position. Bukun's face was full of smiles, and he kept praising Broly for his bravery. Under everyone's gaze, Broly gave the golden sword directly to his father, Bukuin. Many people know this, but they didn't expect that Bukuin was so shameless that he actually asked his son to beg for it in person. The emperor's face was simply ashamed. A lot of cold sword repairers snorted at the moment, sullenly not looking at them. In this regard, the father and son were calm. After Bukuin took it generously, he got up and walked towards Jian Wushuang. His Royal Highness Wushuang, please accept this golden sword. This? Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at Bukuin, who had bowed before him, his face full of doubt. What is this person doing? I asked for my son's golden sword, and turned around to give it to him. When other strong men saw this scene, they also leaked incredible eyes. Didn't you shoot flattering like that? Emperor Bukuin, I can't bear this golden sword. Jian Wushuang quickly pushed back. Although the golden sword is of great use to him, it is not worthless. He even swallowed the origin of the universe and cared about the origin of the emperor. Bukuin raised his head, glanced at the old man with horns, once again bowed to Jian Wushuang, and respectfully said, the sword is weak in the lower kendo, and there is no blessing to get the golden sword. This treasure is only in the hands of His Highness. It will be of great use. I would like to offer this golden sword in exchange for a promise from Your Highness. Committed to? Jian Wushuang is even more speechless. What is the value of his promise? Isn't this a disguised gift of treasure? If this Bukuin knew his identity, I am afraid that would not be the case. He is just an inheritor, so there is no identity background. The trials are not over, and when the trials are over, after they settled in the 4 secret realms, their status will not be too high. After all, they are just great potential, not strong. I don't want to talk about Hadao. The origin of the indigenous Taoist monarchs is weak, and the chance of Hadao is very high generally can succeed. Apart from Hadao, Jian Wushuang didn't think that his life would be better in the future. The current trial is nothing more than a screening. Once the screening is done and settled in the 4 secret realms, it will be a more severe trial when the time comes. Don't really think that the inheritor of the Qishan Temple, who is the whole flaunting and majestic wandering around the 4 secret realms, has the strength against the sky. However, it's not impossible to make a short promise and exchange for a golden sword. Wow! Jian Wushuang flipped his hands and took out a pinnacle treasure and a fruit that increased its origin. The former is a fairly good innate treasure. It is used to guard the original source. It is used by the emperor in the outside world. However, the value of the 4 secret realms is not so high, and it may be about 10,000 sacred stones. The latter is somewhat special, with a value of around 50,000 sacred stones, and together they are not as good as the golden sword. The key to Jian Wushuang's body was so little left, which treasure that guarded the origin was just taken from him. I don't like the cause and effect of owing others. You take these treasures. Jian Wushuang moved slightly, and then took the Silk Road origin from his own origin, with the power of all things on top. This thread of origin is for Ling Lang. The origin has appeared, and everyone has seen this origin. This origin? It's amazing. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that if he randomly extracted a strand of origin, it would cause so many people to tremble. Friend Wushuang, where did you get this origin? Hun Tianjun stared at that origin, his eyes hot. Then I thought about it, knowing that I had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang immediately said, "It is not a good treasure given by my parents." Chapter 53:20. Anyway, he will leave after today, and no one knows what he says, and he will not be afraid of revealing stuff in the future. He took out so many things, but Bu Kuan was a little bit unwilling to accept it. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said, "Why? Not enough." No, enough is enough." Bu Kuan was very frightened, making Broly's face deep and his eyes a little unkind. Then Bu Kuan spoke and quickly accepted these treasures. Jian Wushuang accepted the golden sword with satisfaction. He owes enough cause and effect, and promises are also cause and effect. 4 things that can be solved with treasures. Try not to use cause and effect. It's hard to pay it back then. After accepting the golden sword, Hun Tianjun hurriedly congratulated, then quietly said Bu Kuan's request. It turned out that the other party would offer the golden sword only if he wanted something, and now let Hun Tianjun help him pass the message. Friend Wushuang, this Bu Kuan is not ordinary. He wants the senior sheep who came with you to accept Broly as a disciple, and accept it in front of so many powerful people. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The old man Yang Horn was only a 5th-order emperor. Even if he was much stronger than the same order, these people shouldn't be able to see it. Except for the master of the Shangqing Palace. Broly's potential is huge. This time he has become famous in Liuzhou, and people who want to worship that mountain gate will have very high conditions. I'm afraid the Shangqing Palace will win it. It is not difficult for the 5th-order emperor to accept disciples. If you are willing, I am afraid that the other 5th-order emperors will accept Broly. There is no need to apprentice the old man with horns. Jian Wushuang uttered his doubts. Hun Tianjun laughed secretly in his heart and immediately replied, "Brother Wushuang, when you and Senior Yang came, did you meet the palace master who is stationed in Liuzhou? It turned out to be like this." Without Hun Tianjun explaining, he understood. Bu Kuan wanted to hug his thigh. Hun Tianjun mentioned that Bu Kuan was running around for the family, a disciple of a 5th-order emperor. It was not a big deal. It was impossible for those big forces to give in because of this relationship. But if they apprehend the 3 eyes of the sheep, and relying on the relationship between the 3 eyes of the sheep and the palace master, I am afraid that their family status will also rise. Jian Wushuang did not think too much. The battle of the 4 secret realms was much colder than he had imagined. So humble, to give him a gift to a Taoist monarch. In the end, not only for his own son, but also for the family. In this way, Jian Wushuang's impression of him has also slightly changed a lot. However, he and Bu Kuan no longer have so many causes and effects, the origin of the ultimate path, the only one in the world, and it is more than enough to exchange for a golden sword. If you want to apprentice Yang Sanmu, you have to talk about it yourself. He also didn't think that with his current status, the old horn man could give him face. After this episode, the capture of the sword continued, and he continued to end. It is a fact that the Shangqing Palace today has been wiped out. If the palace lord of the Shangqing Qing dynasty spoke, he might show face, but if no one mentions it, he would not be polite. In the second game, a Taijian was randomly selected, and the opponent was also given a chance to win easily in 3 rounds. This is the crush of Yuan Yuan, and he may not be as good as the other party in jerkiness, but he has never been afraid of anyone in Yuan Yuan Road. In just 2 hours, he swept through all Taijian except Jin Kuei. The 13th Taijian, the 13th and 7th Jianzi lost to Zhu Bacha and Broly, and the remaining 10 Taijian were defeated by Jian Wushuang. Now there is only 1 sword chief left. This is the last fig leaf of the Shangqing Palace. This has never happened in the history of the Shangqing Palace. If Jian Wushuang was the heaven-defying Taoist lord in Zhongzhou, I'm afraid the palace master of Shangqing would definitely stop him because of his face. But he is not a member of the major sects, he is a Taoist from the Tomb Mountain. Don't talk about background, just talk about strength. It is obvious to all emperors that if the palace lord of the Shang-Qing dynasty really stopped, it would be looked down upon by others. It's better to be calm. The heaven-defying Taoist on the Tumshan mountain came to sweep a sect of the emperor, and it would not be ashamed to say it. Boom. Jin Wushuang fell into the ring again. Shangqing Palace, contemporary sword leader, Yan Jin. He is still the brother of the chasing wind sword, and both of the brothers are contemporary 13 great swords, and Yan Jin is still the leader of the sword. The emperors of their family are proud of this. In the previous fight, the same as Jin Wushuang, he also solved the opponent in 3 rounds, without any muddling. Now facing Jin Wushuang, there is no panic at all. The last battle, it is also the opponent who is most likely to let Jin Wushuang use his full strength, and many people in the watching Tide Pavilion are watching. Except for the Broly, he doesn't practice kendo, nor does he like being in crowded places, sitting there alone, drinking alone. Young Samu knew Jin Wushuang's strength and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he glanced at Broly, and then quietly sent the news through his identity token. Jin Wushuang could see the difference between Broly and Yang's 3 eyes naturally saw it, and also these indigenous emperors, whose origins were too weak, and their mental powers were too weak to discover the value of this piece of jade. Insert a sentence. Mimi reading gap. Really good. It is worth installing one. After all, you can cache reading and read aloud offline. Senate Palace. Wu's was Dharmakaya sitting on the throne. After receiving the news of Yang Sanmei, his eyes were deep. Immediately got up. This Dharmakaya went to Liuzhou in person. Is it a change? Wu's was said to himself, if he really changed his way, he would have done a great job again this time. This matter must not let the people in the White Tiger Palace know. If the deity is not in retreat, he will even let the deity go in person. But a Dharmakaya is enough. He used to be a named disciple of Qishan, and his strength was immense. Even the law bodies had 6th-order combat power. And since returning to the Temple of Qishan, he has gained a lot of benefits. In the Temple of Qishan, he had hidden a lot of good things and some powerful relics. He knew where he was, and when he opened up Wasteland, he did not take advantage of it. Today, a Dharma body carries several eternal treasures. Moreover, once the deity digests that treasure, his strength can skyrocket a lot. 4 secret realms in vertical and horizontal. He has never seen those indigenous emperors. The journey of the strong lies in the outside world. After the strength is strong, or after the treasures of the Qishan temple are emptied, they still have to go out and explore. The 4 great secret realms, where he can go, to him. The 4 great secret realms are like a back garden. There is nothing to break into. The average emperor is fine. Like him, the treasures of the 4 great secret realms have not attracted much attraction to him. He has a lot of eternal treasures, and the pitch-black snake refined by the gods is the ultimate eternal treasure. In addition to the treasures of the universe, he also looks down on other treasures, because they are of little use to him. After seeing Wu Zhuo, Qiu Huang, who was sitting in the teleportation hall, quickly got up to greet him. Friend Qiu Huang, please send this seat to Liuzhou. Wu Zhuo's tone was very friendly, which made Qiu Huang a little embarrassed. He nodded and politely sent Wu Zhuo into the teleportation formation, and then injected divine power, which instantly aroused the entire formation. Chapter 53:21. Qiu Huang's heart moved, and suddenly he thought that Jin Wushuang and Yang Samu had just gone to Liuzhou, and now Wu Zhuo was also going. Is there something wrong there? After sending Wu Zhuo away, he quickly contacted Jin Wushuang through his identity token. Brat! Wu Zhuo is here. The world revolves, and once again is Shaluo City. Just waiting for him to enter Shaluo City, the whole person was shocked. A strong sense of threat made his brows frown. Boom! The entire city of Shaluo was trembling, and the emperors outside the teleportation formation jumped into the air, not looking at the teleportation formation, but rushing to the north. As soon as Wu Zhuo were apart from the teleportation formation, the 3 teleportation formations behind him began to collapse. People in the city also began to flee, all in the north. North, stationed in the direction of the temple. Venerable Fire is sitting there. Even the teleportation array dared to destroy. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. Arrogant. Wu Zhuo roared and rose to the sky. looking at the black mist in the distance. This is the temple of Qishan, the chassis of his master of Qishan. These natives dare to rebel. When he opened up Wasteland, he slaughtered many Sixth-Order emperors, although only a law body came. But ordinary Sixth-Order emperors could not escape his palm. In the black mist, a figure flew out, white hair and cold face. It is the White King. After he arrived in Liuzhou, he first went to slaughter the Lord of the Temple of Heaven, venerable blazing fire. Then the entire Liuzhou teleportation array was destroyed along the way. Shaluo City is the last one. It's you. After King Bai saw the incoming person, his complexion changed a lot, but after a little sense, he found that it was just a Dharmakaya, and he looked up to the sky and smiled. God is helping me. If you are the deity coming, you can still stop me, a Dharmakaya. You can't stop me. Wu's eyes changed, and the other party was right. Unbelievable combat power. How can you, a dog of the bereavement, step into the ranks of the ultimate? King Bai had cold eyes. When he heard the dog of the bereavement, he laughed in anger and sarcastically said, "Aren't you the dog of the bereavement? The true has fallen, and you, a disciple, would like to accompany his old man, and I will help you." Let me tell you, the novel app I'm using recently, Mimiriad app, Android and Apple phones support it. This sentence is extremely harmful to Wuzhua, and he does it directly regardless of whether his strength is equal or not. You are looking for death. At this moment, not only did the law body utter this sentence, the deity also broke through, and the pale yellow Taoist robe danced with the wind. The Senate Palace trembles. Immediately notify the White Tiger Palace. There is a change in Liuzhou. After leaving this sentence, Wu's deity broke away. Yuanyang Lake is in the land of Zhengzhou, too far from the north. Even if he wants to fly over, it will take hundreds of years. But the teleportation array was destroyed and could only be teleported to the vicinity of Liuzhou. It's not difficult to cross the entire Liuzhou. One day is enough. The rebellion this time is too strong, the most powerful. In addition to him, the veteran of the Senate Palace has the ultimate strength, but there is also a third-tier veteran, but he is discussing the Northern Territory in the White Tiger Palace. Not in the Senate at all. Only people can inform the White Tiger Temple, and together can we suppress the White King. Absolute combat power is no longer what ordinary Sixth-Order emperors can contend. That Dharma body will not last long. The key is that he doesn't know what the purpose of that White King is. Liuzhou. The most comfortable place today is the Shangqing Palace. The identity token is very special, and some people are very few. The people on the tide-watching pavilion watched the fight below, drank their drinks, and tasted the unique fruits of the Shangqing Palace. But I don't know that a terrifying existence will soon come here. Jian Wushuang received the news from Qiu Huang. It's just that the news is very brief. It just talked about Wuzhua going to Liuzhou and asked if anything happened there. While dealing with the sword chief, Jian Wushuang also sent a message to Qiu Huang. Yanjin obviously felt that Jian Wushuang hadn't taken it seriously at all, and his momentum exploded again for a while. His Royal Highness, let you see today, what is Teia's sword? Yanjin stretched out his hands, and two long-bladed cold knives appeared in his hands. When he raided again, the power was endless. Even Jian Wushuang felt the pressure, and after fooling Qiu Huang casually at the moment, he concentrated on fighting. Jianqi's strength is really extraordinary. Curse. Since he wants respect, he just gives it. He wants to use the purest kendo to defeat the opponent, which is regarded as respect. From beginning to end, he didn't even use Ji Dao. The 7th level of ultimate swordsmanship, no matter how pure it is, there is no reality from the extreme. The power of all things is not a joke. Killing the emperor can do it. Although there is only a part of the power of all things in the body, it is enough to kill the weak emperors of the indigenous people. Rumble. The sky is rustling, and the punishment of the heavens has triggered the power of the space thunder to fall from the sky. Yanjin also felt the breath. It was too late when he wanted to retreat. He could only bite the bullet and fight Jian Wushuang head-on. He knew that Jian Wushuang's origins were extremely powerful, and he would suffer a lot from head-to-head in kendo. If he only relied on his unique skills, he still had hope. After fighting for so long, he could see a lot of things. Jian Wushuang has been using the purest kendo source, but what he uses is fascinating. The difference between the two is so big that it really makes him ashamed. But this time, he would take the sword no matter what, whether it was for himself or for the sect. This sword is likely to be the opponent's strongest sword, if there is hope of a comeback next. Indeed, this sword is indeed the strongest sword ever realized by Jian Wushuang's kendo. The 7th level of the ultimate path is even for this sword. Talent, imprisonment. In one go, there is a big difference between having no sword in his hand and holding it without moving. Song. A heavy attack broke out. Yanjin slashed across his body, his hands trembling. He caught the sword and even made a breakthrough in a hurry, and by the way gave Jian Wushuang a sword. It's interesting. Jian Wushuang stood tall in the air, slowly turning around. The Heaven Punishment Sword unexpectedly failed to slash the opponent, but took a sword by himself. He was a little amused after seeing the others shaking hands. A perfect super-grade flesh body can't be broken so easily. Just the rebound of the flesh body can cause the opponent's arms to break and destroy. He has lost the absolute knowledge, but he hasn't won at the root. This made Jian Wushuang very interested in this person. The Heaven Punishment Sword is his strongest sword, but he has never said it. Only this sword. Around the body, a huge sword formation suddenly rose up. Absolute fairy formation. 72 of the strongest swords appeared directly around the body. Although it is not too pure, using the power of thought and swallowing, it is not too bullying. If you use the Heaven Punishment Sword a few more times, you can defeat Yanjin, but if you do so, it's too boring. This is a competition. There is no need to be so decisive, so that the opponent has no desire to come back. Chapter 53:22. To leave a trace of illusion to the other party, and then go to break him. The breath has changed, and sure enough, his sword cannot be reused. Yanjin was overjoyed and quickly swallowed the pill to restore the loss of his physical and divine body. His Tai's sword is a peculiar learning. As long as the strength continues, Tai's sword will not break. Like last time, he once again raided and killed Xiang Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows and smiled, and the change of the sword formation immediately trapped the opponent. Absolutely immortal. Absolutely immortal. It's really to go to the fairy road and return to the commonplace. The great formation rose up, the sword intent soared into the sky. Yanjin was not weak in strength, but he couldn't rush out, and he was trapped. At the tide-watching pavilion, the great elder's heart sank. Father, like son. They saw that Jian Wushuang's current state has not changed at all, and even his aura is stronger than before, but Yangin's aura has been weakening. There is no hope for a comeback, not a level opponent. However, Jian Wushuang gave the other party great hope, allowing Yanjin to maintain the best mentality to fight against. The emperors also saw this, but they changed their views on Jian Wushuang, and even more to this mysterious Taoist monarch. Looked at it with admiration. Yanjin in the sword formation is like a headless fly. Jian Wushuang changed the sword formation at will. Each time he gave Yanjin a glimmer of hope, then broke and gave hope again. Under the recommendation, the reading app 1am using recently, Mimi Reading Gap, has many book sources, complete books, and fast update. Repeatedly, Yong-in is like walking into a maze. This can be regarded as a kind of tempering. It's just that the Grand Elder's expression a little bit can't hold back. This is simply playing Yanjin, insulting them, the contemporary sword chief of the Shangqing Palace. But without that strength, what can be done? The background is incomparable, and the strength is not good, so he can only swallow the whole bitter fruit. Jian Wushuang is outside the formation, with his hands around his chest, looking at the sword leader in the sword formation indifferently. He is not playing the other side. As long as Yanjin can break 36 swords, which is half of the sword formation, he is expected to break through again. This chance is worthy of the golden sword in his hand. Their 13 Taiya swords guarded their respective arenas. Until no one challenged them, they obtained the golden swords in their hands, and they would naturally go all out. The usual ceremonies are actually a reward for them, which can be said to be fame and fortune. This time, not only the reputation was discredited, but the golden sword was not able to be left. and all were given to outsiders. Ding! The identity token shook, and Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. In addition to Qiu Huang, Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang were able to send him through identity tokens. In this shock, could it be that these three people were looking for him at the same time? As soon as the mind power moved, a mind power clone appeared in front of the token floating in the source. Now in the origin, there are several avatars of him, respectively comprehending the origin of the Kendo, the origin of the extreme path, the origin of the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty, the ultimate formation method, and even the power of the space above the candle dragon's wings. His spatial origin is great, and he has already entered the room. Although he has exceeded the same level by too much, he will not leave it alone. Instead, he has divided a little thought and has been enlightening. Once the Kendo and the ultimate path are consummated, after he steps into the Emperor, the origin of space can be related to the realm, and naturally it is impossible to fall. He was at the forefront. Now that he has fallen, it will be difficult to catch up in the future. Looking at the identity token, Jian Wushuang's clone gently waved his hand, and a large number of messages appeared above it. It came from Qiu Huang all over. Article 1. Please pay more attention. Wuzuo's trip to Liuzhou may be related to you. Reply ASAP. Reply ASAP. Reply ASAP. The great chaos in Liuzhou will return quickly. Tell Yang Sanmu, the old immortal, to get back to me quickly. This is not a joke. Don't go to Shaluo City. Hurry out of Liuzhou and find a big city to send it back. The teleportation array was destroyed? Chaos in Liuzhou? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. He raised his head and looked at the tide-watching pavilion. He was still pushing his cup and changing his cup. There was no mess at all. But since Qiu Huang said so, plus the trace of worry in his heart, he didn't dare to procrastinate at the moment. So he put away the absolute immortal formation. I really can't play this time. I have to go quickly. The touch in his heart became clearer and clearer, and he didn't dare to drag it any longer. Curse. Ball cage. Everything. Jie. He used all the physical power. For a time, a sword that contained the power of all things burst out in an instant, shaking the sky, causing the entire space to begin to tremble. As soon as this sword came out, the Elder Nine Swords on the watching Tide Pavilion stepped straight into the ring, blocking Yanjin, who was stunned behind him, then left. At the moment he left, that celestial penalty sword chopped down and turned into a huge cage, which remained for a long time. Jian Wushuang's figure also instantly teleported out of the ring. The 13 Taijian all lost. This is the first time. Elder Nine Swords, come forward and prepare to congratulate. This time Jian Wushuang didn't have time to be polite with these people, and after a few prevarications passed, he hurriedly walked to the old man Yang Jiao. Senior sheep, go. The face is colorless, but the bottom of my heart is very anxious, directly transmitting the sound of the old man with horns. The old man Yang Jiao was taken aback for a moment. Jian Wushuang said that he would leave earlier, but there is no need to be in such a hurry. Jian Wushuang directly informed Yang Sanmu of the news from Qiu Huang, fearing that he would drag him www.novel.com as soon as he heard that the teleportation array was destroyed. The old man Yang horned directly violent. The momentum leaked out directly, shaking the entire Guanqiao pavilion. Elder Nine Swords, after handing the last golden sword to Jian Wushuang, he suddenly saw the old man Yang horned so gaff. He was about to ask what happened. The palace lord of Shangqing, who was sitting on the main seat, also stood up suddenly. This scene made everyone shiver. These two momentums are actually on par. Are these two people going to fight? Is it because Jian Wushuang picked Taijian from the entire Shangqing palace? It's not necessary either. The key is that the imposing manner of a 6th Order Emperor of the Shangqing Palace is comparable to that of the 5th Order Emperor, the old man of the chauffeur. Is the Palace Lord of the Shangqing too weak, or the old man of the chauffeur too strong? Elder Nine Swords was sandwiched between the two, thinking that they were going to do something, and immediately said, "Uncle Master, there is no need to do this, we." Before he finished speaking, he heard the voice of the Palace Lord of Shangqing. This time it's not Tranchen. Liuzhou has changed, quickly open the Shangqing building, and go to the north to take refuge in Hanzhou. At the same time, on the back mountain of the Shangqing Palace, A middle-aged man with white hair in a blue shirt and long sideburns broke through with a sword. It is the ancestor of the Shangqing. He also just received the news, and at the same time he noticed the breath, and he was rushing towards this place. Absolutely strong. He longs for a battle, but the entire sect cannot stay here. Take the disciples and go quickly. Don't worry about me. Sounds like a bell. The palace lord of the Shangqing condenses into a ball. Except for the Taoists of Luoyang, everyone was shocked at the pavilion of watching chaos. Of course, Taoist Luoyang was also shocked, just pretending to be. The old horn man didn't care about these people, and immediately took out the ancient boat, pulled Jian Wushuang, and rose up. Chapter 53:23. The strongest power began to spread throughout the ancient boat, and the fisherman sitting on the ancient boat stood up directly. Go! The voice of the old man with horns was very low. Looking back, Jian Wushuang looked back at the people below. It will soon become ruins, and even the entire Liuzhou will fall. Boom! The void was broken, and the mighty eruption of the ancient boat made the attached mountains tremble. When the panicked people below looked into the air, Guzhou was still in place, but Jian Wushuang and the old man Yang Horn had actually been hundreds of thousands of miles away. This speed has exceeded the space. The Sixth Order Emperor is hard to reach. Very popular. But the old man with horns still felt the pressure, which came from the pressure in Shero City. The sun and the moon contended for glory, and 2 rounds of huge solar brilliance spread from Shaluo City, and the entire Liuzhou was shaking. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked back. Under the dazzling light, there was a small black spot behind them. With a slight movement, his eyes sank. It's him. That little black spot is the Emperor of 6 Suns. He is manipulating a mutilated hall and is following them. Although the speed was much slower than theirs, but they have not opened the distance. I had already felt that the other party had some intentions, and now they were following them again, which made Jian Wushuang suspicious. The teleportation formation was destroyed and Liuzhou was shocked. The hidden secrets of this might have something to do with his arrival, as well as the demon giant. The speed of the ancient boat was very fast, and it was only a cup of tea, and it was out of the scope of the Shangqing Palace. At this time, the Shangqing Palace is ready to go, and several eternal treasure palaces are rising. Who would have thought that an hour ago, the Shangqing Palace would still sing and dance, welcoming and sending? Now it's just about to run away. Venerable blaze fell, Shaluo City was destroyed, and the entire Liuzhou area was about to die in an instant. Is this the ancient times? Sure enough, cruel. Mad Dao bastard! Yang Sanmu turned his head back in an instant, and a third eye appeared on the center of his eyebrows. Born beast pupil. No wonder the name Yang Sanmu. Jian Wushuang looked at him in a daze, and a huge human-shaped antelope appeared above the sky, with its curved corners breaking through the sky. You sit on the ancient boat and go first, and I have to take one person away. Yang's third eye left a sentence, and the sky has receded hundreds of millions of miles before he moved. Just now, Wu's was Dharma body shattered, and that Dharma body fell to Shaluo City. Through the transmission token, he let the Yang Sanmu in the Shangqing Palace and took away a Taoist monarch with horn Broly. Had to go back now. The ancient boat was completely controlled by the fishermen, and the speed of the old man with horns remained unchanged after he left. Jian Wushuang didn't know who the old horn man was going to take back, and before he could ask, the other party disappeared in this space. Turn out a piece of jade slip. Damn it! Jian Wushuang couldn't help cursing secretly. Now there are many emperors who fled behind him, and they are not slow. They have already met several people. So many people fleeing together, they will definitely be overtaken. Although he doesn't know who the horrible existence that destroys Liuzhou is, he can feel the terrifying breath of the other party. Once you meet, you will die. The target is too big to escape with these people. Jian Wushuang knew it and immediately commanded the fishermen, go to Baimu Zhangzhou. Going north to Hanzhou is very close to the border of Liuzhou, but it is also easier to be overtaken. It is better to change direction and go to Zhangzhou, where there is a real peerless powerhouse. Although he is at odds with the temple, he will not look at others ruining Baimu Zhangzhou. The fisherman standing at the bow of the boat was stunned, and then adjusted his direction according to what Jian Wushuang said. From here, it takes at least a whole day to get to the north head of Zhangzhou. The Taoist Liu Yang, who followed behind, manipulated the incomplete ancient temple, and after seeing the fine adjustment of Guzhou's direction, his eyes changed. "Elder, shall we not go to Hanzhou?" Zhu Bacha asked cautiously. Taoist Liu Yang nodded slightly and said, "Changzhou is too close. Even if you go, you will still flee. It's better to go to Zhangzhou in the north, but there is the Guangmu Tianzuan suppressed there. No one can commit." Guangmu Tianzuan, a sixth-order emperor who survived the ancients, once followed the ancient existence of Qishan and was one of the 108 divine envoys under the command of Qishan. Behind him, he settled in the temple of Qishan and was at odds with the four halls. He has been sitting in Zhangzhou, his lair. "Hey, aren't you very interested in golden swords?" The kid in front has 12 golden swords in his hands. Taoist Liu Yang said gloomily. 12 golden swords. Not to mention Dao's sovereign sword repair. Even the fourth-order emperor is eager. Could it be that? Zhu Bacha knew it soon. But all he knew was that he was killing people and surrendering. Just now the old man with horns left. The two of them watched carefully. On the ancient boat ahead, Jian Wushuang was alone. A Taoist, no matter how defying the sky, can he contend with a fifth-order emperor? I wish Bacha, as a giant of the demon Dao, naturally has a demon in his mind, and he does not care about the identity and background of the other party. As a fifth-order emperor of Luoyang Taoist, what he valued was not the golden sword on Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang himself. If you can capture Jian Wushuang alive and give it to that senior, Terra will get a lot of rewards. It is possible to enter the sixth-order emperor. Moreover, he looked at that ancient boat with eager eyes. The supreme space treasure. The speed far exceeds the average sixth-order emperor. This kind of scarce eternal treasure, many sixth-order emperors don't have it. How could he not be enthusiastic? Now Liuzhou is shaking, and an inheritor died. I am afraid that no one can find it out. Taoist of 6 sons, his speed increased once again. The speed of the ancient boat is very fast, but stable. There is no old man with horns. Although there is no change in speed, it has lost the most important safety. Looking back again, the little black spot behind him was gone, and Jian Wushuang's hanging heart was about to let go, when a dark and dazzling light suddenly struck. Rumble. Yaoguang directly hit the ancient boat, making a terrifying buzzing sound. Between Jian Wushuang's ears, there was a whirlpool, and it took a long time to react. Raising his eyebrows, the mutilated ancient temple of Taoist Luoyang actually arrived in front of him at some point, but after a while, he threw it away and rushed to the front again. This kind of terrifying attack, although temporarily unable to attack him, but the heart strength is also anxious. He hurriedly sent a message to the old man, but found that the identity token had been locked. The crisis this time was too big. Jian Wushuang didn't know what to do for a while. The old man's chauffeur had been away for a long time, and now there was no letter at all. He had a bad premonition in his heart. If the sheep's 3 eyes fell, he would really be finished. The identity token has expired again, and can only rely on the breath of Guzhou to pray that the old man with horns can find him. As for the sneak attack by the Taoist Liu Yang, he had to rely solely on Guzhou to fight against him. Although he has the innate top treasure armor and his body is the eternal and indestructible super grade 10 refinements, he is facing the 5th order peak emperor now. Chapter 53:24. A single blow can destroy the mighty one who is the innate supreme treasure. If there was no Guzhou, he would be dead. It's faster. One chase and one escape. The distance between the two sides was not very far, and the glare attacked the surface of the ancient boat several times. Fortunately, the speed did not drop, but each attack caused the ancient boat to stop once, which was a waste of time. He is really afraid that the terrifying existence behind him will catch up. The speed of Guzhou is very fast, but the Taoists of the 6 sons can just bite in the rear. The terrifying existence has really come, and I am afraid it will be able to catch up in an instant. The fear in his heart grew more and more, and he now believed that the existence of terror was directed at him. Knowing that the 4 secret realms were so dangerous, he would not come. It should be transferred in the Senate Palace, or directly returned to the original star. If I went back then, there would not be so many things. Although the golden sword was very important, it was far worse than his receipt in the demon space. The origin of the golden sword at most let him deduct the power of all things, and then extract some useful kendo origins to enhance the current kendo. It's just a little profit. For this thing, if he falls, he will not be willing to die. At the same time, inside the Patriarch's palace, a line of 10 Sixth-Order Emperors, as well as densely packed Fifth-Order Emperors, are ready to go. Now the northern territory Liuzhou has changed dramatically. Since Master True Spirit handed over the northern territory to us, we have to solve it by ourselves now. This is natural. After several Sixth-Order Emperors discussed, they were divided into 5 teams, with 2 Sixth-Order Emperors in each team, and the combined strength was enough to be comparable to the best. Although most of them were taken over by surprise at the beginning, according to the nature of the Temple of Discord, few of the strong ones who were taken over were weak. Even if it is not as good as Zhu Dian, the two together are almost the same. Those Fifth-Order Emperors are all at the pinnacle level, each comparable to the ordinary Sixth-Order Emperors of the 4 secret realms. With such a big battle, the White Tiger Palace came to be embarrassed. I led the first team and sent it to the north of Zhangzhou, and the other teams went to several nearby states. They must suppress the changes and save Jian Wushuang by the way.
Yes.
Everyone answered in unison, then began to send away. The Yuan Lao Palace has not yet established the position of the Palace Master, but the appeal of a dozen Sixth-Order Emperors is still very strong, and soon a large number of powerful people in the Yuan Palace are gathered to the north. Wu Zhuo was single-handedly. When he arrived in Hanzhou alone, he went all out. It took a day from the teleportation array in Hanzhou to the Shangqing Palace. No way, only one big city in Hanzhou has a teleportation array. But its own strength is not weak in Liuzhou. There is only one supersect in Hanzhou, and only one big city. After Wu's deity descended, he sat firmly on the pitch-black snake head, several times faster than Jian Wushuang's ancient boat. A super strong just appeared in Hanzhou, and after only a few breaths, he disappeared. This made the Sixth-Order Emperor of the super sect extremely surprised, and quickly sent a message to the White Tiger Palace and reported the matter. Liuzhou changed and Agni was killed. The White Tiger Palace had known about this for a long time, and this kind of thing was not a major event in the past. Generally, people were sent to investigate and then hunted down without any haste. But this time, they didn't move. The True Spirit had only said that when he left the 4 secret realms the day before yesterday, the northern realm was under the jurisdiction of the Yuan Elder Palace. Before they had time to evacuate the branch halls, shocking changes occurred. Don't say let them go to support now. It's enough to give the True Spirit's face if you don't make trouble. Bai sat firmly at the top of the hall, a cold color leaking through the tiger eyes. A bunch of trash. Although not very willing, he still quietly sent a Dharmakaya to the north. The reason why the White Tiger Palace is very resistant to the creation of the Yuan Lao Palace is not only because of selfishness, but because they were created by the gods, they have no selfishness at all. To manage the 4 secret realms well is the bounden duty of the White Tiger Palace. If the establishment of the Senate Palace can make the 4 secret realms more stable, he will support it more than anyone. But the current 4 secret realms are as simple as what no True Spirit said. He has only recovered for a few days. How can he know what is difficult to do in each of them? Now that I have just made it a bit more stable, the Senator Palace has been established, and the 4 great secret realms have also been obtained. Isn't this not adding to the chaos? The White Tiger Hall is very special among the 4 halls. It is not like the Vermilion Bird Palace, where only a few people can manage the primitive world. There are many treasures, and there are few people. There is no competitiveness at all. The Azure Dragon Palace is even more outrageous. Just a mainland chassis with 2 or 3 big cats and kittens above it, so you don't need to worry about it at all. Their duty is to conquer outside, but in this situation, where should they go to conquer? Xuanwu Temple is even more outrageous, sitting in 108 outer halls. It is equivalent to 108 higher worlds, in which the space is infinite, the strong are scarce, and there are many treasures. It was originally a relatively ordinary hall. However, the hall master of the Xuanwu Hall, for some unknown reason, recruited Feng Imo, one of the 5 great masters, into his command. Among the 5 major demon masters, the Wind Demon has the most stable personality and is good at refining puppets. In addition, Xian Yi inherited the core power in the Temple of the Gods, 3 major gods, 18 gods, and 108 messengers. The treasures and inheritance were left in the outer hall to Xian Yi. Let him be responsible for spreading it out and don't want to be cut off. But Xuan had never given out these treasures at all in these years, and had all taken possession of them alone. With these treasures, 10 nests have been built, and in each nest are puppets. Had it not been for the arrival of the immortal trial, there would not be a living person in the outer hall, all puppets. The strength of these puppets is still very strong, and the weakest are the limits of the Taoist monarch, which can be comparable to the emperor. Some of the strongest puppets, he has also seen a few, and they can all display Tier 6 combat power. Those puppets can be combined with tens of thousands of people, and their power is endless. And Xian Yi, the puppet legion that controls the entire 10 worlds, with such a huge power, in the Temple of Qishan, he is the most comfortable one, and he dares to break the wrist with the true spirit. Among the 4 halls, the most aggrieved one is their White Tiger Hall. It is said that they are in control of the 4 secret realms, rather than the 4 secret realms firmly grasping them. When the White Tiger Palace was first established, there were only 9 people. In addition to him, there are 8 messengers. The remaining guardian gods cannot be regarded as humans at all. At first, I said that I was staying to help them take care of the 4 secret realms, but in the end I followed a statue, which was very old-fashioned and couldn't adapt at all. Please help me. Mimi Reading App can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. Fortunately, he kept wooing the casual cultivators of the 4 great secret realms and let them settle in the White Tiger Palace. The Senate Palace was established, and he had a kick in the 4 secret realms. He didn't have a problem, because he was afraid that the group of people would have opinions. It is these people who control the 4 secret realms. Without those hall masters of the sub-temples, they control the vast secret realm. Chapter 53:25. The heavens are okay. Like the wild, ancient land, like the secret realm of the earth, they drink blood and fight in chaos, and they can't be suppressed if there are fewer people. In the realm, the earth temple they set up has recruited even mortals, but it still can't effectively suppress them, and they fight every day. As long as there are extra powerful people in the heavens, they will be sent to the earth, but over time these people will have opinions. They are not puppets. Leave it to his mercy. There are no less powerful people in the earth realm than in the heavens, and those who go to the earth realm have a great chance of falling, and slowly, not many people dare to go. In the land boundary, it is difficult to recruit enough strong people. He even recruited a lot of the special lives in the Tomb of the Gods and sent them to the realm. Although these special lives are very cruel, they can at least listen to him and help him suppress those strong in the realm. There are huge secrets hidden in the realm. His deity sits in the realm all the time, and there are only 2 Dharmakayas in the celestial realm. The rest of the combat power was thrown into the land boundary and the Tomb of the Gods by him. Really considered stable, it is the mortal world's secret realm. There is nothing to suppress there, only some local powerhouses, and setting up the White Tiger Hall to command it is enough. Bai Yi's law body, through the teleportation array, went directly to Bai Muzhangzhou. He will not show up easily this time. If he is a last resort, he will come forward. If the Senate Palace can make it up by itself, that would be great. It's just that in the past few years in the north, the teleportation array and the treasures offered can be said to be astronomical. He wanted to let go of such a piece of fat, and those subordinates would not easily leave. There is also the huge expenditure of the land boundary, which requires the treasures of the heavens, and the price of recruiting the strong is too high. Moreover, among the native emperors, it is very difficult for the emperor who is against the sky to appear, and the scenes of ordinary strength are unstoppable. The strength of venerable blazing fire is actually quite good. He is one of the best in Liuzhou, but he was killed instantly. This shows the difference. Now he is going to invite a powerful emperor to be born, and he can't leave it to the palace of the elders. This time he specially sent to Zhangzhou, North Head, just for this matter. Guangmu. In ancient times, he was called the Tianzuan. This is the real top emperor. Can be listed as 108 divine envoys, representing the characters of the gods. Among the sixth-order emperors, those are extremely heaven-defying existences. The north head is Zhangzhou. When he was moved into the temple of Qixin, Zheng's was a huge mountain range, full of hundreds of thousands of mountains, endless, and there was still a turbid air current in the mountain, and the ordinary people would quickly lose their way when they entered it. Only the strong who become immortals can live in it. Therefore, there are very few strong people living in Zhangzhou, and there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in the sect, and even a decent strong person has never been out. All this is actually due to the existence of Guangmu Tianzuan. The threshold of the chaotic airflow he left in Zhangzhou is too high, and there is no common place. Most of the strong people living here are strong from outside, who have come to take refuge here. As for survival here, it is impossible. And the place where he lives is in the depths of the air current. In the depths of Zhangzhou, on a lofty sacred mountain, there is an ancient hall. This is the dojo of Guangmu Tianzuan. Here, the airflow is very thin, and it is clearly visible in the hall, without any muddy air. Bai fell precariously. This Dharmakaya did not fight the battle, the ordinary white robe he wore, but the tall and straight body was not so beautiful, but very strong. Let me tell you that the book reading app I'm using recently, Myriad app, has a lot of sources, a full range of books, and fast updates. Brother Guangmu, don't you welcome me so? Bai leaked a smile, looking at the closed hall. Click. The main hall slowly opened, and a burly man who was running dark gold walked out of it. His eyes were sunken, his nose was high, and his jaw was wide. Bai. After the two looked at each other, each showed a strong momentum. Guangmu Tianzuan was slightly surprised and said, "You don't think that you can defeat me with a Dharma body?" Haha, Brother Guangmu is too admirable, and am not here to talk to you. Bai smiled awkwardly. His Dharmakaya is really not a wide-eyed opponent. After all, the opponent is one of the 108 divine envoys. If you want to be so unbearable, wouldn't it be a shame for the owner to take it out? Before the fall of the gods, he specifically explained to a few of them that they must be treated kindly to these old men who have not fallen. They must not be suppressed or forced. If they leave, let them go at any time. There were indeed some people who were afraid of death and escaped a catastrophe, such as Wu Zhuo. But Guangmu Tianzuan was different. He fell asleep in Zhangzhou after being injured and didn't participate later. When he woke up, the gods fell. He didn't want to go, and he didn't want to wait for the arrangements of the 4 halls, so he kept hiding in this hall. I don't know how many years have passed. Come in. Guangmu reached out his hand and made a pleased gesture. After all, it was something left by Qixin, and he wouldn't be too much, although he still had the arrogance of the past. The two entered the hall and took their seats. Bai went straight to the point and explained the current situation. The true spirit is revived, the highest trial is opened, and the patriarch's palace is established. As for the surprise change in Liuzhou, it is all trivial, which is not worth mentioning. When Guangmu Tianzuan heard the real spirit resurrecting, he inherited many memories of Qixin. His eyes were a little moist. As the messenger of the gods fell but did not stay with his old man. These years he has been living in guilt so that he could not leave Zhangzhou. Am afraid of meeting acquaintances and being laughed at. You know, back then, the 3 major gods of the progeny of the gods have all fallen, and the 18 gods will not be spared. The fallen, and the severely injured and sleeping, have not been able to recover until now. Among the gods, he was spared alone. At the beginning, the gods fell, and the gods were unwilling to live, and all followed the gods to settle in the tomb of the gods and set up their graves. Looking at him again, he is alive now. There is nowhere to die if he wants to die. Bai said the key at first sight, and immediately made a request to come out of the mountain. Brother Guangmu, the highest trial is to find the inheritor for the master. This is the rule set by the master at the time. Now that the trial is opened, it is about to enter the 4 secret realms, but the secret realm is turbulent, which is not suitable for the trial. Practice. Don't look at Bai's impulsiveness at ordinary times. The chi-oriented heart in his body is not fake. He also has the wisdom that Xianyi has. Hearing the death of the god, Guangmu Tianzuan was really moved. Guangmu was surprised at first. The four secret realms are turbulent? Yes. Bai watched a play and quickly continued. As soon as the world has just stabilized today, in Liuzhou, great changes have occurred. The teleportation array has been destroyed, and the main hall of the branch hall represents the facade of the gods. There was a rampage on the spot, as well as the realm. Not long ago, the forest of 10,000 treasury was turbulent and almost destroyed the entire realm. It was resolved by Master True Spirit himself, but it didn't take long before the heaven realm had a problem. With that said, Bai couldn't help but lower his head and began to curse that he was useless, because the things the master entrusted to him back then were not done well. Chapter 53:26. Fleeing the strongest power began to spread throughout the ancient boat, and the fisherman sitting on the boat stood up directly. Let's go. The voice of the old man with goat horns was deep. Glancing back, taking another look at the people below, Jin Wushuang withdrew his gaze. This place would soon become ruins, and even the entire Liuzhou would be engulfed. Boom! The void shattered, and the power erupting from the ancient boat made the surrounding mountain ranges tremble. When the people below looked up in confusion, the ancient boat was still in place, but Jin Wushuang and the old man with goat horns were actually millions of miles away. This speed had exceeded the limits of space, even challenging the Tier 6 Emperor. It was beyond ordinary comprehension. However, the old man with sheep horns still felt pressure, emanating from within the city of Sheruo. The sun and moon shone brightly, two huge suns radiating light, spreading from Sheruo City, shaking the entire Liuzhou. Jin Wushuang turned his head to look back. In the dazzling light, there was a small black dot behind them. With a slight movement, his gaze deepened. It's him. That small black dot was none other than the Tier 6 Emperor, manipulating a damaged palace, trailing behind them. Although his speed was slower than theirs, he had not allowed the distance to widen. Jin Wushuang had sensed some intentions from the other party long ago, and now, trailing behind them, it raised suspicions in him. The teleportation array was destroyed, and there was a sudden upheaval in Liuzhou. The hidden secrets were probably related to his arrival and had a connection with that formidable figure from the demonic path. The ancient boat sped quickly. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it had already left the scope of Shangqing Palace. At this moment, Shangqing Palace was fully prepared, with several eternal treasures rising into the air. Who would have thought that just an hour ago, Shangqing Palace was still in a state of peace, with comings and goings. And now, they had to flee directly. Venerable Lihua had fallen, and Sheruo City had been destroyed. The entire Liuzhou was going to be destroyed in an instant. Is this the ancient era? Indeed, it was brutal. You little devil from the demonic path. Yin Sanmu instantly turned around, and a third eye appeared fiercely on his forehead. Innate beast eye. No wonder he was named Yin Sanmu. Jin Wushuang momentarily looked dazed. In the sky, a giant human-shaped antelope appeared, its horns piercing through the heavens. You go on the ancient boat first. I still need to take someone with me. Yang Sanmu left behind these words. Before he could move, the avatar had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles. Just a moment ago, Wu's was avatar shattered, and that avatar fell in Sheruo City. Through the communication token, he had instructed Yin Sanmu in Shangqing Palace to take away a Dao Lord of the Broly clan. Now, there was no choice but to go back. The ancient boat was entirely manipulated by the fishermen. Even after the old man with the goat horns left, the speed did not diminish. Jin Wushuang had no idea whom the old man with the goat horns was going back to fetch. Before he could inquire, the figure disappeared within the space. He casually took out a jade slip. Damn it! Jin Wushuang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Now, behind him, there were many emperors fleeing, and their speed was not slow. He had already encountered several. With so many people fleeing together, they were bound to be caught up with. Although he didn't know who the terrifying presence that destroyed Liuzhou was, he could sense the unparalleled horror in the opponent's aura. Once encountered, it would be death. The target was too conspicuous. He couldn't escape with this group of people. Understanding this, Jin Wushuang immediately commanded the fishermen, Go to North Muzhangzhou. Heading north to Hanzhou was close to the border of Liuzhou, but also more likely to be caught up. It was better to change direction and go to North Muzhangzhou, where a truly extraordinary powerhouse sat in command. Although not on good terms with the temple, they wouldn't stand by and watch others desecrate North Muzhangzhou. The fisherman standing at the bow of the boat paused for a moment, then, as per Jian Wushuang's instructions, adjusted the direction. It would take at least a whole day to travel from this location to North Muzhangzhou. Taoist Liu Yang, who was following behind, manipulated the damaged ancient hull. Seeing the slight adjustment in the direction of the ancient boat, his eyes flickered. "Elder, are we not going to Hanzhou?" Zhu Bachi asked cautiously. Liu Yang nodded slightly and said, "Hanzhou is too close. Even if we go there, it's still fleeing. It's better to go to North Muzhangzhou, where there is the suppression of Guangmu Tianzuan. No one can offend there." Guangmu Tianzuan, a Tier 6 emperor who survived from ancient times, a former one of the 108 divine envoys who followed Qishan. Later, he settled in Qishan Temple but did not get along with the four temples. He had been sitting in his own lair in North Muzhangzhou ever since. "Hee, aren't you very interested in the golden sword? The kid in front has 12 golden swords in his hands." Liu Yang Daoist said with a sinister smile. 12 golden swords. Don't mention a Dao Lord sword cultivator. Even a Tier 4 emperor would be envious. Could it be? Zhu Baxia quickly caught on. However, what he knew was only about killing and looting. Just now, when the old man with goat horns left, the two of them paid careful attention. Now, on the ancient boat in front, there was only Jian Wushuang. A Dao Lord, no matter how extraordinary, could he contend with a Tier 5 emperor? Zhu Bachi, being a giant in the demonic path, naturally carried a demonic nature in his temperament. He didn't care about the opponent's identity or background. As a Tier 5 emperor, Taoist Liu Yang valued not the golden swords on Jian Wushuang's body, but Jian Wushuang himself. If he could capture Jian Wushuang alive and hand him over to that senior, he might receive substantial rewards and even have the opportunity to advance to the Tier 6 emperor. And that ancient boat, he also coveted its existence, a top-tier spatial treasure. Its speed far exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 6 emperor. Many Tier 5 emperors did not possess such a rare eternal treasure. How could he not covet it? With the shock in Liuzhou, the death of an inheritor would probably go unnoticed. Liu Yang's face revealed a killing intent, and his speed increased once again. The ancient boat's speed was fast, but it was stable. Without the presence of the old goat horn man, although the speed hadn't changed, it had lost the crucial element of security. Looking back again, the small dot behind had disappeared. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to relax, a dazzling black light suddenly struck. Boom! The dazzling light struck the ancient ship directly, producing a terrifying buzzing sound. Jian Wushuang's ears buzzed, and he only reacted after a while. Raising his eyebrows and looking back, Liu Yang's damaged ancient palace had somehow reached in front of him. In just a short while, it threw him behind again and rushed to the front. Although this terrifying attack could not harm him temporarily, his heart power was anxious. Hastily sending a message to the old goat-horned old man, Jian Wushuang found that the identity token had been locked. This crisis was too immense. Jian Wushuang didn't know what to do for a moment. The old goat-horned man had been gone for half a day, and there was still no sign. A bad premonition arose in Jian Wushuang's heart. If Yang Samu were to fall, he would be truly finished. The identity token was ineffective again. He could only rely on the aura of the ancient boat, praying that the old goat-horned man could find him. As for the sneak attack by Taoist Liu Yang, he had to rely on the ancient boat to endure it. Although he had a top-tier innate treasure armor and a body that underwent eternal indestructible 10 refinements, facing a peak Tier 5 emperor was a different matter. Chapter 53:27. This caused the group of city lord mansions who were looking after the teleportation formation to almost fall to the ground. The emperor who was sitting here in the temple directly sent the headquarters, and was so scared that he did not dare to go out. There are 2 emperors of the 6th order, and there are more than 100 powerful men who can rival the emperors of the 6th order. This force was enough to smooth out several nearby states. Bai and they were hiding well. The emperor of the Yuan palace didn't notice it at all. And at this time they rushed to Liuzhou, didn't stay here at all, got out of the city, directly rushed towards Liuzhou. Among these people, Guangmu also knew a lot, and he even looted a lot of them personally, and many of them were defeated by his men. Watching these people leave, Bai Yi shook his head. These mindless people, no matter how many people go to Liuzhou now, they can't find Jian Wushuang, because they walked out of the direction. Jian Wushuang fled from the southeast towards this big city, obviously looking at the map. It's also close to Hangzhou, but the city of Hangzhou is much farther than this one. And there are no strong people in Hangzhou. The reason why Jian Wushuang fled towards Baimazhangzhou, I'm afraid he also knows the existence of Guangmu Tianzuan here. Bai quickly promoted Jian Wushuang's idea. It is a pity that the strong man in the Yuan Lao Palace has not considered this at all. He can't contact Jian Wushuang now, and can't find young Sanmu, so he can only plunge into Liuzhou and search aimlessly. At the same time, outside Shero City, Wu's Wadharma body exploded and fell, forming a huge barrier, trapping King White for an entire hour. That barrier consumes at least 3 eternal treasures of power. After the White King broke free, relying on that induction, his figure rose to the sky, turned into a streamer, and headed towards the north head of Zhangzhou. Jian Wushuang is already very close to the north eye of Zhangzhou. If it hadn't been for the Luyang Taoist behind him to keep attacking and stop Guzhou, he would have arrived in Zhangzhou now. Looking at the distance, it will take him at least half an hour to reach Zhangzhou, and then it will take another quarter of an hour to reach the largest city in Zhangzhou, Baimu, and the only city with a teleportation array, Beishan City. Taoist Luyang, you are not afraid that I will tell the people in the White Tiger Hall what happened today. By then, you will have no place to settle in the 4 great secret realms, and you will definitely fall. Jian Wushuang looked at the hall behind him and shouted loudly. Tao, if the opponent is not attacking, he can be faster. Just now, he felt a huge threat, as if a beast broke through the cage and was attacking in his direction. He was really afraid that he would be overtaken by that terrorist existence before he reached Beishan City. The old man with horns has not returned. Either he has fallen, or is trapped by something. Now he can only rely on himself, keep pulling the banner, first scare the Taoist Luyang, or he won't even be able to sit on the teleportation formation. Now he is alone, no one protects him. How to face this 5th Order Peak Emperor? Taoist Luyang stood outside the gate of the main hall with deep eyes, looking at Jian Wushuang, and said frantically, You stinky boy, do you think the old man was scared? Even if you let the people of the temple chase me down, you have to survive and talk about it. Yang Sanmu has been trapped by him, and now he cannot protect himself. As long as he drags Jian Wushuang, or grabs Jian Wushuang, and dedicate him to the White King, he will be able to obtain countless treasures and be ranked 6th. At that time, I will find a hidden place and hide for hundreds of epochs. Everything has subsided. He is also a 6th Order Emperor. He really doesn't believe that because of a Taoist monarch, the temple will chase and kill him, a 6th Order Emperor. This account, the temple should be clear. And Jian Wushuang has no news now. Even if he is killed, no one knows that he did it. With sufficient confidence, he didn't believe in Jian Wushuang's style. Seeing that he can't move the other party, Jian Wushuang is not talking nonsense. The only thing he can do now is to pray for the old man to come back, or there is a peak power in Beishan City to answer him. Otherwise, once he stops, Taoist Luyang can attack him instantly and capture him alive. If he doesn't stop to take the teleportation array, he has been flying on the ancient boat, and he wants to return to the Zhengzhou Yuan Lao Palace, which is estimated to be millions of years. Although Liuzhou is very close to Zhengzhou, according to the distance on the map, he can't reach it within 1,000,000 years. This doesn't work. If he arrives at Beishan City and the old man with horns has not returned, he can only bite the bullet and continue to escape. Just got this idea. The fisherman at the bow of the boat flickered his eyes, turned his head and said stiffly, The master has explained that, if necessary, I will block all threats for you. Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. He didn't expect this unsightly fisherman puppet to have such a magical effect. Then I thought about it. The person behind is the 5th-tier pinnacle, and he immediately asked, The man chased by the rear, the 5th-tier pinnacle emperor, can you stop it? I can resist 10 breaths. The fisherman replied stiffly. Jian Wushuang knew it and immediately said, enough. 10 breaths. He had already sat on the teleportation formation and fled to Yuanyang Lake. He swears that the first thing after returning to Yuanyang Lake is to ask Wu's what to send him back to the primitive world. Never stay in the heavens for another quarter of an hour. This road is simply too scary. When he encounters such a strong person, he can't resist and can only sit and wait for death. May not be able to escape. This is a very desperate thing. Running with speed and time, he soon arrived at Baimuzhangzhou. Somehow, after entering Baimuzhangzhou, the latent fear in his heart actually weakened a lot. There is still a quarter of an hour, and it will be here soon. Jian Wushuang put away his thoughts and kept his strength at the peak. The madness and slayer armor had appeared on his body. Beast God domain also suddenly exploded in the next moment. A pair of huge wings opened and closed. He is ready to jump into the teleportation array at any time. Luyang Taoist behind him is more anxious than him. What is this kid thinking? He wouldn't think that I would dare not move him when entering Beishan City. When Taoist Luyang turned his mind, he turned his hand and took out a dark red pill, turned his head to look at Zhu Bacha and said, if there is a change later, you can take this pill. With its magic power, you can use the 8-armed demon will stop Jian Wushuang for a moment. Hearing the 8-armed demon, wishing Bacchus' eyes are hot, nodded heavily. The 6-armed demon is already comparable to the 13 great swords. The legendary 8-armed demon is much stronger than the Taya heritage. In the history of the Celestial Demon Gate, the Celestial Demon Body that can display 8 arms can advance to the 6th Order Emperor. He is a Taoist monarch who can barely use the 8-armed demon body. As long as he understands one of them, he can benefit infinitely. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53:28. But when I thought I was facing the sword Wushuang of the heaven-defying Tao Sovereign, I wish Bacha courageous and careful, and after accepting the pill, I began to prepare for the next battle. If there is no accident, Jian Wushuang will not stop. This is the best way. The one behind him can catch up quickly. Although he failed to catch Jian Wushuang alive, he was still able to lead the way and guide him to obtain a lot of treasures. If Jian Wushuang really has anything to rely on and dares to settle down in this city, he will definitely leave it behind. As for the rumors of Guangmu Tianzuan, he also knows one or two, but he shouldn't be so unlucky. Luyang Heart Chassis calculated, the existence behind him can be reached in a quarter of an hour, and it is almost a quarter of an hour from Beishan City. There was a gap of 10 breaths in the middle. He only needs to stop Jian Wushuang for 10 breaths to complete the task. In his origin, a golden token was engraved with shadow and trembled. Soon. Jian Wushuang is also coming soon. You can reach Kitayama Castle in no time, and it's a desperate moment. The strength of the fisherman is not clear to him, but he can block the 6 breaths of Taoist Luyang, and he wants to come to at least the ordinary 5th Order Emperor level. There is still great hope for a puppet of this level, desperately resisting 10 breaths. The rest is up to his own good fortune. A group of pinnacle powerhouses in the Senate Palace in the southern Zhangzhou area, far away from them countless spaces, happened to pass by Jian Wushuang and others out of their own perception. If Jian Wushuang had gone to Hangzhou, he might still meet, but now it seems unlikely. He can only pray silently, and Guangmu Tianzuan can take action. Rubbing the jade board on the thumb, now I can only rely on it. As long as they are the peak powerhouses who have followed the gods, they should know this board, and as long as they see this board, they should all help. Boom. Without waiting for him to think, a black glare struck again, interrupting his thoughts and causing Gu Zhou to pause again. Jian Wushuang stabilized his figure, turned his head and looked back. His eyes became extremely sharp. Humph! A 5th Order Emperor, as long as he succeeds in the path, his combat power may be able to go straight to the 4th Order Emperor. With the strength of his space origin, it won't take long for him to enter the 5th level. With his origin, after becoming a 5th Order Emperor, Luyang, a 5th Order Emperor, can be killed by flipping his hand. As long as I can leave alive this time, I will avenge this revenge in the future. As long as he can leave alive and file a lawsuit against this attack, the Taoist of the 6 Suns will not escape death. Beishan Castle. An ancient city stretches in the mountains, but it is much worse than Shero City on the power level. Regardless of the fact that there is a fifth-tier emperor sitting in the city, but on the top of the moat, it is a lot behind Shaluo City. After all, it belongs to the barren land, and there are no ordinary people. There are only some emperors and powerful people who take refuge, and Taoists rarely come here. Since the strong men of the Yuan Lao Palace left here, the strong men in Beishan City heard about Liuzhou and fled one after another. It's just that most of these people are emperors wanted by the temple, so they dare not go to other big states, so they can only flee toward the depths of Zhangzhou. The control of the temple here is only a teleportation formation, and the rest is ignored. This is also a face for Guangmu Tianzuan, the emperors or Taoists who still dare to stay in the city. Most of them are dead pigs who are not afraid of boiling water and are holding a fluke in their hearts. Liuzhou is shocked, and everyone who escaped went to Hanzhou. And the source of the shocking change in Liuzhou, I don't know what it is now, but I heard that a terrifying existence appeared and killed Venerable Agni. Afterwards, Shero was rampant in Shero City, destroying all the teleportation formations in Liuzhou. This is obviously coming with a purpose. As long as you don't go to Liuzhou, don't you dare to come to Baimu Zhangzhou to make trouble. Although Baimu Zhangzhou is wild and there is no decent powerhouse, the name of Guangmu Tianzuan resounds throughout the Northern Territory, and its strength ranks among the top superpowers in the Northern Territory. No matter how crazy the other party is, they won't come here to find it boring. The current situation is different from what these people think. In the muddy sky, a touch of black ancient boat shuttled. The emperor in the city, when he first saw Gu Zhou, he didn't react. The next moment Gu Zhou arrived in front of him. This speed exceeds the limit of space, and it is almost time to touch. Gu Zhou had just entered Beishan City, and Luyang Taoist followed him. I really stopped here. It seems that this kid really has something to rely on. Taoist Luyang glanced coldly at the city. The city lord is just an ordinary fifth-order emperor, and he doesn't dare to make mistakes before him. The emperor who is stationed here in the temple is only tier 4. Even if he is killed, he will hide for hundreds of epochs at most, spend some treasures, and get rid of sin with just a few clicks. When the teleportation formation was still 1,000,000 miles away, Jin Wushuang roared, "It's now! Stop him!" After leaving these words, his figure flashed directly off the ancient boat, and the 10-linked flesh body broke out completely, turned into countless dark lines, and flew towards the teleportation formation. Thousands of bodies. This is the super-quality body. At the limit, his origin and divine body can be cut into countless pieces. Even if the emperor wanted to kill him, it was not that simple. His figure just left Gu Zhou. The fisherman's figure changed, and he drew a long knife from his back. Facing the Luyang Taoist who came after him, he was not afraid of death. Say 10 breaths, then 10 breaths. The ancient boat was cast in ancient times, and the fisherman was obtained from the wind demon. The strength is comparable to the fifth-order emperor, and he is not afraid of death. At the beginning, the 3 eyes of the sheep brought him, and he was going to be for the younger generation. Later, in a disaster, he put the fisherman on the ancient boat and completely became a fisherman. Luyang Taoist saw the fisherman standing in front of him and jumped down from the mutilated hull. "Go and stop Jin Wushuang. Give me 3 breaths." His voice is very confident. As long as 3 breaths, he will kill the puppet in front of him. In the mutilated hull, the black mist is missing and bursts out of the air. The fisherman wanted to stop, but the 6-armed celestial demon turned into a Taoist priest, smashed it open. "Blow me." The heavenly demon turned into by the Taoists of the 6 suns towered thousands of miles away, shattering the void with one punch, and with 6 arms, it threw out tens of thousands of punches in an instant. The fisherman's violent swordsmanship was difficult to resist, but after a few punches, the treasures on his body were shattered. Luyang Taoist sneered, and all 3 breaths were long, and 2 breaths were enough. How could a puppet who didn't even have the eternal treasure, and his combat power was weak and pitiful, how could he stop him? At the next moment, the 6-handled demon cone appeared in his hand, shining brightly, with infinite light. It's the 6 suns. Hidden in the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Beishan, who did not dare to come out, saw the battle in the sky, revealing a look of surprise. Liu Yang's combat power is terrifying. Although it is of the same rank, the strength is much worse. He can't stop it when he goes out. He can only appeal and wait for the people from the temple to come. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53:29. At the same time, Jin Wushuang was already outside the teleportation array, yelling while running away. Isn't the inheritor of the Tomb Mountain? I will confess to the White Tiger Temple quickly and come to rescue. Hidden in the dark, Bai Yi and Guangmu Tianzuan looked at each other and laughed secretly. It's this time, still pulling the banner. This inheritor is really afraid of death. When Guangmu was about to say something, when he looked at Jin Wushuang carefully, he found the pale green jade board, and his eyes shrank suddenly. This is... Bai Yi next to also notice this. The two of them couldn't believe it, especially Bai Yi. How could the personal things of the gods appear here? And they are still in the hands of an inheritor. If he remembers well, this board should have entered the tomb of God with the ambiguity. How would it appear here? Looking at the aura above, the two of them confirmed that it was definitely something of a god. How could he have this thing? Both said at the same time. Guangmu Tianzuan wondered how Jin Wushuang would have it. Could it be a disciple of Qixin? But isn't the highest trial just beginning now? No matter how fast it is, I will never give the personal things of the gods to a Taoist monarch. Bai Yi wondered how this board was born, and it clearly entered the tomb of the gods. Could it be that? He secretly guessed that he thought of the revival of the true spirit and had been to the tomb of the gods several times, and he almost cursed when he thought of this. Are there not enough treasures in the temple of Qiqi? Didn't even let go of the old master's body. As expected, he had a rebellious heart. Guangmu was just beside him. He didn't dare to swear. After this time, he must go to the Sea of Origin and ask the real spirit what is going on. I don't have any old faces anymore. One person dominates the Sea of Origin, enjoying all day, changing trials at will, not to mention these. Now even the tomb of the gods dare to move. Is there still a king's law? Bai Yi, what's the identity of this person? The matter of the tomb's sacred mountain, Guangmu didn't know at all. Bai's expression changed, and it was not easy to answer for a while, because he didn't know it too much. To ask Zhu Yi, he was responsible for the primitive world. At present, the inheritors have not yet been screened, and they have not yet settled in the 4 secret realms. This inheritor can be here, but he knows the reason, but he doesn't know his identity. He could only say vaguely, I heard that it had something to do with Shanjun, and he was moved to the 4 secret realms by the real spirit. When the two chatted casually, Jin Wushuang had already arrived at the teleportation formation. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few treasures, all of which were worth about tens of thousands of sacred stones. Quickly open the teleportation array. You can go anywhere. He didn't idle while talking, and went straight to the teleportation array. But these emperors don't eat this set. Although the city was in chaos and the emperors were fighting, they did not dare to let anyone go without the above order. Especially Jin Wushuang, a Taoist monarch. They stopped. If it were the two in the sky, they might have to do it. An enchantment blocked Jin Wushuang's path, and a black-clothed emperor stopped him in front of him. Xiao Daojun, dare to speak wildly, take it for me. Jin Wushuang's face was fierce. Seeing that the fisherman was about to be unable to hold it, the broken hall behind him also chased him up, but he was stopped. It only takes a breath, he can be teleported away, and now he is not sent to the teleportation array. He couldn't speak when he was angry. Boy, I have already sent a message to the temple. They said that there is no such person as you at all, so you will be honest. When they came to the palace of the elderly, they reported to the White Tiger Hall. But he was stopped by Bai Yi in advance and asked them to block the teleportation formation so that no one could let go. Now that Gu Zhou is gone, Jin Wushuang has nowhere to escape. Only the teleportation array can help him escape. You're looking for death, Jin Wushuang roared, and the long sword made from the source appeared in his hand. There is a Black Emperor, but he is really not afraid of second-order combat power. Facing a Taoist monarch, he was actually threatened, and the Emperor in Black was also angry and shouted, arrogant. Standing in the incomplete ancient temple, Zhu Bacha saw all this and was secretly happy. Now he doesn't need him to stop him, but he still went down to the ancient palace, ready to take the opportunity to attack Jian Wushuang. He didn't dare to be careless. If Jian Wushuang escaped, he wouldn't be able to explain, and Jian Wushuang still had 12 golden swords on him. After feeling that only Zhu Bacha appeared behind him, Jian Wushuang calmed down. Fighting with this emperor now is very unfavorable to him. If it weren't for being chased by someone, he would really want to kill the Black Emperor with a single sword. The opponent's spatial origin is not as powerful as him. Although his Kendo origin is not yet complete, he is still very confident in dealing with this kind of half-hanging emperor. This kind of second-order emperor still relies on the treasure to pile up, and it is no different from those first-order emperors outside. Now his combat power is 10,000 times Divine Body, Super Grade 10 Refined Physical Body, and the ultimate Kendo has reached the 7th level, which can be the level of harmony. Jidao even stepped into the 6th level, and the power of swallowing reached its peak. There is no threat under the Emperor. Among the Emperors, in the 4 great secret realms, it is difficult for the Emperor of the 3rd Order to threaten him. Facing the Emperor in black, Jian Wushuang let out a cold snort and instantly turned around, killing Zhu Bacha, who was backward. Yep. I wish Bacha was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to even dare to look back, and immediately exploded and revealed the incarnation of the 6-armed demon. The Divine Body also exploded to 10,000 times, a level equivalent to Jian Wushuang. But his physical body, although incarnate as a 6-armed demon, it is only at the level of a high-grade physical body, and Jian Wushuang is not at the same level. Not to mention the origin, it is nothing short of it. Dead. Heaven's penalty came in an instant, and a sword rushed into the sky. I wish Bacha hard to resist. 6 arms burst, and none of them can stop. How can he be so strong? Wow. He didn't expect to fight head-on. He couldn't hold Jian Wushuang's move. The dorsal fin was surging. He swallowed the dark red pill in one mouthful, and instantly 2 arms grew again. 8-armed demon. The divine body and the physical body doubled again, but the origin remains the same, and the improvement is limited. Fortunately, it was difficult to block this sword. The next moment, before he could react, Jian Wushuang had already arrived behind him, and he hadn't even noticed his strange body and speed. An arm passed through his chest. Swallow. Jian Wushuang clenched a fist and swallowed it like a flood, rushing into Zhu Baca's body, breaking it down instantly. Kill this kind of guy. He has used 2 tricks to give the right face. If he knew he could still improve, he would have rushed forward and smashed Zhu Baca's head with a punch. The Emperor in black who was watching this scene was terrified, and the next moment several Emperors rushed out to guard the teleportation formation. Wow! A large number of origins were swallowed by Jian Wushuang, and by the way, an ancient magic attack was decomposed from the origins of Zhu Bacha. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53:30. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. The incarnation of the demon strengthens the uniqueness of the divine body and the flesh. This kind of faculty is not available in the outside world. After entering the Temple of Qishan, he has not obtained any faculty. This is the first faculty. It's just that I don't have time to think about it now. After putting away the Sumeru mustard, I looked at the battle in the sky in the distance. Now he has nowhere to escape. The fisherman had blocked 3 breaths, but he was already broken, breaking the demon cone, slamming on his body time and time again. The vitality core in the body shook, so this puppet can still maintain its peak combat power. The puppet that Feng Demon shot was really extraordinary. Damn it, kill it for me. Lu Yang attacked frantically while paying attention to the teleportation array. Seeing Jian Wushuang standing desperately outside the teleportation formation, he was completely relieved, but for the sake of safety, he still didn't dare to be careless. Directly used his trump card to disintegrate the puppet fisherman with the momentum of thunder. 6 arms, grasping the fisherman's limbs and head, looked at him with grim eyes and said gloomily, "I'm going to see how strong you are." Chi chi chi. After a tearing sound, Taoist Lu Yang roared, and the fisherman was completely torn into pieces by him. Then the six hands were united, a dazzling light flashed, and there was no fisherman in the sky, and finally turned into ashes. Only one ancient boat was left. 5 breaths. It was almost as he expected, but it was half the fisherman's estimate. This is the difference between puppets and life. The strength of a puppet is fixed, but there are unlimited possibilities in life. Facing Luyang Taoist, Jian Wushuang was not prepared to die. Now that there are no back players, there is only one fight to the death. Besides, that terrifying existence is already very close, and he can come with a few breaths, and he must stay here today. If he really fell, it was not others who killed him, but the emperors of those temples. Jian Wushuang's anger burst into his forehead. Taoist Luyang arrived in an instant, looked at Jian Wushuang and sneered, "Why? Not convinced? Going crazy. It's ridiculous." For the sake of safety, he didn't take the lead in attacking Jian Wushuang, but rushed into the teleportation array and damaged it wantonly. The teleportation formation here is only the lowest level, and the defense is average, and he can completely destroy it after several shots. Against the Taoist Luyang, Jian Wushuang didn't have any confidence, and he didn't have the ability to fight back, but he had complete certainty against the black-clothed emperor who stopped him. "Let's get an operation on you." The sword has no double-faced color like a dead person, and it has become sallow. The emperor in black dared not resist facing the Taoist's 6 sons, and could only disperse to one side. Some timid emperors had already rushed towards the temple. The formation there is more powerful, and their duty is to guard the teleportation formation. Now that the teleportation formation is destroyed, there is no need to stay. Just send the matter back to the headquarters. Among the black-clothed emperors who were avoiding everywhere, there was the one who stopped him earlier. Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared into the space and appeared in front of the Black Emperor in the next moment. What are you going to do?" The Black Emperor said angrily. Taoist Luyang went crazy. They were powerless to stop. They had no choice but to leave, and now Jian Wushuang actually stopped him. Jian Wushuang had a hideous face, like an evil spirit, and said coldly, "What do you say I want?" Boom! A faint thought power spread out, and the next moment it burst. One thought of the universe. "It's been a long time since I tried my best." In the 10,000 years in the demon suppression space, he was suffocated for a long time, and since he came out he didn't have a decent opponent. Now it is a very good whetstone against the Black Emperor. It's not too much to pull a backing before death. Wow! The absolute immortal formation came out with the power of thought, the most difficult enemy killer today, and his strongest battle formation. Sword Dao was upgraded to the 7th level, and Ji Dao also reached the 6th level. Using the strongest absolute immortal formation, it could burst out 720 swords. 720 strongest phantom swords are floating around. "Kill me!" Jian Wushuang roared. The Emperor in black wanted to resist, but was unable to fight back. Surrounded by the sword formation, he had no chance at all. "Do not! You dare to kill me! I am the guardian of the temple." The Black Emperor was not reconciled. He also didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so strong that he could even kill him. How could a Taoist make a strong city like this? This scene also shocked the Taoists of the 6 sons. There have been a lot of things against the sky, such as the Taoist beheading the emperor, but usually some first-order emperors, or some wounded emperors, are killed. Now Jian Wushuang beheaded a second-order emperor, and the opponent's strength was intact. This is too strong. No wonder it caused Shadowpin's existence to expose his identity and kill all the way. Shireiqi and Tianzuan Guangmu, who were hiding in the dark, were not too surprised by this. Bai is a puppet and is not interested in this. Guangmu Tianzuan, who had lived in ancient times, had seen a lot of heaven-defying Dao monarchs, and there were even some heaven-defying monarchs, which was even more amazing than this. Moreover, most of the powerhouses in the 4 great secret realms are descendants of ancient times. The strengths are not uniform, and compared with the real ancient monks, they are far behind. Compared with him, he is also the 6th order peak emperor. He is much stronger than the ancient descendants in the 4 great secret realms, and he can sweep across the same level. But in the ancient times, there were still a lot of those ancient Xiao stronger than him. Although the Qishan line is strong, it still cannot fully represent the ancient times. Among the emperors, the real invincible existence is still those gods and generals. The strength of the 108 messengers can only be regarded as the absolute top, and the gods represent the symbol of invincibility. Under the cosmos, God will go out of his way, and there will be nothing that cannot be solved. Each is the ultimate emperor, with strength against the sky. Although the outside world does not have a strong inheritance, the ultimate existence is a lot more. He heard by mention that there are thousands of ultimate Tao monarchs in the 4 great secret realms now, as well as in the primitive world. More than 200 ultimate existences. There are so many masters of the ultimate way. In the ancient times, countless years have accumulated, and there are only so many. Unexpectedly, the outside world now has such a strong nurturing power. What they don't know is that now the external pressure is huge. The primitive universe has to nurture some powerful existences to protect itself. As for the more than 1,000 ultimate princes, they almost cleared hundreds of nearby universes before collecting so many people. He was treated as a treasure by the true spirit, hiding on a small island in Yuanyang Lake, and was also receiving some inheritance, directly avoiding the previous trials. There are also some immortals among them. Just mastering the ultimate way, it is not suitable to send to the outer hall, so they stay in the 4 secret realms. Guangmu Tianzuan looked at Jian Wushuang with emotion. No wonder he would get something close to the gods. His strength was so heavenly, even in ancient times, he would be cultivated as an emperor. Chapter 53:31. Wan Dao's sword sovereign, the emperor in black, finally turned into ashes, leaving no trace of breath. Since the ultimate Kendo entered the 7th level, some of the structures in the Juxian formation gradually did not suit him, but they hadn't been almost improved yet. It seems that he will have no chance in the future. The towering demon incarnation destroyed half of Beishan City. The city lord who was sitting here had already ran to the depths of Zhangzhou with people, not daring to leak his head. I was afraid that Luyang would go crazy and would kill him too. Click. Jian Wushuang, whose physical body has reached the limit, exudes a colorful halo. Taoist of the 6 Suns, I have no grievances with you. Why do I have to get to this point? Although he guessed that the identity of the 6 Suns is unusual, it may be the opposition forces in the Temple of Qishan, but now there is no other way. Hope the opponent will not directly kill the killer. As long as the time is delayed, there will always be miracles. The true spirit gave him all the jade boards of the gods, and he should be valued very much. As long as he held it for a while, the true spirit might appear. The Taoist Lu Yang smashed some black-clothed emperors casually, and his towering body overlooked the little bit Jian Wushuang, revealing a touch of hideousness. Jian Wushuang, don't be clever. Even if the temple master comes today, he won't be able to save you. Lu Yang's voice was very gloomy. He is very loyal to the Shadow Sect, and has always had great expectations of the Shadow Sect. I hope that that day Shadow Sect defeats the temple and truly controls the 4 secret realms. From this point of view, Taoist Lu Yang didn't know enough about Qishan Temple. When Jian Wushuang heard the Lord of the Temple, he immediately thought of the 4 halls that the old man Yang Jiao said. He was the territory of the Lord Zhu Yi in the primitive world. This is the site of the White Tiger Palace Lord. Taoist of 6 Suns, you must not be deceived. The 4 secret realms are different from what you think. The Lord of the Temple is not the strongest of the 4 secret realms at all. There are many people who are more powerful than him. He was right. The 4 secret realms really didn't belong to the White Tiger Palace. The real controller was the true spirit. Taoist Lu Yang has been a member of the Shadow Sect since he was very weak. How could he be frightened by this and sneered, "You arrogant boy, don't think that you come from the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, and you feel that you have enough knowledge. I know God better than you." With that, he pointed to the sky above. From Lu Yang's point of view, the power of Shadow Sect was not something that Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, could imagine. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang understood that the other party was a fool, like a trapped beast in a cage, sitting on a well and watching the sky. Not to mention strength, he knows a lot more than Taoist Lu Yang. He at least knew that this was the Temple of Qishan. The outside world is the sky and the sea. Here is a birdcage. Boom. In the sky in the distance, a white-haired man was extremely fast, much faster than Gu Zhou. Jian Wushuang had already arrived in front of him when he sensed the opponent. Looking at the man in front of him, he couldn't help trembling. His breath was extremely terrifying. He was almost like Shan Jun, but Shan Jun was injured and suppressed at the beginning, which may not be his true strength. Gray hair? Jian Wu's eyes leaked surprise. White hair is not the key is the breath, which is actually very similar to him. It is the breath of perfect flesh. Could it be that the opponent is also a super-grade flesh body? Inheritor. The White King who had just arrived revealed greed in his eyes. The physical similarity made him instantly understand that the inheritor in front of him was actually a super-quality physical body, which was even more perfect than he had imagined. King Bai looked up to the sky and roared, making no secret of his greedy color, and laughed and said, "God is helping me." Super-quality flesh, complete Tao. Once this inheritor is taken away, he will be stronger in the future than it is now. He is now relying on external forces. Although his body is perfect and his origin is comparable to the ultimate, he is ultimately limited, only 3 days. After seizing this inheritor, according to the gods, he will obtain everything from the inheritor, including the origin and the divine body, as well as the physical body. The Taoist Liu Yang, who was standing on the side, saw King Bai. Although he didn't know him, he knew that it was the predecessor of the Shadow Sect who had arrived. Below, Liu Yang, the 14th generation disciple of Shadow Sect, has seen the predecessors. Taoist Liu Yang took away the incarnation of the demon and changed his way, kneeling down on one knee, holding his chest with one hand, respectfully. King White had no interest in him. He just nodded, took out a mustard seed at will, and threw it to the other party. There are many treasures in it, but compared with Jian Wushuang, it's not much. This is also the rule set by the gods. Treasures are nothing, but Liu Yang Taoist talents are important. This is the pattern. If there is no such rule, he can kill the opponent out of his breath, save a large amount of treasure, and keep it for himself in the future. Wouldn't it be better? The gap is here. Jian Wushuang looked at all this with despair in his eyes. Looking at the other person's eyes, he couldn't die easily. This place is not suitable for long. You also follow me. The White King stopped for 2 or 3 breaths. He didn't have a long time, so he didn't dare to delay. The back road was planned long ago, and now the evacuation couldn't be better, and there was no strong man in the temple along the way. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes slightly. This time he was dead. At this moment, he was relieved, did not hate other people, but hated that he was not strong enough. He has to admit that his luck has been good enough. Although the energy is difficult and dangerous, he has achieved what he is today. If it really falls this time, it's nothing. He, who had reached the 5th level of mental strength, could see him better than the emperor. I fate forever. This life is enough. If there is a chance, he will not hesitate. Just when he was desperate, a faint breath rose in an instant, but it was here in an instant. Mr. Bai, you are afraid that you won't be able to take him away today. Bai Yi and Guangmu Tianzuan stepped out side by side, and there were 5 Sixth Order emperors in all directions, already surrounded. The 5 black-robe emperors instantly rose up a large formation, surrounding them all. The broad-eyed Tianzuan yelled even more, his figure soaring, a pair of incomparably big eyes, illuminating the world. Bai Yi is a silver armor with a long knife in his hand, and the aura exuding from above is enough to destroy the world. After discovering that he was surrounded, Liu Yang panicked instantly. King Bai also leaked a surprised look. He didn't notice Bai Yi's ambush, which was beyond his expectation. However, after discovering that Bai Yi came only after the incarnation, the heart he was holding was also let go. A Dharmakaya, you are as stupid as Wu Zhua. As soon as the voice fell, the battle started. Rumble. A broad black robe flew out and instantly swept him and the Taoist Liu Yang. There was a terrifying battle in the outside world. The White King, one man fights 7 emperors. Among them, the strongest person, Guangmu Tianzan's combat power has also reached the top, but compared with the White King, it is still weaker. The origin and the divine body are much different. The origin of the White King has been exhausted, and now it is the origin of 10,000 ways. In short, it is not his origin. Use 1 point less 1 point. Chapter 53:32. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, but the 68,000 times the divine body is genuine. If he confronts Guangmu alone, he can still get away, but there is Baiyi's law bodies beside him. Regardless of just the law bodies, the combat power is actually close to the top. The law bodies are so strong, the true bodies can be paid off. No wonder the gods told him that he could escape when he met Baiyi's real body, and he didn't even mention whether he could fight. The remaining 5 unidentified emperors, forming a large formation, can also be comparable to the most powerful ones. There are 3 great fighters. In the Tomb of the Gods, not all of the powerful special beings are superb. After reaching the 6th rank, some of them have ordinary strength, which is stronger than their flesh and blood beings, but they are not much stronger. The other 5 emperors are okay. They just form a battle formation, which can trap him, but can't suppress him. If one-on-one, only 3 or 5 moves can be broken. King Bai's eyes flashed and his body suddenly twisted. Go straight to the battle formation formed by the 5 emperors. A bunch of idiots. Boom. King Bai blasted out with a punch and immediately retreated from the battlefield. When he wanted to chase and kill him, the 2 of Guangmu Tianzuan and Baiyi instantly attacked, and they had to give up. If you want to break the game, you can only solve the weakest first. He gritted his teeth and resisted the 2 of them, and was going to break the battlefield. The White King, whose divine body almost surpassed the limit of the emperor, soared to hundreds of millions of miles, covering the sky and the sun. A grasp of the void, the might of the sky. Broken. One word came out, as if the words came out and the law followed, directly breaking the battlefield, and the 5 emperors vomited blood and retreated. The goal is achieved, as long as it is defeated, and now there is no time to kill them all. Bai's eyes grew colder. This time he miscalculated, and he also looked up at the Yuan Palace. He thought he could pick up a leak or put it to the end, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so powerful, which caused him to fall into a difficult position. I couldn't suppress King Bai, but now he and Guangmu are left, and the chances of wanting to keep each other are very small. I knew that my 2 Dharmakayas came together, but now I have to waste a treasure to win him, Baiyi said regretfully. After Guangmu heard this, his eyes leaked joy, and he hurriedly said, Baiyi, if you have a treasure, use it. The origin of this servant is too weird, and it will change when you are late. As he said, the origin of the White King becomes stronger as he fights, but also less and less. He really wants to drag on. He is afraid that both of them will have to explain here. The opponent's combat power is among the divine envoys, and can also be ranked in the forefront. The 2 of them are not opponents yet. If Baiyi's deity comes, he can still win the opponent, but now a Dharma body is a little stronger than Wu's was Dharma body. It will not have much effect at all. It is okay to kill some native monarchs in the 4 secret realms. It's not that simple to meet these old guys. Okay, please also ask Brother Guangmu to hold him. I need a little time, Baiyi said in a low voice, and there was an extra ball in his hand. It was covered with a layer of frost. This is the first gate in the north, the highest eternal treasure that came up first, and it is also a one-time treasure. Once used, it is gone. At this moment, it is too late to feel distressed. This time to save Jian Wushuang, he must go to Zhu Yi to ask for a treasure to make up for himself. He didn't want Zhu Yi to have so many treasures. Facing the hundreds of millions of miles of King Bai, Guangmu Tianzan's eyes looked at the world, and he looked at each other in anger. Rebel, you have forgotten whose courtier you are. You dare to make a mistake here. As the messenger of the gods, Guangmu Tianzuan is extremely majestic. Although his strength is a little worse than the opponent, his aura is extremely fierce. King Bai didn't want to eat him. Although he was taken aback at first, he was a little frightened. But I don't know how long it has been since the gods have fallen. He sneered and said, It's a waste dog that doesn't want to be buried. Install. If your master has the heart, how can you be here? You are just a trash abandoned by the ancient times, and you dare to be a mad dog in front of you. When I was in ancient times, you were not born yet. A series of verbal abuse pierced into the heart and flesh of Guangmu Tianzuan, and he was angry with his flash hat and directly shot into the sky. You are looking for death. Guangmu Tianzuan shouted angrily. The 2 played against each other, Only in a moment, the powerful aura spread to the entire Zhangzhou, and the 100,000 mountains trembled. Puff. Guangmu's heart was shocked. A powerful source struck, and he was actually injured. "Haha, Guangmu, can you dare to fight the divine body?" King Bai defiantly said. Just now the origin attack, he was actually at the end of the crossbow. That strand of origin was almost consumed by him. The divine body was able to last for 3 days, and the origin could not be maintained for a moment. Guangmu Tianzuan looked solemn and said coldly, "Don't say a punch. I will take your life." "Huh, arrogant." King Bai leaked a trace of disdain, and the broad-eyed Tianzuan was not afraid to flash his tongue. 68,000 times the divine body is much stronger than the special lives of the divine tomb. With his full punch, it is not easy for Guangmu to take it. Really desperately, it's really not impossible for him to kill Guangmu in 3 days. Seeing Bai retreat, he knew that these two people still have a backhand. Now it is not the time to desperately, and when there is no trouble formation, Bai is starting the backhand again. Now is his only chance to escape unravel. Who knows what is waiting for Bai? If he can't go, he is stupid. He squeezed in the void, and a powerful divine power condensed into one extreme point. This punch was like the material power of a world, bursting from one point, eventually evolved into a world, born from the void to the void. Space cohesion. Breaking the law with force is really true. The punch of the divine body could actually shatter the origin of the wide area space, causing his figure to fall into a dark turbulence. Boom. With a punch, he shuttled through the space, directly in front of Guangmu. Faced with this punch, Guangmu Tianzuan turned his eyebrows, and this punch could not be avoided. He could only take it hard. Jin Wushuang, who was put into his sleeve robe, felt that momentum through the induction of space, and this power made his mind tremble. The outside fighting lasted for less than a few breaths, but every time he fought, the space he was in could tremble, and even showed signs of breaking. Standing in the dark corner, the Taoist Liu Yang was also surprised by the fighting outside. He was stronger than Jin Wushuang and felt the more obvious. Sixth Order Emperor? Is it really that strong? Why is it a little different from what he saw? He has seen a scene where the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Gate takes action and becomes an 8-armed heavenly demon fighting a 6th Order Emperor. That's it. How can there be such a shocking, shattered space origin? This is what the Emperor can do. Is it? He didn't even cultivate in the space to understand that since he stepped into the origin of the space, his realm has stagnated, and he can only be improved by accumulation of treasures, otherwise he would have no hope of 6th Order in his life. As the messenger of the gods, how could Guangmu Tianzuan not have some special skills? Facing that punch, the cyan armor gathered on his body, gathered his whole Buddhist supernatural power, and hit the strongest palm of his life, directly blasted out, head-on with King Bai. Chapter 53:33. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, the two meet. It's like a world being flattened by a palm, but a flat world still has the same material power. Boom. The body of Guangmu Tianzuan was instantly pushed back, and the divine body also began to drop suddenly at this moment, which had been reduced to 30,000 times. His divine body had been transformed to a limit of 50,000 times. The enchantment White King broke his divine body with a single punch, directly injuring him seriously. Too strong. It is already comparable to the gods of the year. You must know that the gods and generals of that year can be said to be the invincible existence among the emperors, and they are the strongest group of emperors in their long river of time and space. That is the ultimate emperor, and not many have reached that level in the ultimate way. How could this King White become so strong? If he remembers correctly, these people were not willing to take refuge in the Temple of Qishan at the beginning, and they were all drained of their origins, leaving only the divine body thrown into the mezzanine of the 4 great secret realms. It's not surprising that they can come out. After all, the 4 great mysteries have been running through for so many years. It is not surprising that these old guys come out, but it is a bit outrageous to have such a strong strength. After the first blow was effective, King White instantly turned around and turned into 3,000 streamers, scattered around, unexpectedly trying to escape. But when he was just dispersed, snow fluttered in the sky. A little snow falls. This scene reminded him of the Lord of Extreme Cold, an extremely powerful master of the universe. This is the realm of fame of that cold master. Wherever you are, everything turns into frost. 3,000 streamers had just dispersed and were directly frozen in the air. No matter how King Bai moved, he couldn't break free. Bai said with a relaxed look and smiled lightly, "You can't escape. In this extremely cold field, you are a frozen dead fish." The method of the Lord of the universe, no matter how strong the Emperor is, it can't be broken. If there is a gap between the Taoist and the Emperor, then the Emperor and the Lord of the universe are the gap between the sky and the earth. If you want to step up, it is unwilling to do it. Lord against the heavens of the reverse universe. But if the Emperor wants to defend against the heavens, the ones against the heavens are the heavens in the long river of time and space. It's not one level at all. It is hundreds of millions of times more difficult than the Taoist guard against the sky. In ancient times, throughout history, there was also an emperor who could reverse the long river of time and space. That emperor was brilliant and talented. Countless people thought that another starry sky master was born, but unfortunately the final death of his life was condensed on the emperor's fate. She was the one who once pierced Qiu Huangqing with a single sword, and did not even look at great Emperor Juan. The real emperor, among the emperors, no one is his one-sword enemy, and the 18 gods and generals have to stay behind. The only one, the emperor who obtained the name of God in the temple of Qishan. The body of the emperor is comparable to the divine Lord. Such existence is the luck of an era, allowing countless people to see this dazzling character. A character like the White King, in the hands of that existence, can't do a trick, let alone break through these realms. Brother Guangmu, I have already told Wuzhua about this place. He will be there soon, so we can just wait here. Bai smiled. This treasure must not be wasted. When Wuzhua came, he had to humiliate the opponent severely. Even his own people looked down on him. And Jui, she will have to owe herself a favor from now on. Jian Wushuang's talent is good, and he will become an emperor in the future. He is a figure who has the hope to set foot on the ranks of the top, and he can't just give it up. When Guangmu Tianzuan heard Wuzhua coming, his face sank. But on second thoughts, he didn't follow Qishan into the tomb of the gods. How could he be qualified to taunt Wuzhua? Thinking of this place, his complexion also eased, and he nodded in agreement. I have arrived at Wuzhua in Liuzhou, wandering around, and I can't even find the breath of King Bai, let alone where I went to find it. The same is true for the strong men who have entered Liuzhou's palace of the elders, and there is no way to start. In Beishan City, Wu's eyes were cold after receiving the call. It was Bai Yi who sent him the information. It would be best if Jian Wushuang was fine. Once there was an accident, Zhenling would not let him go. He can now be regarded as understanding the temper of the true spirit, and everything is easy to say along with the true spirit, and there will be no shortage of status, identity, and treasures. Anyone who violates a little bit or fails to do things to his satisfaction will definitely be tortured by the real spirit wearing small shoes and changing the law. After receiving Bai Yi's summons, he directly told the other strong men in the Yuan Elder Palace, and all flew towards Beishan City in Zhangzhou. On the way, by the way, the sheep was rescued from under a big mountain. When these people went to Beishan City together, in the depths of the heavens, with their faces tumbling, a giant dragon surged and arrived at Beishan City in an instant. The taste on this inheritor is very similar to that of that person. It is a practitioner of the primitive universe, but unfortunately it is not the one predicted. The dragon had only one eye, opened it and turned it around, and then closed it again. His deity couldn't get out at all. He could only reveal a trace of strength, and left here to go to Beishan City above. This trace of power is different from the origin of the Temple of Discord, and even the origin of the original universe. It seems like it shouldn't belong to the power here. The power, like a dragon, rushed out from the ground and entered the extremely cold domain. Even the domain could not stop it, but entered the body of King White in an instant. Listen, this trace of power can only last for a quarter of an hour. Go to the depths of Zhangzhou as planned, and then go all the way north, across the ancient city, to the extremely cold place, where someone will pick you up. King White was overjoyed when he heard these words. I thought I was going to explain here today, but I didn't expect the gods to give him a trace of true power. As soon as the voice fell, he felt the power, and it poured into his body in an instant. This power? The frozen 3,000 streamers reunited in an instant. This seemed surprised by. How is this possible? This is an extremely cold domain. Even if the demon masters come over, they may not be able to escape so easily. Rewind. Bai Yi yelled to Guangmu Tianzuan after reacting. The recondensed King White, with a rising aura, the source of the heaven and earth that did not belong to this side, made the heavens begin to tremble. This breath has surpassed the emperor. A quarter of an hour. It was enough. Seeing the two retreat, King White didn't have time to entangle with them, so he chose to leave directly. The speed this time has surpassed the limit of space. It is better to say that it is flying than teleportation. Teleport in the Temple of Qishan. Teleportation is not difficult. Dao Jun can do it, but it is in the outside world, in the primitive universe. In the Temple of Qishan, I am afraid that no one except the true spirit can teleport, and it is because of the treasure that Zhui shuttles at will. King White can teleport and easily break through the extreme cold field, which also shows that his strength has undergone a qualitative change. I am afraid that at that moment, he has reached the level of being comparable to the Lord of the Universe. Chapter 53:34. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, Beishan City. The present Beishan City is more of a ruin than a city. Moreover, it was still frozen ruins, and some emperors, Taoists, and even the weak emperors who had not had time to retreat were all fixed here. For the powerful emperor, this is a ruin, but for those Taoists, it will be an ancient ruin in the future. The breath surging above is so precious, and the treasures buried underground are even more crazy. It's just that these are things to say. There will be no Beishan City and Baimuzhangzhou in the future, and there will be no Guangmu Tianzuan. After this battle, Guangmu prepared to settle in the White Tiger Palace and thoroughly investigate the rebellion. The deposition of countless epics has caused many people to forget his name. It is time to come out again. For countless years, he has not taken that step. Maybe if you go out, you will be able to make a breakthrough. Although in the Temple of Qishan, there is no strong inheritance for him to practice, but there are still changes in his mood. Brother Guangmu, with your participation in the White Tiger Palace, it must be great again. Bai Yi leaked joy. This time, let King Bai run away. Although he was a little unwilling, he was able to get Guangmu out of the mountains, which was also a big receipt, which was not in vain. It would be better if you didn't use that treasure. Guangmu leaked a trace of shame and said in a deep voice, Hall Master Bai Yi, I disappointed you this time and failed to take down the servant. I wanted to use his head as the first gift to the White Tiger Hall. He did think so at the beginning, but he did not expect that the current 4 secret realms are simply hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some old immortal things have all run out. He is a super strong man in the first battle of his comeback. This is actually the case. Unbearable, it's a bit embarrassing. Bai Yi also said that the core layer of the current White Tiger Palace is already a rising emperor. He is a veteran strong, and he is a bit embarrassing in front of the younger generation without any strength when he comes back. Glancing at the black robe emperors, their expressions changed. Wait, go back first. This time the matter must not be spread. Bai Yi's expression changed slightly, and his voice was majestic. Several black robe emperors in the distance immediately took their orders and bowed back. The teleportation array was destroyed and could only go to other big states. Bai Yi looked at Guangmu, and when he was about to speak, he noticed a spot of light flashing in the distant sky, and then it surged in with the momentum of thunder. The person here is Wu's deity. After regaining his strength, his combat power did not lose to the main hall masters. Now he is sitting in the palace of the elders, faintly with the grace of a superior, looking at Bai for a moment without the respect he had before. What about people? Guangmu used to be the messenger of the gods, but his relationship with Wuzhua was us. At the beginning, his status was not inferior to these named disciples. Seeing the other party's attitude of inquiring about crimes, he immediately snorted. Wuzhua, Pay attention to your words. This is to help brother Bai Yi, but not for you. This is not Schweigwa to Bai Yi, but it is true. It can't be said that he and Bai Yi are rubbish. Let people run away. No matter what the excuse is, I can't say that. Unless the other party is the master of the universe. Wu's facial muscles were shaking, and he knew that he was too arrogant. He calmed down his tone and said, Brother Guangmu, it's also a great pleasure for you to go out of the mountain. If it's something else, I will definitely not pursue it. Just this time, Master True Spirit gave an order to save Jian Wushuang's life. Although the tone has become polite, the threat of words is still there. Bai Yi doesn't eat this set. What he hates most now is that others use the real spirit to crush him, and immediately shouted, Huh! It is the real spirit's order for you, not us. Although the person escaped from both of them, he couldn't throw the pot to them both. Is Wu's okay? Let a god-casting envoy follow Jian Wushuang. What strength is he? Not to mention the absolute top, just say that a sixth-order emperor can easily kill Jian Wushuang's life. It's not good to protect yourself, so we'll blame them. The lord of his heavenly hall has fallen. What is a Jian Wushuang? It is true that every ultimate way can reach the top. If this is the case, simply offer up those ultimate princes and treat them as ancestors. Hallmaster Bai, you just said that. Although Lord True Spirit assigned the Northern Territory to the Senate Palace, don't forget who you are fighting for. At this point, Wu's also there was a lot of energy, and he said loudly, Your surname is Bai in the White Tiger Palace. No one can stop a superb emperor. Anger rose on both sides. The talk was inconsistent, and Bai Yi could also see that Wu's really had no guts to take the pot, and the two sides could only fight one more time. Boom. Wu's came from the deity, with ample confidence in his heart. Today, there was a big battle, and the lifelike spirit appeared. Otherwise, he has no face to look for the true spirit. Guangmu had listened to the previous words, but he couldn't help seeing Wu's doing this. He had a burst of personality. Do you dare to do it? Wu's looked savagely, swallowing with one hand, and immediately gave a wide-eyed breath. In fact, I didn't do anything. It was just a pure momentum deterrence. But at this time, it is no longer justified not to fight. This is not a fuss, but has been planned for a long time. Guangmu Tianzuan was persuaded by Bai Yi with great difficulty, couldn't watch it, and he also joined the battle group at the moment. Some emperors who hadn't escaped found out that there was another big battle behind them, and they were so frightened that their speed increased again, and they dared not look back. In the void, a figure faintly appeared, and the true spirit had arrived. Looking at the ruins, going back in time, after understanding what happened, he left without even looking at them. Wu's combat power was much stronger than that of King Bai. If he was really dead, Bai Yi's Dharmakaya and Guangmu would not be opponents at all. Regardless of the dynamics, in fact, both sides have left behind. This battle is for the real spirit to see. The true spirit is lazy to look. External pressure, internal turbulence. His true spirit is really not easy. He immediately hides his figure, leaving only a trace of breath. Let Bai Yi and the others understand that they have been here by themselves. Jian Wushuang is indeed very important, and since discovering the reason, he has treated him specially. Even the personal things of the gods were given to the other party. It ends like this now. Time and fate. There is nothing to say, and the timeline cannot be checked. It is also a curse to stay around, and it will fall. He has done enough. The existence in the starry sky should not hold him accountable. And Jian Wushuang may not have any connection with the other party. Maybe he thinks too much. But after losing an ultimate Taoist, he would never make this kind of mistake again. Although the ultimate harmony is difficult, it can't hold up a lot of people. More than 1,000 ultimate existence. As long as I Ching Hadao succeeds, there are hundreds of ultimate emperors. As long as one of these people achieves the pinnacle and steps into the Lord of the Universe, he can solve the crisis of the original universe, destroy that god, and understand the cause and effect left behind. Chapter 53:35. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. He can take the Temple of Qishan, re-enter the long river of time and space, and far shield other time and space. going to some stable time and space, where there is a stronger existence. He does not believe that the predecessor's prediction can really dry up the time and space. If it didn't work, he launched the Temple of Qixin to investigate the cause and effect of the senior. Although that senior is very powerful, but Yu Xianyi had a deep cause and effect. He gave Xianyi a blood sacrifice, looking for the position of the senior. Wherever he went, the Temple of Qixin followed. See, who will die first then? This prophecy has been pressing in his heart. The reason why the Temple of Qixin has swept the world is to be great again and restore the line of Qixin. As a result, the senior told them that once the Temple of Qixin was reopened, a great existence in the future would surely be invited, and then the entire time and space would be withered, and that existence would reach the top, exhausting the entire time and space. When the time comes, it will be all over, and the whole line of the gods will be finished. No matter how strong the existence is, what's the use? Future. Jinling shook his head. Too far. Seize the day. Back in the Sea of Origin, there is still one person in the Heart Sea Hall. It is the only ultimate emperor, Shang, in the primitive universe breakthrough. Jinling said that the temperature was mild, and the gratification appeared in Shang Shi's eyes. It's too bad. So what can I do? At the beginning, Emperor Juyin was also against the sky. What happened later? I didn't break through. I ended up not useful at all. Shang, the ultimate emperor, who is moving forward steadily and is extremely low-key, is the real future. Once you step into the Lord of the Universe, that is the most powerful existence. Daojun is against the sky, and the emperor is against the sky. Do you really think that you can go against the sky? At best, kill the weak emperor. Seeing the return of the true spirit, Shang hurriedly got up, with a smile on his face, and answered calmly, just nodded. There is no such thing as the joy of ordinary people after a breakthrough. Your background is very deep. It won't take long for you to reach the peak. It is only a matter of time before you can cultivate the origin of space to perfection. What you need to do now is the secret method of the universe. This is the only way out. The line of Shang is different from that of the gods, but the character and cultivation is most similar to that of the gods. Among those Taoists, he still couldn't see much, but as long as there were no accidents in the future, Shang would surely shine forever. The two were seated again. Business breakthrough, achievement of 6th Order Emperor. There is a series of cultivation Dongtian waiting for him behind. The ultimate emperor's training is not comparable to Daojun. In the end, the true spirit sent Shang away and went to the tomb of one of the 4 secret realms. The 5 inheritances left by Qixin have now opened the first one. There are 2 more. Huiqing, who is most valued by the true spirit, can occupy one without accident, and Jian Wushuang can also occupy the next without falling. In the primitive world, there are still a few candidates, and there is hope to occupy one of them. He sees that the level of people is very high. Whether it is the Shang of the ultimate emperor or the Huiqing of the Taoist, there is an obvious similarity, that is, stability. The background is profound, and once you encounter a great opportunity, it will be transformed. Jian Wushuang is the opposite. The background is uneven. Personality is also much worse, unstable. Almost fell a few times, and this time was looted by those old guys. At the Taoist level, there may be some luck. But after arriving at the emperor, luck is only a means. The stronger the emperor, the deeper the luck. The emperor was the beginning of the strong, and the crisis at that time was much more desperate than the Taoist. Jinling sighed. He is a true spirit. There is no law body to speak of. He must always guard the true core origin of the Temple of Qi. These little guys, there can be no more accidents. The true spirit's figure flashed, looking at the 4 superimposed secret realms in the void in the Qixin temple. From the robe, raised his arm, pointed it out, and a dazzling light at the fingertips rushed into the 4 secret realms. The dragon surging in the gap between the 4 great secret realms uttered a terrifying roar. This time, the lesson was enough to let the other party be honest for a while. But this is not enough. His minions are still hidden in the 4 great secret realm. He directly sent a message to the Palace of the Elders and went to the primordial realm to find the main guardians of Zhu Yidian to suppress the heaven. Zhu Yi of primordial realm had nothing to do with this. Although he was blackmailed from a mountain of magic sounds, it was reasonable for the stability of the 4 secret realms to produce some treasures. On Yuanyang Lake in the center of the heavens, for streams of light descended from the sky, falling into the lake and gradually forming 1,000 waves of water. In addition to these 4 streams of light, a wall of gas rose up on the border of Yuanyang Lake at this time. In the past, the formation was established by the strong in the Elder's Palace, but now this Qi wall was given to them by Zhu Yi. The unbreakable formation of the most powerful completely laid a solid foundation for the Senate Palace. At this time, the many strong men who returned to the Yuan Palace were taken aback by this scene. I thought I was going to ask them about their sins, but I didn't expect to get so many benefits instead. The others were nothing and didn't know the importance of Jian Wushuang. Wu's heart was tight. The less true spirit didn't come out to humiliate him, the more uneasy he was, and he always felt that true spirit was waiting for an opportunity to settle accounts with him. Blame those 2 wastes. Wu's cursed secretly from the bottom of his heart after realizing that the true spirit had come. They stopped their hands, each mocked each other, and eventually even sat in the same teleportation formation, honestly returned to their respective chassis. The Northern Territory was also completely in their hands. In addition to recalling the powerhouses from various temples, Bai Yi also demolished the teleportation array, and they destroyed the Yuan Palace if they could not buy enough treasures. This made the popularity of the Senate Palace half dead. In the end, only a contract can be signed, and the benefits of the teleportation array will be distributed to the White Tiger Palace 30%. At this time, the interior of the Senate Palace was very united, not only from the pressure from the White Tiger Palace, but also from the opportunity of this aftermath. I have the highest seniority here, and I will host today's conference. A veteran green cow, dressed in a Tai Chi picture, looked majestic. Thousands of strong people in the hall nodded one after another. Even Wuzwa doesn't make any sense. He has a special status and strong strength, but he hasn't arrogantly forgotten the beginning. Outside the Temple of Qishan, I can't get in or go away, like a bereaved dog. Now it is hard to find a place to stay. It is the time to do something, and the former arrogance will naturally be erased. Okay, in that case, let's start. This meeting is to carve up the northern border. Of course, being a strong person is to save face, which cannot be said so obvious. The prestigious election, dear elders, above the high seat, read out the door rules once set by the gods. Then there is the selection column. In addition to the name, the Yuan Lao Palace must have its own position. After this point was put forward, it was immediately opposed by the veterans of the name A, but couldn't hold back the public opinion, and finally made a slight concession, and the final position was decided after a few parties talked. The veterans of the name A have all obtained high-level rights and interests. Chapter 53:36. Wandao Sword Sovereign. The veterans of other names either hold important positions in the palace or are assigned to some wealthy states in the north. The entire northern border is so big, and there are so many treasures. They are only a few thousand people. Even the weakest and the youngest, they can be assigned to Liuzhou's affluent areas and become powerful. The status of the Senate Palace is not lost to the temple. After they took office, their status in the local area was very high. Although most of them were fifth-order emperors, they were powerful, almost crushed the same level, with noble status, basically left sideways in the north. The Palace of the Elders, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, is the responsibility of His Royal Highness Wu Zhuo. Congratulations! For a time, Wu Zhuo was in the limelight and raised his glass high. The Senate Palace is divided into 6 halls, and the Law Enforcement Hall has the highest status. It can patrol any place in the entire northern border, and it is also the best position. Wu Zhuo pressed his hand, and first bowed slightly to pay respect to the senior veterans above, and then looked at the senior veterans below, and said with a smile, "Thanks to the love of all the seniors, I Wu Zhuo will serve as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall later. I will do my best for the gang." After some one-sidedness, he then boasted, "Northern Realm. That is just a starting point. In the future, our world will not only be a northern realm, but the entire heaven realm, and even the 4 secret realms." Okay, The green cow above said, very happy. The veterans in the hall were also full of joy. He originally thought that Wu Zhuo hadn't forgotten his former identity. Now it seems that he is much more honest and will not rely on his strength to overwhelm people. Such people will not be simple in the future, and they have to be attracted well. After the scene subsided, Qingyo Lao Dao spoke again. Today, the entire Yuan Lao Palace still has the last place. He pointed to the throne behind him. This is the highest place of the Senate Palace, and the throne behind it is naturally the highest place. The pinnacle of power. The peak of power in the north. The peak of power in the Palace of the Elders. When talking about this, everyone's faces became quiet. They were not qualified to sit in this position, but a few of the type veterans above were qualified. Among the more than a dozen Tier 6 veterans, in addition to Qingyo, there are two more qualified. Emperor Lu Hua, the Sword of Changfeng. These two strengths are close to the top, and they are the fourth-ranked figures in the A font. Being old-fashioned with Qingyo is just a little bit worse. Qingyo Lao Dao is grade a third, and the two of them are grade a fourth. As for the latter, the qualifications and strength are not enough. For example, the 3 eyes of the sheep of God-casting God is Jiao, and he was assigned to the Supreme Hall to become a deputy hall master, but the hall master did not move to refine it. This makes young Samu very upset, but the opponent is a 6th-order emperor, and his seniority ranks above him, plus the defeat of the guardian Wushuang this time. He can't help it. It was because Yu Zhuo was able to get a deputy hall master because of his resistance. Wu Zhuo also had a great responsibility for failing to protect Jian Wushuang. It was he halfway through the old horn man to find Broly, but he didn't find him, and he lost Jian Wushuang. The old man with horns sat in the corner of the uppermost corner, with a dead heart. At the beginning, he also agreed with Jian Wushuang to help him refine the origin of the beast and magic weapon. Little guy, I hope you survive. The old man with horns raised his head and took a sip of boring wine, feeling melancholy. He was not qualified or interested in the competition at the top. Emperor Lu Hua, the Sword of Changfeng, and the Green Cow. The 3 most qualified candidates stand side by side. Qingyo Lao Dao stood in the middle. His face was calm on the surface, but he was very confident in his heart. Everyone, listen to me. Emperor Lu Hua took the lead to speak, breaking the silence. He is elegant and has a very friendly tone. Turned his head to look at the position behind him, then looked at everyone, and said with a faint smile, "This position is good." When he was speaking, his eyes were full of yearning, but he knew that it would be too costly to want to sit in this position. Turning around again, Emperor Lu Hua looked at everyone and said a word that shocked everyone's jaw. Lu is very talented, and I am not qualified to be alone in this position. This surprised everyone. Wu Zhuo also leaked his doubts. He and Emperor Lu Hua were brothers of life and death in ancient times, and had a fateful friendship. If Lu Hua were to fight for that position, he would definitely assist him, and he had already begun to win over everyone secretly, ready to support Emperor Lu Hua. Suddenly no more disputes now. Many people are surprised. The only thing that is not surprising is that Qingyo is old-fashioned, and all of this is planned by him behind his back. Now there are 2 people left. The Sword Changfeng has a fiery temper, and he is not as refined as Emperor Lu Hua. Qingyo also knew the other party's temper and made a gesture of asking. Changfeng's sword god stepped forward, his aura leaked, his face was grim, and his voice was low and said, "I want list them all. Qingyo, let's start." Election, it is natural to vote. Now that Lu Hua withdraws, the 2 of them will be left and vote directly. Lu Hua stepped back and began to send a message to Wu Zhuo. Changfeng. Wu Zhuo, who was sitting in the middle, quickly understood this. Qingyo had confidence in his heart, but he didn't want to make things too embarrassing. When voting, Yu read the book www.ukanshu.com, and he sent a message to the 2 next to him and made some promises, but only Lu Hua agreed. Changfeng's sword god does not eat this set. Brother Qingyo, the 3 positions are not necessarily bad, but advantageous. Emperor Lu Hua whispered quietly, but on the other side he was tinkering with the sword Changfeng, letting him fight to the end. The 2 joined forces to fight the green cow, one with a red face and the other with a white face. What they want is not one position, but 2 positions, who stipulated that there is only 1 palace master in the Yuan Lao Palace and 4 palace masters in the 4 halls. Nowadays, the high position of the capable is popular. Since they are all capable, they should sit together. Qingniu Lao Dao always smiled, but he cursed secretly in his heart. Lu Hua's withdrawal was to join Chang Feng to pit him, but he couldn't help it. Chang Feng's fierce temper was impossible to talk about. Voting ends soon. After the announcement, the two had the same number of votes. Just so few people, the number of votes is easy to manipulate. Chang Feng's sword god cannot win. If Lu Hua is defeated, Qingniu cannot win. Both Chang Feng and Lu Hua will lose. Only equality is a big win. It seems that the two are fighting, but the chess player behind it is Emperor Lu Hua. Lost. Qingniu's complexion did not change, but he sighed in his heart. This time I lost myself and face. At this moment, Lu Hua slowly stepped forward and said loudly, I will be a notary public. Since it's flat, it's better for the two to take this position together. As soon as this remark came out, it was deposited for a while, and then supported together. If they are all seated, then no one loses, they are all winners, and there is no need to worry about which side to support. The defeat will be made difficult for later. Emperor Lu Hua turned his head and smiled at Qingniu Lao Dao, then glanced at Chang Feng's sword god. Indicate that it's time to make a statement. The old man Qingniu said secretly, Lu Hua, you are not afraid that I will kick you aside if I sit in this position? Chapter 53, 37. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, what he said is reasonable. When the time comes, the two will each hold half and kick him aside. It is really possible. However, Lu Hua had already planned in his heart. He had said to Chang Feng tactfully, once he didn't support him, Chang Feng would not be able to fight the Blue Bull. As for Qingniu Lao Dao, although he has one half of it, what he wants is the complete Senate Palace. From now on, true spirit will hold them to a high position. The temptation of the Senate Palace is too great. When Lu Hua and Chang Feng join forces, he has only one way to win. That is to win Lu Hua. As for Chang Feng, he couldn't win it, and he couldn't win it. Brother Qingniu, everything is for the Senate Palace. I am fine. Hearing this sentence, Qingniu compromised. Next, he and Chang Feng announced at the same time that the Senator Palace had set up 3 palace masters, regardless of front and back. Qingniu, Chang Feng, and Lu Hua are in charge of the Palace of the Elders. The cheers in the palace formed a sharp contrast with the emperors outside. The emperors of the primitive universe have been still on an island ever since they arrived at the Senate Palace. Now that the interior is stable, Wu Zhuo personally arranges these people. Among the more than 10,000 emperors, except for a few third-order and fourth-order emperors who were sent to the Tomb of the Gods, the others were all scattered and assigned to the strong men of the Yuan Lao Palace, and went to the northern border to sit in various big states. The emperor who was selected went to the Tomb Mountain in the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods. These people are worth training. Among them are Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddha, as well as some third-order emperors of immeasurable Buddha. The leaders of the major peak strengths naturally went together. Those who go with these people are the ultimate Taoists. When these people went to the Tomb Mountain, the trial of the primitive world also ushered in the final link. Primitive world. The original star of Jiajiu, Beicheng. Today, only Huiqing is left on the wall. Now the only complete city wall is Huiqing and Wanqing. Wanqing broke through again, completely stabilized the origin of Wandao, and its strength jumped again. But Huiqing has undergone a transformation. Reincarnation is utterly absent. Every time the source rises one level, there is a reincarnation. Today's Huiqing is no longer as simple as the emperor. Jian Wushuang's disappearance did not arouse too many people's attention, but Huiqing, who was most familiar with Jian Wushuang in the entire primordial realm, naturally put it in his heart. It was learned from Qiu Huang that Jian Wushuang was likely to fall, and for a while, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Brother Wushuang. Seeing the black mist outside the city wall approaching, Huiqing's breath remained motionless, stepped out one step, and muttered to the sky, You can't finish the road, it'll go for you, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the magic circle above his head suddenly exploded. The silver long stick is invincible across the battlefield. The black mist finally condensed into a towering demon with 9 stars on the brows. This is the devouring demon comparable to the Second Order Emperor. But Huiking's burst of strength was no weaker than the opponent. His long stick was like a rainbow, and his aura was indelible. Another city wall burst out with dazzling light. After all, Wang Xing's strength was still a little bit weaker. Although there were back and forth with the Demon King, but the breath was weak. However, this original star has exceeded the budget of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Many trialers on primordial stars have already begun to evacuate, because no one has reached the last wave. The first 9 waves are considered screenings. The next 10 times are real trials, allowing the trialists to continuously break through. Each wave can make the trial have a significant improvement, and Dao Jun has half the battle power of the Emperor after passing the first 3 waves. The 6th wave will be comparable to the Emperor, and the 7th wave will have the power to kill the Emperor. The 8th wave is 1 battle 3. Fight with 3 monarch-level devourers. The last wave is the Second Order Emperor who is against the sky. Let a Dian Immortal go to kill the Second Order Emperor. Moreover, this second-tier Emperor is not ordinary, much stronger than the native emperors of the 4 great secret realms, and is already regarded as the top emperor in the second tier. In the primordial realm, half of the 180 primitive stars are migrating. For each primordial star, only 100 people were really picked, and all of them were Taoists. The other half are in trials, and these primordial stars that are still in trials are even stronger. One of them, Dao Monarch Juyin, who still has some friendship with Jin Wushuang, is also trying out at this time. He and Wanqing have similar opportunities, and they are all exchanged for imitation eternal treasures. Strength has been promoted. Even the ultimate Taoist was defeated. He still insisted. The Vermilion Bird Hall had rarely appeared outside the original star, and Zhu Yi personally guarded it. Many primordial stars have been moved to the treasure house. Don't look at the dead silence above. The inside is a real treasure. A primordial star is more precious than the eternal treasure. Looking at the things above, you can see that on the Zhu primitive star, that feather is the trophy of that primitive star. The owner of that feather is an incredible special being. The divine body has reached its true limit, and its body has expanded to the size of a world. In the end, it fell under the original stars. Primitive stars, in fact, have 3,600 stars, which are the core of a large array. Each one is more precious than the eternal treasure. The array of 3,600 primitive stars is much stronger, unimaginable. Anyway, even that powerful special life has fallen here. Hall Master, His Highness Wu's was sent a message over there, saying that he was taking the Emperor to the Tomb Mountain. Should we wait for us and go together? Zhu Qi cautiously spread the word beside. When Shan Jun was in prison, she also went to beg for mercy. But this time it was an order from the real spirit. Zhu Yi had no choice but to slow down first, and then mention it later. Now that Shan Jun has just entered, it would be difficult for her to intercede because of Zhu Qi. With the character of the true spirit, in fact, Shan Jun himself would just bow his head, but Wu's was not the same. Bow his head. Everything is easy to say. Now the 4 secret realms are mixed. Now that she is asked to intercede, the true spirit must kill her. Last time, I took away a magic mountain and sent Shan Jun to the second prison. I am afraid that all of this was calculated by the real spirit, waiting for her to intercede, and then slaughter her once. This is why she gave so many benefits to the palace of the elders in vain, all for the real spirit to see. Zhu Yi suddenly felt a headache, waved his hand and said, "Tell Wu's we don't have to wait. Let the Emperor go in first."
Yes.
After Zhu Qi answered respectfully, she disappeared. There are already tens of thousands of people sitting in the Vermilion Bird Palace today, all of whom are at the level of Taoist monarch. The other half did not come out. There were almost 20,000 in total. Among them, there are more than 200 ultimate beings, and almost only 1 out of 100 is a practitioner of the ultimate path. This is almost the same as the previous budget. You can't just recruit the ultimate existence. That would be too wasteful. After these people are sent away, Xuanwu Temple will send hundreds of millions of practitioners to come. The number of Yinxian can be hundreds of millions of times more than Dianxian. After screening in the Xuanwu Hall, and helping them to break through, they will be sent to the Vermilion Bird Hall. After screening in the Vermilion Bird Hall, they will be sent to the 4 secret realms of the White Tiger Hall. Chapter 53:38. After the trial of, the Emperor will be sent to the Azure Dragon Palace after screening. It's just that now in the Azure Dragon Palace, if you don't fight outside, it's useless to send it over, so you have got 4 secret realms. This is a closed loop. Is also the rule set by the of the gods. In this way, the strong can be continuously selected, and the glory of the gods can be recondensed. Zhu-san, you go to the Xuanwu Hall to pick up people, and Zhu-si, you go to the treasure house to choose a flying treasure and take them to the Tomb of the Gods. Be sure to hand it over to the people in the White Tiger Hall safely. She also heard about Jian Wushuang. This is not a small loss, but also a warning. The 4 secret realms are no longer the 4 secret realms they used to be. Now the inside is rotten, and there is still a force in private who wants to overthrow the Temple of Qixin. Inheritors are the future powerhouses of Qixin Temple, so there must be no accidents. The last time it was Jian Wushuang alone, it was because Jian Wushuang, an inheritor, went to the 4 secret realms. This time there are 20,000 people. For those people, even a billion-dollar prince is no different from a single one, and can die at hand. To send these inheritors, it is natural to use some powerful treasures. The ultimate eternal treasure of the palace category is a must. Like the Tower of Eternity, the 4th Order Emperor can resist the attack of the 5th Order Emperor when entering. Supreme Eternal Treasure, it is able to put an end to the attack of the Peak Powerhouse. As for why she went to deliver it in person, it was because she had more important things. She wants to develop a screening venue for the next group of people. This time it was a primordial star, so next time it might be an ancient continent or a dead starry sky. Is possible. In the hall at this time, inheritors are constantly coming, and those who can come here are all inheritors. The ones that have not come either have fallen or have been assembled to other places, ready to send them all out. The core of the primitive world. On a floating continent, there are millions of testers here. Most of them have retired after the 9th wave. Although they have a lot of strength, they are still the ultimate eternal fairy, but they are not qualified to become inheritors. Your trial is over. Later, you will all be teleported out of the Temple of Forbidding. Those who come there will go back there. The cold voice was like pouring them a basin of cold water. Am not reconciled. I already have a half-step master. Give me another chance. Someone said unwillingly. Some other strong players couldn't help but speak, but that voice didn't respond to them at all. I knew it. I should have been fighting. Am almost a little bit. The 11th wave is too difficult. Some are upset and some are plain. Some Dying Immortals were not only top-level combat power when they came in, but now they have become the ultimate powerhouse, and they have also obtained many treasures, and even gathered all the innate treasures and exchanged their unique skills. After going out, they may not be better than others. Weak. The most important thing is the Temple of Qixin, which gave them a sense of harmony, which is the same as the emperors of Dasiyu got. Their strength is not weak anymore, especially those who are strong at the 2nd rank origin. As long as they get together successfully after going out, the 3rd tier is not difficult, and the 4th tier is also promising. In sharp contrast with this place are the inheritors in the Suzaku Hall. Now gathered together, some people who knew each other began to talk about their own situation. Many people also met and chatted with each other. After all, they are no longer in Primordial Star. They don't have any fighting anymore. They have become very peaceful. Some people have changed from start to finish, their strength, breath, and appearance. Jian Daojun came to the main hall somewhat to the end. He failed in the 19th wave, and with so much luck, he finally lost. After came here, he glanced around, but none of the people in the world of Buddha could see it. Where are Huiqing and Wushuang brother? The strength of these two people is not weak. He has seen the ranking, and Huiqing's ranking is higher than him. The list is still hanging above the Suzaku Palace. Ranked number 1 is a powerful being called Light, who has mastered the ultimate way and ranked first. Is the first existence to pass the 19th wave. I heard it took only a quarter of an hour. The number 1 is also worthy of the name, and the ultimate way he has mastered is very terrifying. it is the light way, is a powerful source comparable to the power of destruction. Wow. Soon the rankings began to change. It's been a long time now, and it's almost a crucial moment for the victory or defeat. Yep. Juyin Daojun narrowed his eyes and saw Huiking's ranking in a straight line on the upper body and finally fixed in the 19th place. And then the 20th is the 10,000-star emperor. The two cleared the level almost at the same time. After receiving the reward, they entered Qiuhuang City and teleported to the Vermilion Bird Palace together. Ji Chaoyang has been chatting all the way, but Huiqing has no joy. Their original star is also special. The three ultimate ways are all 9-ranked Dian immortals. When he and Jian Wushuang first entered the primitive star, they were not even the top Dian immortals, and their strength was very weak. Now, 30 years have passed in an instant. The strength has reached the level of the emperor, and even the second-order emperor can be killed. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang is gone. If Ji Chaoyang breaks through, he can also kill the second-order emperor, but it is a pity that it is too difficult to break through, and it can't be done by tempering. Huiqing still has no breakthrough. Wanqing has the most breakthroughs, and breakthroughs have been made in almost every wave. Originally, he couldn't hold the 18th wave, but finally broke through and almost lost in the last wave. But when it was critical, his aura became stronger and stronger. He actually reached the point of continuous flow and cut it off in one bite. The Demon King. After entering the Vermilion Bird Palace, Huiqing saw Daojun Juyin, and the two stepped forward to talk. Soon all the original stars are over. More than 20,000 Taoists gathered here. Huiqing, you have changed so much. When you were in Qishui Hall, you were still rank 6 Dian Immortal. Brother Wushuang was only rank 3, but in a blink of an eye, you all would kill the second-order emperor. So did Juyin. Joy from the heart. After all, he was there, and Huiqing was the one who was really himself. There are countless worlds in the entire universe, and many worlds do not even have a single inheritor. There are actually 2 in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and it is still a medium-sized world. How difficult it is. Huiqing shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, Brother Wushuang is gone. Yes, if Brother Wushuang is still there, even if the 4 of us go to the Tomb Mountain, we will be a generation hegemon. Although Ji Chaoyang was a little sad, there was still optimism in the voice. Tier Heaven Daojun stood alone in the corner, listening to Huiking's conversation with light in his eyes. Jian Wushuang fell. For him, that was a great thing. He couldn't wait to take out the mustard seeds and distribute it to everyone. Without the pressure of Jian Wushuang, he broke through all the way and reached a level comparable to that of the emperor. The future is infinite. It's just a pity that the beast is a magic weapon. I don't know if I can get it back. But all of this is a story. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53:39. The Vermilion Bird Palace revolved, and these inheritors soon went to another palace. Their journey has just begun. Primordial stars are just the starting point. Their path is still very long, but they are close to the place where the dream begins. Tens of thousands of years passed in a blink of an eye. For secret realms, Earth Boundary, Savage Place, Great Xia Ancient Country, a sacrifice is being held in a wild mountain range. The scarlet arrogance rose, making everything in the valley very strange. On the altar, several masked monks in red are maintaining order. Because in addition to them, there are thousands of Daojun and countless mundane practitioners also gathered here. And they are the objects of blood sacrifice. Young sect master, everything is ready, the red robe envoy said respectfully. Hidden in the mountain, a masked man in black armor with no breath at all slowly walked out of the void. Only a look made these red-robed deacons tremble. Although they have only started to follow the young sect master in the last 1,000 years, they are extremely afraid of this young sect master. Because of this young sect master, he has sacrificed countless Dao monarchs in blood within 1,000 years, and he has never let go of even the common customs, and his combat power is unfathomable. Once killed a second-order emperor instantly, so that the other party had no chance to fight back. Let's start. The black armor masked young master's voice is low but cruel. The imprisoned monk below, staring at the red-robed deacon above with anger. Especially when he saw the black-armored young master, he hated his bones. "You are imprisoning this seat. I am Daxia's 9 princes. You are looking for death." A burly, resolute young man roared. His strength is also the strongest of these people. He has reached the level of a half-step emperor. But here, any red-robed deacon is an existence comparable to the emperor, and they can't resist at all. After the young sect master standing at the top heard these words, his eyes moved, as if thinking of something funny again. His arm slightly lifted and his finger moved. The red-robed deacon behind him, instantly aware, took a palm shot, turned into a black mist and instantly enveloped the young man who claimed to be the 9th prince of Great Xia. The black mist envelopes the 9th prince, but in an instant, he arrived in front of the young sect master. "Daxia's 9 princes, it's a bit interesting. I heard that Daxia is planning to aggressively attack the Maluo kingdom, but there is such a thing." The voice of young master He Jia was very playful, and he did not take the person in front of him seriously, like it's like looking at a prey. At first, the 9th prince was still very hard-spirited. After all, he was Daxia's 9th prince. He was in a high position since he was a child, and he was used to overpowering others. But when he arrived in front of the black-armored young master, he didn't know what happened. He couldn't get up anymore. His eyes still leaked fear, and his heart shrank into a ball. Originally didn't want to answer, but when he saw those gloomy eyes, he hesitated and said, "Yes, there is such a thing. Exterminate the demon cult? The name of this battle is very in line with God's will." The young black-armored sect master stretched out his claws and directly pinched the head of the 9 princes of Daxia, and countless pictures came into his mind in an instant. After almost 3 breaths, the black-armored young sect master slowly let go. It's just that the one in his hand has turned into a corpse. The origin, the divine body, and even the memory and his cultivation skills were all wiped out, leaving a withered body. "From now on, I will be him, the 9 princes of Daxia Ancient Kingdom, Xiameng Guanyu." As soon as the voice fell, the Hongpao deacon officially opened the blood sacrifice array. Countless people were teleported to the altar. Everyone's faces are full of death. The realm is too chaotic. Every day there are demon heads performing blood sacrifices. There are constant battles between the ancient countries. The environment of the monks is very bad. Even some sects that have been passed down for hundreds of millions of years may be destroyed overnight. Even the temple where the gods are stationed will be attacked. What's more, they are all beings. "Am I going to die?" a teenager muttered to himself. His face is not dead, but some are worried. Hongpao deacon shouted, "Quickly, pour in the blood of the gods, and the crystals, don't stop for a moment." When these people are busy, the young sect master hugs his arms around him, hovering in the air a battle high above the ground. Watching all this quietly, the blood poured in, the world faded. Countless people swarmed in it. The young man wiped the blood from his face. He tried his best to endure the weakness of his body. He firmly grasped a puppet with a name engraved on it. It seems that the name is a girl. That is his sister. The two depend on each other for fate. He is just a mundane during the refining period. If you want to survive in the realm, you must have a backing. In order to support his sister, he worked as a coolie in a mundane sect. He originally thought to be a backer, but in the end, the sect was burdened. Everyone went up to the sect master and down to the disciple coolies. "I'm fine when I die, but my sister is still young." The boy's eyes were red, and tears flowed out in the next moment. He is not afraid of death. He is afraid that he is dead. No one will protect his sister. The sect was destroyed, and his sister was still waiting for him to go home in the back mountain. But he can't go back now, and can't go back again. With the blood boiling, the boy gradually softened to the altar. Although his strength is weak, his willpower is terribly strong, and he can actually fall with those Mahayana monks. When fell, in the blood and tears, he thought of scenes from when he was a child. In a small courtyard, his father is a hunter. He went hunting in the mountains to feed his family, and he was nourished, and he was still an only child. When I was a child, my father brought my sister back on the mountain. "Xiao Fan, you have a sister." Xiao Fan, You have to remember that you are a man. You have to protect your sister and mother. Come, pick up the knife and continue practicing." Then the beasts attacked the village. The parents rushed into the beast hide to protect him and his sister. Xiao Fan. 2 brothers and sisters left their homes, begging all the way for a living. Fortunately, he has practiced martial arts since he was a child. Whether he is a coolie or a domestic slave, he has a bite to eat. But now without him, what should the little girl do? "Brother, go home." When the boy closed his eyes in the last scene, his sister was standing at the gate of the fenced courtyard, holding a bowl of clear water, waiting for him to return home. Someone keeps falling down in the altar. Now even the earth's celestial beings have fallen, and then the heavenly celestial beings, and the powerful Taoist among the celestial beings. The strength of the land boundary is still divided according to the name of the most ancient era. Dayan Immortal is a heavenly immortal in the earth boundary, Yanxian is an earth immortal, and Mahayana is an ancestral realm. The Lord of Mortals is also the Mahayana of Mortals. Young Master Heijia, his eyes changed, and a touch of surprise came out, turning his head to look north. This scene scared Deacon Hongpao jumped. This young sect master is a fearless lord. Even he was taken aback. Could it be that a powerful emperor is here? https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5340. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. The young Master Black Jia coldly said, "You go first. The sacrifice has already begun, and these red-robed deacons are useless, and staying here will reveal their identity. They are all strong men of some sects, and they were dispatched here for the blood sacrifice this time, and they usually didn't meet each other. Except for him, no one knows the true identity of these people." Yes. The several red deacons respectfully took orders. A tiny small formation rose up. These deacons entered it, and were instantly moved hundreds of millions of miles away, and their breath disappeared instantly. In today's valley, there is only this young sect master. Inside the altar, there was now a mess, with only a few bones left. From the altar, a faint source emerged, which cannot be said to be the source, but a force that has never been seen before, and it contains all things in the world. It's too little. The power is also average, only comparable to ordinary emperor origin. After reaching out and grasping this source, the black armor young sect master leaked a trace of strange color in his eyes. Can't help but growl, "Old guy, you are not the last time. Why is it not enough?" A surprising scene appeared, and a ghost flew out of the black-armored young sect master's body, floating in the air. "I can't blame me. This time the sacrifices are too weak. If it is a fourth-order emperor, one will do," the ghost said aggrievedly. The young sect master He Jia had a look of disgust, and he pulled the weak source in his hand and threw it to the ghost. "You really dare to say that the fourth-order emperor is here, and we all have to die?" The ghost leaked a smile and quickly flattered, "How come? With your current strength, can't you escape if you can't beat it?" "Huh, it's simple." Young black-armored sect master lazily paid attention, and then said, "Come in quickly, someone is coming here. The strength is not weak." "Oh." Hearing these words, the ghost leaked a meaningful expression. If the strength is not weak, it means that you can fight or even kill. After seeing the other party's thoughts, young Master He Jia sighed, "It's not someone else who is here, it's an acquaintance, let's go." After hearing these words, the ghost didn't dare to say anything more, and re-entered the body of young black-armored sect master. A black-clothed monk head, extremely fast, arrived in this valley in an instant after the black-armored young master left. Looking at the blood-colored altar on the ground, the black-robed monk's face leaked anger. With her generous sleeves swaying, a 12 or 13-year-old girl, clutching his thigh, did not dare to look at the blood-colored altar. When looking down at the girl, the head of the monk leaked a smile. He had been in this situation once, and the man gave him a smile to make him feel at ease. "Brother." The little girl in ragged clothes had clear eyes, and when she looked at the blood-colored altar, her heart leaked uneasy. The surrounding breath tears through the world, and the ordinary cannot stay here forever. The head of the monk shook his head and waved his hand to take away the breath of the world, leaving only a bald altar with solidified blood on top. The two landed slowly, and as soon as they landed, the little girl rushed to the ring. She could feel that his brother seemed to have been here. Thump. I don't know what I tripped over. The little girl stood up hard with both hands on her back, looking at the bulge behind her. The head of the monk stood on the side and did not stop him. With his identity and strength, he could see the past and future of the little girl at a glance. Although it was once poor, it was a ray of light. The future is turbid, and even if he will take in this little girl, her future is hard to predict. He closed his eyes slightly, and for a moment countless pairs of eyes stared here. The sacrifice here has destroyed so many people. It can cause such a large cause and effect, but he can't see who is here to sacrifice. When she opened her eyes again and looked at the little girl, there was pity in her eyes. The little girl was just a microcosm of the countless pairs of eyes, and at the same time, there were still many people in the same situation as the little girl. Not afraid of cause and effect, obviously a monk of the magic way. At some point, there was a puppet in the little girl's hand, with slanted writing on it. It was left by his brother before he died. Sister, stay alive. This is what he left behind with all his might before he died, but for some reason it was not destroyed. If the young sect master knew, he would be surprised. Maybe he is surprised now. On the cliff of the valley, a person in a void in the void, staring coldly at the puppet in the little girl's hand. Old man, are you really that serious? You and I will kill you. It seems that this is the evil result of the sacrifice. I have already felt a sense of anxiety in my heart. It seems that this is the thing. Even the sacrifice can't be destroyed. Hidden here is the young black armored sect master. Forget it. As long as you reshape a source for you, you can get rid of it completely. I hate this kind of day. The voice of the old man in the body sounded again, and he said in a low voice, no matter what, kill this person first. He is just a Taoist. There is nothing to be afraid of. You are teaching me to do things. The young master He Jia's voice was cold and stern. The person in his body was taken aback. How could the usually cold-blooded young sect master hesitate? No, I just suggest to get rid of that puppet. There is a cause and effect of you and me above it. Don't keep it. Sect master He Jia didn't pay attention, but kept his eyes on the monk head, and finally shook his head. On the altar, the little girl knelt on the ground and sobbed. The monk's first step came, knelt down and patted the shoulder, and said, don't live up to your brother's long-cherished wish. The little girl raised her head, looked at the head of the monk, and then said, why did my brother die? The head of the monk was stunned for a moment, a little stunned for a moment, because he found that the little girl's future changed again, and it was still muddy, but now it has turned into darkness. It seems that there will be another extraordinary figure in this world. Of course, this refers to the ancient country of Great Xia. Let's go. I'll take you to see. The head of the monk took the little girl's hand and rose into the air. The two of them left in an instant. After disappearing completely, the young black armored sect master, who was hidden in the void, slowly appeared. Looking at the place where the other party disappeared, there was a trace of longing in his eyes. Hui Qing, long time no see. His voice was very low, and he didn't have the coldness of the past. Wow. The black armor concealed into the body, put on a black robe, and slowly took off the mask. This black-armored young sect master is the Jian Wushuang, who has disappeared for thousands of years. The hair became white at this moment. You are crazy. Don't be afraid that someone will see it. The voice in the body sounded again. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed sharply in an instant, and he shouted angrily, shut up for me. That person was not someone else. It was the White King who took him away. Chapter 53:41. Wandao Sword Sovereign, after being looted at that time. I thought that the other party would kill him directly, but I didn't expect this old guy to actually want to take him away. Just kidding. His Dao is a unique extreme Dao. Even if the opponent is an absolute powerhouse, he can't win the home. Eventually, he merged into one by accident. I had no choice but to swear to live in the same body for the time being. But this is not a long-term solution. The White King wanted to reconsolidate a source that did not belong to the Temple of Qishan and wanted to cultivate to the Sixth Order Emperor again. The sacrifice of Jian Wushuang Mandi realm is to refine the origin for the opponent. It was still a little bit close now. As long as he helped King by refining a new source, the opponent would be able to escape from his body. If they violate the oath, both of them will collapse the road. He was used to this kind of life originally, but now that he sees Hui Qing, he also wants to go to the Tomb Mountain with those inheritors. This is his holy place for spiritual practice with inexhaustible resources. There is also the old horn man who agreed to refine the beast weapon for him, and it is estimated that the other party has already felt that he has fallen. King Bai turned his eyes and said in a low voice, "Jian Wushuang, don't feel sad. You only need to follow the great gods to ensure that your cultivation speed is much faster than those of inheritors." These words are not empty words. Although he has been busy with blood sacrifices for 1,000 years, his cultivation has not fallen. In the realm, a mysterious organization, Ka, is the young master of it. The once promised him that as long as he breaks through the emperor, he can become the leader of the Kuei organization and control the realm. This hidden force is very large. Just at one of the halls that Jian Wushuang knew, there were two Sixth Order emperors sitting in the town, one bright and one dark. What is clear is an ancient sect, but the dark place is disturbing the world, and the surrounding forces are working together to clear the temple. The land boundary, the temple is located in Tianzhou, which is the core area of the entire continent. The rest of Tiannan, Tianbei, Eastern region, and Western region were all in chaos, and the temple had to be driven away. The status of young sect master has a high status in the K organization, surpassing ordinary emperors, and is similar to the status of Fourth Order emperors. To confirm the identity mainly depends on the token. Now the token in Jianhui's hands is a third-tier token. Generally, only the Fourth Order emperor with great merit can obtain this token. The Fifth Order emperor is the second rank, and the Sixth Order emperor is the first rank. There is also the legendary super first grade, once the White King was at that level. With this third-rank token, Jian Wushuang can contact the local emperor and the powerful Taoist to help him no matter where he reaches the boundary. This time the blood sacrifice mobilized the Kuei organization in Daxiago. A second-rank elder summoned, "Your treasure is here." King Bai reminded. Jian Wushuang didn't answer. He turned into the dead Daxia Ninth Prince. At the same time, in the ancestral temple of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, the emperor who was responsible for guarding the soul lamp saw the ninth soul lamp at the top lit up again, and he took a deep breath. In some places, the soul lamp could be covered. At first, he thought that the 9 princes had fallen, so he had to report. Fortunately, there was a rule that the soul lamp would go out for a quarter of an hour before reporting. Jian Wushuang, who had become the 9 princes of the Great Xia Kingdom, instantly disappeared in place like a phantom and headed to the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Summer. In the southern part of Tiannan, it can be regarded as a super dynasty. The first emperor who opened up the kingdom was a Sixth Order emperor. After he abdicated, he has been in retreat for many years. The emperor of today's Daxia is a young Fifth Order emperor with average combat power and average potential, but he has a brilliant strategy and management. In the Daxia clan, no one respected him. In the clan, in addition to this emperor, there are also ancestors and several elders, all of whom are Fifth Order emperors. If you can't convince the crowd, it's just a puppet. Great Xia State Capital. This super city is like a giant lying on the ground. The 16 gates are open, and there are hundreds of millions of people entering and leaving every day. With so many powerful people gathering, the capital is naturally prosperous and lively, especially a place for the strong to have fun. There are many crazy practitioners in the realm, and there are more lazy practitioners. It's hard to grow up under the shadow of the fathers, especially in this tempting city. East City, the most affluent and lively place. Jian Wushuang took advantage of the identity of the 9th prince, Xia Mengguanyu, to come to the capital. Although it was very conspicuous, it was hidden deep enough. This was the real big hidden in the dynasty. In addition to being strong, the benefits of the super quality physical body also have many ways to help him, such as the means of change. When he was in the Shangqing Palace, the Broly he saw was a change of cultivation way, and the other party was getting stronger and stronger. What he has become like. Now that he has turned into this Nine Prince, even the founding emperor can't detect it, unless he is dragging his origin to examine it carefully. The average fifth-order emperor, let alone, the origin is placed on the opponent's face, and it may not be able to see it. Learning the way Xiaomeng Guanyu remembered, he swaggered into the capital, a quarter of an hour before long. A gang of eagle dogs from the palace came to guard them. He had swallowed the memory of the other party before. Although the mother of the ninth prince was not a queen, her background was not ordinary. He came from a big family. His grandfather was a powerful fifth-order emperor, and several uncles were also fourth-order emperors. The ruling and opposition parties are very powerful. In addition, the mother's own strength is also the pinnacle of Tier 4, the strongest in the harem. There is only one son like him, so Xiaomeng Guanyu has been domineering since he was a child. It's a pity that this time, I hit him on the head. He completed the trial of the clan in a remote county, and he gave it to him in a pot, and he passed it directly. Jian Wushuang didn't care about these intertwined forces. If necessary, it only takes a little time, and it is not a problem to destroy the entire daxia. It's just that there is no need, and there is no time. He wouldn't be so boring. His Royal Highness, are we going to Firefox Palace? Do you want me to ask Fairy Firefox to arrange it first? The leader of the guard, who was also his bodyguard, asked. The clan's trial is cruel. No matter how high the status is, you must accept the trial. If you fail the trial, your status will decline. If you pass the trial, you will get a treasure and support for future treasures. He has the support of his mother and grandpa, and there is no shortage of treasures. If he didn't make trouble in this trial, it would have been over. It's just that these people are too unlucky, and the place of trial is actually near his retreat, and they are looted away. The guard leader knew that His Highness, every time he returned from the trial, he would go to the Firefox Palace to get angry. It's a life-and-death fight all day long, and it's very stressful. Every time I pass, I have to take it easy. Chapter 53-42 Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, no need. Jian Wushuang replied lightly. Firefox Palace is a brothel where monks grow up, and there are often Taoists and emperors to consume. Those young girls of the Hume clan who have been trained, even the emperor will not be able to control them. Of course, the price is also very expensive. A fox girl in the Mahayana realm needs thousands of crystals, and even tens of thousands in the Earth Fairy realm. After all, the cost of cultivating a fox and charming girl in the Mahayana realm is extraordinary. The entire Fox family was not suppressed because of the existence of the Firefox Palace. Instead, they got a county town to help Daxia guard the frontier and confront the Maluo kingdom. Speaking of which, this Fox clan was originally accepted by Xiaomeng Guanyu's grandfather. He went to the Firefox Palace to be happy, and it was the highest treatment. The emperor can't afford to play with the hundreds of thousands of gods of the fairy Fox clan girl. He only needs to hook a hand, and there will be a number of arrivals. Even the legendary emperor-level Fox Saint, he almost slammed the bow. Unfortunately, it was not an opponent, and Xiaomeng Guanyu did not succeed. Since then, the saint dare not come to the capital again. There was that scene in Jian Wushuang's memory, and a strange color leaked from his eyes. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the Firefox Palace in his memory. Coming here is not only because of Xiaomeng Guanyu's habit, but Jian Wushuang did come here for other things. The treasure he needs has been delivered. The place agreed by the other party is this Firefox Palace. Firefox Palace is located by the most prosperous lake. A 9-story tower is majestic. As it is getting darker today, the tower is brightly lit. His Royal Highness, you want say a word in advance when you come. Before entering the door, I heard a soft and feminine voice. The voice fell, and a coquettish woman in a red fairy dress came out. She was the palace lord of the first 3 floors of Firefox Palace, and a powerful emperor. According to the description in the memory, the palace lord had a leg with Xiaomeng Guanyu. So when the other party's soft body leaned over, he also unscrupulously touched a few, and then said playfully, "Old rules, Tianzi No. 1 room." His Royal Highness, Why do you have to go to the 6th floor when you first come here? It's better to play with the slave house for a while." After Jian Wushuang heard these words, his whole body was shivering, especially the softness on his arms. Humph! How strong his mood is. How can he be confused by this kind of strategy? "No, I have an appointment to talk about something here." Jian Wushuang pulled out his arm and directly led the person into the room behind a door. The palace owner was a bit embarrassed, because the name of Tian had already been set, but the name of Tian was not in her control, and the trouble was left to the palace director of the middle 3rd floor. "Come to the 6th floor. Here is like a huge patio." He also knew these 3-tier palace masters, but only knew them because the palace lord here has the highest strength among the 4th order emperors, and there are rumors that the palace lord here has a relationship with the prince. The prince of the dynasty had just succeeded in joining forces and became a 3rd order emperor with extremely strong combat power. The power is naturally very large, although he relied on the power behind his mother to show off his power, but in front of the prince, he was still a lot worse. He is a toothless wolf, and the opponent is a carp that transforms into a dragon. Snapped. After everyone reached the 6th floor, they went straight to room number 1 Tianzi. And before Jian Wushuang reached the door, he found that there was already someone inside. If it was his character, someone would change it, but the temper of my 9 princes is not like this. Someone, then you have to see who it is first. If it is a casual cultivator with a low status, just shoot it out. Snapped. Jian Wu's palms just touched the door, but someone inside opened it by himself. "I've seen the slave and maid, Your Majesty the 9th prince." It was Du Shenyang, the palace owner on the 3rd floor, who opened the door. Jian Wushuang moved slightly. A trace of thought power entered the room and instantly understood. It turned out that sitting inside was his elder brother, His Royal Highness. "No wonder I'm being stopped below. It turns out there are people here." According to the description in the memory, the prince seldom came here. As long as he came here, he would surely let Du Shenyang accompany him. "It seems that I have broken through now. Come here to be cool. Brother 9, since I'm here, let's do it together." In the room, the prince's voice was smiling. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, leaking a look of embarrassment, and then said without rush, "I'm harassing the emperor brother, but I have something to do, so I want to do it together. I will go to the East Palace and meet the emperor next day." A narration. After leaving this sentence, Jian Wushuang glanced at this Du Shenyang, and it was as beautiful as he remembered. It's no wonder that a talent like the prince will put down his body and come to this place of red dust. When leaving Tianzi number 1, Jian Wushuang directly asked King Bai to tell the 5th order emperor that he changed to room number 7. In fact, every room is the same, just like their domineering kid, who loves face. After entering, it is completely a private space. In the front, you can see the bottom of the patio www.unravel.com. There are a group of fox and charming girls dancing, just like a fright. "You all go out. You are not allowed to come in without my order." Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and after ordering to go down, he sat directly on the soft throne. The whole person was slumped on the action, and his eyes were softly staring down. "Why, it's all here. Don't you find a fox girl to play with?" King Bai laughed. Since possessing Jian Wushuang, he discovered that Jian Wushuang was like a eunuch, and he knew about cultivation, and it was a very unique kind of cultivation. Everything is up with resources. Jian Wushuang, who hadn't been so relaxed for a long time, laughed at himself and said, "Woman, only the sword that will affect you." The two chatted with each other, but an old man with white hair like a waterfall came to the outside world. He entered the room next to Jian Wushuang. Just when I entered the room, I saw the guard next to him stunned. Isn't this his grandson's obedience? How could he be here? Could it be that? He couldn't believe it. However, nothing was revealed. The guards also recognized this person, Xinyuan Depan, the grandfather of the 9th prince, the of war at the time, screamed for battle. The top figure of the Xinyuan family, known as the 5th master of Xinyuan, ranked 5th among his peers, but first in strength. There were many 5th order emperors who fell in his hands with the strength of the 5th tier peak. This Firefox Palace was established because of him. This 5th master has a hobby that is double cultivation. The entire Firefox Palace, like it was built for him, will appear here almost all year round, but he usually goes to the 9th floor, where there is a complete Daojuan-level cauldron. I don't know why it will be in Tianziho today, and it's still in him, next door to his grandson. Naturally, these guards did not dare to ask more, and after respecting the meeting, they were silent. Chapter 53-43. One Dao Sword Sovereign. The other party is here. It's a second-rank elder, and the only second-rank elder in the capital. After receiving the information from the other party, King Bai still had a hint of surprise on his face. It's him? Xianyuan Depan. It was a coincidence that he was the grandfather of the 9th prince. Xianyuan Depan next door also asked about it, and Xiameng Guanyu was alone next door. It's not that a family does not enter a door. He had never expected that the grandson who had not accomplished enough to do more than ever had this ability. He was actually the young sect master of the Kuei organization, with a 3rd-grade token. In a simple formation, a mustard seed appeared, and inside it was the treasure Jian Wushuang needed. Even if it is a father and son, the rules cannot be broken. After Xianyuan Depan finished all this, he could not find Xiameng Guanyu. He glanced casually at the fox girl below, revealing the color of greed. After checking the treasures and the mustard seeds, Jian Wu's eyes were filled with joy. In the past 1,000 years, the biggest receipt has been it. In addition to these things, he also got the black armor given by the First, which was the armor of the Candle Dragon. It is an extremely critical component of the Beast God Soldier, and it is precisely because of this Candle Dragon armor that he chose to join the Kuei organization. Then it got deeper and deeper. The defensive power of this Candle Dragon armor is comparable to the Eternal Treasure, second only to the Eye of the Candle Dragon. It's just the Eye of the Candle Dragon, with the Beast God realm, and it's the only treasure that still carries the Beast God's origin on it. Jian Wushuang turned over and took out a token from the mustard seeds. Compared with the armor of the Candle Dragon, this token is his most valuable treasure. It can't be said to be a treasure, but a secret thing is recorded in the token. It is information about Candle Dragon accessories. The Kuei organization in the realm has been collecting information about the accessories of the beasts for thousands of years, and now it has finally found it. Emo Luo Kingdom, the first Prince Rasha, the arm of the Candle Dragon, which is a suspected eternal beast weapon accessory, has entered the 4th Order Emperor. In the northern part of the heavens, there is an inheritor who confirms that he has the claws of the Candle Dragon. The strength can kill the 1st Order Emperor. The Tomb of the Gods, a special being, contains the heart of the Beast God. Absolute strength. Seeing these 3 pieces of news, Jian Wushuang leaked a look of shock. I didn't expect it to be collected. In addition to the realm, even other secret realm news has been sent. It seems to be the meaning of the god. The Heaven Realm person should be the Dao Sovereign. This is useless information. The one in the Tomb of the Gods, with absolute strength, contains the heart of the Beast God, and can only be taken out unless the opponent is killed and slaughtered. Even if he is lucky, if he is not discovered by the other party, even if he is backed by the K organization, he can't make the other party's idea and can only wait later. He has seen the ultimate combat power, and he has also heard King White mentioned it. The White King at the pinnacle is the ultimate combat power. Maybe after helping the White King recover the peak combat power, he can touch that special life. The only thing that can be snatched away now is the one in the hands of the Prince of the Maluo Kingdom. The 4th Order Emperor is a bit tricky. It looks like it needs to be arranged. Isn't Daxia planning to send troops to conquer the Demon Kingdom? It's an opportunity. The White King floated out, revealing his evil face, and said coldly, "An acquaintance is here." And Jian Wushuang frowned, put away the treasure naturally, and turned his head to look in the direction of the door. Although he couldn't see anyone, he still felt that the person from the outside world had a deep karma with him. Hui Qing. Why is he here? Get up right now. Fortunately, feeling the breath, I went to Tianzi number 1, and didn't pay too much attention to it. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Hui Qing had discovered his identity and followed all the way here. Although now the strength has increased a lot, Hui Qing's strength is not weak. He has found that Hui Qing has reached the level of consummation. The ultimate way is at least the 8th level. Now that he is still tempering outside, it seems that he intends to break through after he is ready to complete the ultimate path. This group of inheritors went to the Tomb Mountain for 100 years, and then began to go down the mountain to experience and accept some tasks. He has also met many acquaintances over the years. I have also encountered Wanqing in the Tianbei continent, and the opponent's strength has also improved very quickly. At that time, I saw that he and Ji Chaoyang had the power to kill the emperor, and that Lengshuang Daojun now has broken through Qingdijin. Their batch of Dian immortals had a lot of breakthrough emperors. As long as they broke through, they were the 3rd order peak emperors, and each was the seedlings of the 5th order emperors. There is also Jiyan. He is also the emperor now. As the oldest Taoist, after he broke through, he directly stepped into the 4th order Taoist, and the moment he succeeded in joining the Tao, he took 4 steps. When I first met, I was still in the ruins of a sect, and I was a little envious of seeing the other side's charm. They all have a bright way to go, and he is like a mouse, afraid to see the sun. After taking his seat again, Jian Wushuang took out other treasures, which were all exotic flowers and fruits that increased his divine body. These treasures were enough to make his divine body more than 8,000 times. Over the years, he has raised his divine body by 2,000 times, and now it is 7,000 times. These treasures can further enhance his divine body 1,000 times. The distance to the basic divine body is 10,000 times faster. The beast god domain is up to 10,000, which is of little use to him unless the old man with horns can refine the origin of the beast god for him. He didn't trust that very much. The other party also mentioned that he could help him refine the origin of the beast god, but he rejected it. In fact, he still has a glimmer of hope in his heart. As long as he is separated from King Bai, he can still go to the Tomb Mountain, where is his home. He doesn't want to be in the Temple of Qishan all his life. After breaking through the Emperor at the Tomb Mountain, at least he is free to go to the outside world at any time. It's just that it's a little bit behind the restoration of King White's origin, and there is a divine body behind, which is even more troublesome. The treasure of the body does not need him to look for, but a body of the body still does not need to sacrifice many monks. The ultimate bloody. It is not so easy to refine. If it is other powerful people, it's okay, but it's too difficult for him to be the host of the Taoist monarch. Sitting cross-legged on the soft throne, quietly breaking through the divine body. Tianzi number 1 room. Hui Qing, it's been a long time since I saw you. Prince Xiaomeng said enthusiastically. He and Hui Qing have known each other for hundreds of years. When he met for the first time, he had just broken through, and Hui Qing came to challenge him in the realm of Taoist monarch. At that time, he thought that the other party's brain was broken, and he was about to kill him. To save face, ask each other for advice. But what everyone didn't expect was that he was defeated, and it was a complete defeat. Lost to a Taoist monarch. Fortunately, not many people watched it at the beginning, and no one knew about it after a strict order. Otherwise, Hui Qing's name would have already shocked the entire territory. This is the inheritor. He later learned of Hui Qing's identity from the ancestors, and he deliberately made friends, not entirely because of the background, but because Hui Qing's own strength was enough to make anyone value it. Chapter 53-44. Wan Dao's sword sovereign, Hui Qing did not come alone. The little girl was still by her side. Du Shenyang wandered around these places all the year round, exquisitely, and dismissed the others at the moment, walked in front of the little girl, bent down and said softly, "Little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Jiang Shang." The little girl had bright eyes and did not have stage fright at all. The crown prince Xiaomeng, the champion, untied a piece of gemstone from his waist and handed it over. Unexpectedly, Master Hui Qing would still bring someone with him. He came in a hurry and didn't have any gifts on him. "This dragon soul jade that has been with me for a long time will be given to you." Hui Qing knew the other party's character and didn't shy away, so Jiang Shang accepted it directly. Seeing the doting in Hui Qing's eyes, champion Xiaomeng moved slightly. Xiao Jiang Shang is just a mortal, and he does not have Hui Qing's blood. Why is he so concerned about this mortal? Is it a special hobby? Seeing Hui Qing's appearance, it's not very similar. Huiqing also saw the other party's doubts and first explained, "Forgot to introduce Jiang Shang, my first disciple." Disciple? Teaching method. After hearing these words, Champion Xiaomeng leaked admiring eyes. With Huiqing's strength and potential, if he wants to recruit disciples, I am afraid that Dao Jun will rush to worship him. Unexpectedly, the first disciple actually accepted a mortal, and it seemed that the aptitude in the opponent's body was very average, and it didn't look like a monk's material. The two were seated, and Du Shenyang took Jiang Shang to the floor-to-ceiling windows to watch the graceful dance of the Fox family below. Tianzi number 7 room. Jin Wushuang was very curious about why Huiqing came here, but he is still not able to show up right now. If he shows his identity, he will probably go to the Tomb Mountain. At that time, it was discovered that there was still a person in him, and it was the White King. It would be difficult to explain by then. The oath was also issued, and now there is only one way to go. If you are curious, we can eavesdrop on it, so as not to come here for you and me. The White King said lightly, his figure floating out, but his eyes were looking at the fox girl below. Jin Wushuang snorted coldly and said with disdain, "Are you still afraid of a Taoist monarch? This is the realm. Blood sacrifices are very common, so what if you are recognized?" After a quarter of an hour, the two of them stared at a miniature formation in front of them, eavesdropping on the conversation in room number 1 Tianzi. "Master Huiqing, this time my father insists on fighting the Imo Luo kingdom. I feel tired. Naodaxia is not only facing the Imo Luo, but also some super tribes in the territory are ready to move. The Crown Prince Xiaomeng, the champion, already has the posture of a superior person. He doesn't see right or wrong in everything, only the advantages and disadvantages. In his opinion, going to the Demon Kingdom is a way of hurting the enemy by 1,800. It is not as good as suppressing the rebellious tribes in Daxia. At least it can be crushed. As the First Order monk head, Huiqing, according to his idea, is best to save the kingdom of Maluo first. Of course, when he came to the realm this time, he also came with a task, and that was to remove the 10 heads of the Emperor of Demon Dao, regardless of weakness, as long as it is an emperor. He came to Daxia this time because he was close to Imo Luo and heard that there was a big battle. Moreover, the national teacher of the Great Xia Kingdom is not someone else, but the immeasurable Buddha. Both of them are inheritors. After the immeasurable Buddha came down the mountain, he has been in Daxia. He is the emperor, and the task he accepts before going down the mountain is naturally much more difficult than that of the Taoist. It may take millions of years of planning to succeed. Good. Champion Xiaomeng saw Huiqing's face and understood the other party's intention in his heart. Does the national teacher mean? Huiqing nodded. The matter of the sword pointing to the devil has already begun in the Great Xia Ancestral Temple. It is not easy to persuade your majesty. You can only fight. Hearing the word Zhongmiao, Champion Xiaomeng flashed a light in his eyes. I also understood a lot at a time. No wonder the ancestors said at that time, a hero for a time, a hero forever. It is estimated that he is his father. This battle for Maluo not only calms the border disturbances, but also stabilizes Xiao and Daxia. It will get the support of the sects from all over the world. This battle is profitable and harmless. As for the fallen strong, they are not considered strong, or take the opportunity to weaken the strength of some sections. His father was appointed by his ancestors. Now Daxia needs to expand its strength. As for the internal stability, he needs a benevolent person. Now, he understands the intention of the ancestor. Whether he is a benevolent person or not, he must pretend to be a benevolent person. Otherwise, the position above is not his. Recalling who among the 9 brothers was the most kind, the champion Xiaomeng showed his coolness. Second, 8 princes and 1 prince. Several of them have died, and the trials within the royal family are no less than some ancient sections. Besides, the people recruited by the ancient sect were all talented people, but the imperial family was indifferent. The few princes who can resist to the present, or become the emperor to divide the frontier important land. Either you can eat and wait for death like the 9th prince, Xiaomeng Guanyu. That is, with a strong background, in order to be so leisurely. Now there are 2 princes in the imperial capital, whose powers are not ordinary, has full wings. Among them, the second prince is a special case. The achievement of the emperor was 1,000,000 years earlier than him, and now he is the third-tier peak and may break through the fourth-order emperor at any time. Because of the benevolence on the surface, many people have been attracted, and the strong under them are like clouds, and there are many fourth-order emperors. The second child has always been a thorn in his eyes and a nail in his flesh. Now that he understands the intentions of his ancestors, he feels a little uneasy. Although the position of the prince was determined early, it was impossible to say what to do if he was abandoned halfway, or if he fell. Master Huiqing, please also give me some pointers. Champion Xiaomeng respectfully held his fist to meet. Huiqing is a bit embarrassed. He doesn't want to get involved in this kind of worldly dispute, but the other party's attitude is not easy for him to refuse, so he can only open up some things he knows. First of all, he was required to stop the foreign war. Dexia's intentions were not as one-sided as Xiaomeng champion guessed, and there were still some problems. Dexia Jin might not win the battle against Momo Luo. If there was only one voice inside Dexia at the beginning, he would underestimate the enemy and be criticized if he loses, and there would be no one behind him. This requires a voice of opposition. As long as the prince opposes this time, he will be the winner if he loses, and he won't lose money if he wins. Therefore, he has to oppose it. After listening to Huiqing's explanation, Champion Xiaomeng understood instantly and bowed down again. Boom. In the courtyard, I don't know when a ring appeared, and the battle of life and death is being staged above it at this time. Disturbed by this thunder, Champion Xiaomeng was very annoyed. Fork the two people from Citation and chop them out for me. Du Shenyang quickly stepped forward to comfort. Huiqing shook her head, reminding the prince to keep a low profile at this time. Chapter 53-45. Wandao Sword Sovereign, Jin Wushuang in the next room, understood what they were talking about there. He also knew a lot about Daxia's battle against the Maluo kingdom, not only because of the memories of the 9 princes, but also because of the secret promotion of the Kuei organization. The Maluo nation is now full of members of the Quebec organization, and they also need to expand, but if they rush to attack the surrounding forces, it will be disadvantageous. When the strength is too strong, they will be attacked by groups. It's better to go fishing and let Daxia come and beat him. When the time comes, I will bring Daxia's elite in a pot, and then backhand invade Daxia. Wouldn't it be better? This is the top secret, and only the first-rank elder will know that Jin Wushuang's identity is special. When he was in the Maluo country, the first-rank elder who was sitting there told him about this. This time he sneaked into Daxia. He also came with a mission, which was to fool more masters to the Maluo kingdom. These idiots, King White sneered. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang put away the formation. This formation could only be eavesdropped by using King Bei's spatial origin. With his current strength, he could not eavesdrop on the emperor's conversation. Okay, get ready to catch turtles in the urn. By then, all the strong men who have fallen will be yours. King White sneered, it's yours too. The two opened the door and left in a hurry. When I walked to the outside world, I glanced at the crown prince, Xiaomeng champion, from a distance. On the luxurious Fei Hu, there were 18 emperor guards neatly around, all the way to the palace swagger. Xiaomeng Guanyu also had many followers. Although it is not as good as the prince and the second prince, it is not much different. There are dozens of emperors alone. The weak second-order emperor is only enough to be a guard. The real third-order peak emperors are all served as guests. Some of them took refuge under him after offending people, and some were dead soldiers sent by his grandfather. The 18 guards outside were the dead men sent by his grandfather, each of the second-tier peak combat power, and the guard leader was the third-order peak emperor. Once in danger, you can instantly form a battle formation to fight against Tier 4 emperors. There are countless strong people in the world, but the fourth-order emperor is still very rare. Not to mention that he is Daxia's prince. Even if he is Daxia's prince, there is no fourth-order emperor under his family. The fourth-order emperor is a guest no matter where he goes. As for the fifth-order emperor, he would not pay attention to these little guys. The fifth-order emperors generally follow some sixth-order emperors, seeking refuge and letting the Sixth Order Emperors give pointers. They are all here to improve their strength. Treasures are not too useful for them, unless it is some precious eternal treasure to make them tempted. After returning to the palace, Jian Wushuang began to figure out what he was doing now. It is estimated that in a few years, the army will be officially mobilized to the Maluo kingdom. Although he is the prince, he does not have any military power, so he can only take people with him. In Daxia, anyone who is a child of the royal family has the right to recruit private soldiers. In addition to some of Xiameng Guanyu's followers, there is also a private army. The four secret realms, except for the heavens and the tombs of gods, all have many ancient kingdoms. In the heavens or in the outside world, it is rare to encounter a realm of cultivation. But as long as there is a kingdom, there will be an army of cultivation. The army under Jian Wu's hands was very small, and he couldn't support it with more. Just a set of innate treasures, ordinary ones need thousands of sacred stones. A team of thousands is a cost of millions. Even if he is a prince, he doesn't have that much money in his hands. He was trained by his mother, and he himself doesn't have that much money to train him. These 1,000 people are not enough. Jian Wushuang's eyes rolled. In the Battle of Imo Luo, what he wanted was the accessories of the Candle Dragon. That Fourth Order Emperor, he also asked King Bai to inquire about it. If it is an internal member, I am afraid that the would have taken it away and threatened him with a beast and soldier. But since it is not moving, it shows that the status of the Fourth Order Emperor is not ordinary, such a young Fourth Order Emperor. Imo Luo Kingdom, the Prince. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, his status is not too high. They are not princes. Besides, the Emperor of the Maluo Kingdom is no more than the Fifth Order Peak Emperor. With King White's supergrade token, it is entirely possible to dispatch a first-grade elder to assassinate. Anyway, a fourth-tier emperor cannot influence the overall situation of the Maluo Kingdom. But King White, who had just sent a call, was rejected by the gods. It seems that there are other purposes in this. The gods must have plans in the Maluo nation, otherwise they would not be so important. After Jian Wushuang was ready, he didn't force it, but set out to prepare. Since he couldn't rely on others, he would do it alone. Entering Tier 4, it was a little bit pressured, but it wasn't to the point where it was completely irresistible. This time, when he came to Daxia State Capital, he was ready to break through rank 9. Now his ultimate path has reached the 6th level peak, and the ultimate path has reached the 7th level peak. It's almost a little bit. Kendo may not be able to completely break through for a while, but Jidao has reached its limit, and it needs some assistance. Calm to hope for a breakthrough. Once the extreme path breaks through, he will be able to completely grasp the power of all things and the origin of space. He is also constantly breaking through, and now his realm in space has surpassed those native monarchs and can be comparable to those fourth-order existences. It's just that in terms of hard power, it's a little worse. If you master the power of all things, and you can completely make up for this shortcoming, then the Fourth-Order Emperor will not be unable to fight. He now has the record of beheading the Third-Order Emperor. Since the space is small, his thoughts on the universe can merge with the swallowing power and appear as a swallowing universe. The Third-Order Emperor entered and was swallowed into nothingness. If the extreme path breaks through again, the combination of the power of thought, the power of swallowing, and the power of all things, his strength will also undergo a qualitative change. 9 turns are complete. Old White Ghost, are you sure which treasure will be auctioned in the capital? Sure, I have my own person in that auction house. Jian Wushuang nodded, not talking. The identity of the 9th prince should not be wasted. The prince's background is very complicated, and the relationship is hard enough. He has to make good use of it. Come on, go to the Colosseum. It took less than a day to come back. After searching all the treasures inside and outside the palace, and taking it with him, there was no need to stay here. What he has to do now is to make a blockbuster and let the outsiders understand that he Xiameng Guanyu has a great opportunity. Tianma Gong? It's really interesting. Searching for Xiameng Guanyu's memory, the place where he went to the trial last time, the ancient unique knowledge he obtained was heavenly demon art. Speaking of it, he had some fate with the demon sect at the beginning. It was only because of the Taoist Liu Yang that the heavenly demon gate had been flattened by the Wuzhou leader, and the corpse of the Sixth Order Emperor was hung on the gate of the Yuan Palace by Wuzhua. Chapter 53-46. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Speaking of it, the current Celestial Shadow sect in the north is like a mouse crossing the street, and he doesn't dare to show his head at all. Wu's strength is very strong and cruel. The temple has to manage the 4 secret realms, while the Senate Palace has so many people in charge of only one northern realm, and soon the entire northern realm will be built into one. All the sects provide offerings every year. Who stop who will die. As long as each practitioner reaches the level of the Dying Immortal, he must register at the entrance of the Yuan Lao Palace, and those without a clear identity shall be killed. In addition, the outer palace was opened, and the emperors were forced to join. If they didn't go to the outer palace, they would have to die. And Wuzhua will go and kill those emperors himself. In just 1,000 years, there were thousands of emperors in the northern realm of the heavens who fled. Most of them escaped from casual cultivators. The strength of the Senate Palace was too strong to resist any resistance, so they could only escape. Bai Yi's eyes were enthusiastic, and now he was ready to abdicate automatically and let the Senate Palace manage the heavens. Because of this incident, the realm has become extremely lively. Many emperors who committed crimes in the realm have fled to the realm. They don't want to be chased and killed by the Palace of the Elders when they control the realm. These escaping emperors from the heavens wanted to kill and loot each in the heavens, and then they came to the earth. This time the auction house has collected many good treasures and prepared for auction. It's just that these treasures are too expensive. Jian Wushuang really can't afford it. In recent years, although he has not done less to kill and sell goods, he has done very little, and now he has no more than 1,000,000 sacred stones. In the mansion of the 9th prince, millions more were collected, and there were some treasures that needed to be sold. Money. It's not easy to earn. It was the same nourishment that I had spent in Xiu Huangqing, earning tens of millions of treasures, which is comparable to tens of millions of sacred stones. In the past few years, he helped King Bai to restore his roots and earned a lot of treasures. These will also be considered credit, but the last time he bought information was all spent. It's gone now. Thinking about this, news came from the outside world. Your Highness, the Colosseum is here. Jian Wushuang slowly opened the door curtain on Feihu. Looking up, a huge Colosseum came into view. The Colosseum. It is a duel field opened by the royal family. As the name suggests, fighting in the imperial city is forbidden. If you want to fight life and death, you can come here. Before reaching the door, a brawny walked out of it. His Royal Highness 9. The visitor was rugged but careful, and quickly saluted respectfully. Jian Wushuang pressed his hand. His eyes were cold and arrogant, and he walked straight to the Colosseum, and the brawny man naturally followed carefully behind him. I heard that there is a good show to watch today, Jian Wushuang said lightly. The rugged and brawny man quickly replied, It's not a good show, but there is a life and death battle between 2 third-tier emperors. Lao Sanpei, your tone is very big. Jian Wushuang turned his head and stared at the rugged man in front of him with a cold gaze, and said in a low voice, When did the Third Order Emperor from your mouth become ordinary? Hearing this, Pei San knew that it was the 9th prince who was suppressing him, and he hurriedly bowed and said, I dare not dare to be a humble post. The younger one will never forget the great grace of His Highness 9. If it hadn't been taken by His Highness, I would have died in the chaos among, back then. It really was Xiameng Guanyu who followed his grandfather Xinyuan Depan to the chaos and saved his life, and then was taken to the capital of Daxia, where he sought an identity in the Colosseum for him. Pei San, the peak of the Third Order Emperor. Staying by his side is rather overkill, so he was sent here, but this one is indispensable for foreign campaigns. After the beating, Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but waved his hand. He came to the Colosseum not only for Pei San, but also to make money. How about these 2 players' handicap? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Pei San became more respectful this time, and replied, There are almost 40 million sacred stones. But Pei San is a little different. He knew that Jian Wushuang came here for other purposes. He was also afraid of this, so that he would be born and die for the 9th prince, and his brows would not even be frowned. But if the rules of the Colosseum are broken, life is worse than death, and even the prince cannot change it. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Jian Wushuang gave the other side a reassurance. But there is a fifth-order emperor sitting here, giving him 10 courage, and he dare not break the rules. The two third-order emperors have a great reputation in the imperial capital. One is the Sword Immortal, the third-tier pinnacle of strength, known as one of the 79 swords in the capital, ranking 79. Sword Qi is near. It's the same surname as Jian Wushuang. It was him. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes and entered the Colosseum. Only when he entered, a strand of hair fell from his head and drifted freely. Old Ghost Bai, I can't kill the third-order emperor instantly, so I will hand it over later. I am responsible for the source of the loss. Jian Wushuang secretly transmitted the sound. He is just a clone of the ninth prince. The deity has always been a hare, and now it falls and drifts, following the ninth prince. Thanks, don't worry. Today's White King's origin is almost restored. It is still possible to kill a third-order emperor, but the current origin is too unstable. It is okay to kill some third-order emperors. Too many origins are broken. But if you kill the fourth-order emperor, I am afraid that you will lose a lot of origins, and King Bai is not willing. It is already the limit of King Bai to let him kill a third-order emperor. The ninth prince, Xiaomeng Guanyu, followed Pei San to the door of the VIP room. When he entered, he suddenly said, "That 79 sword, I am quite interested. You take me to see. Maybe he will do it today." Fallen. Although Pei San was a little embarrassed, he still took them to the dark room. "Go in and let me know, even if I want to see him. Get ready for what happened when I went on the court," Pei San said harshly. A black-clothed emperor in the dark room frowned, but when he saw the ninth prince Xiaomeng Guanyu, he bit his head and went deep. It's about to go to the stage of life and death. These crazy people sometimes don't call anyone how high their status is. However, the sword spirit was close, and he followed the black-clothed emperor out of the secret room and came to Pei San. Jian Wushuang's transformed hair also took the opportunity to follow in. Several people said a few words at random, but Xiaomeng Guanyu gave a verbal encouragement and left. After everyone left, Jianqi's brows frowned. He always felt that these people were too inexplicable, but he was about to play, and he didn't bother to care about them, and returned to the secret room to calm his mind. Just waiting for the moment the door just closed, Jian Wushuang shot instantly. The entire space is only a few battles long and wide, and all thought power and swallowing power are wrapped, and the sword energy is immediately compressed and limped to the ground. Waiting for him to resist, the phantom of King White floats out and slaps the opponent's head with a palm. At the same time, inside the VIP room of the Colosseum, Chapter 53-47. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, Jian Wushuang was talking with some princes and nobles, but after his deity succeeded, his brows were raised. "By the way, don't you plan to play?" Xiaomeng Guanyu pointed to the words on the huge plaque outside. The top shows the duel in the Colosseum today. Sword Qi Close versus Huangpu Shengyi, a strong man in Kendo, a strong man in divine body flow. The life and death battle between the two attracted many people to watch. Several other aristocratic children with unusual identities waved their hands, and soon a young woman arrived in front of them. Impressing Huangpu Shengyi, 50,000 sacred stone, said it is for fun, but these people are still very generous. If you press the Wampoa bear, then I will press the sword aura. I also practice kendo. One sword can break 10,000 magic. These people talked and laughed happily, and blood was splashed on the court. Jian Wushuang watched all this and said lightly, "I am close to the sword, 2 million sacred stones, plus this innate superb sword." Wow! In addition to a mustard seed with a sacred stone, there is also a cracked bone sword, all white, with a long breath. This was the who slaughtered a monarch-level desolate beast and refined it for him. It can also be regarded as his best sword right now. The key is that this precious sword is more valuable. Superb. 2 million? Are you crazy? It was his cousin, Xinyuan Jingxian, and his uncle's son. They had a good relationship, so they came out to persuade him. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, I'm ready to go to the battlefield. These are all things outside of my body. It's useless to keep them. I will take them out today and let everyone laugh. He cared very much about what he said, and there was a sense of vicissitudes that made everyone admire for a while. On the battlefield, Xinyuan Jingxian tilted his head and looked at Xiameng Guanyu and said in a low voice, Go to the battlefield? Are you sure? Jian Wushuang nodded. In the eyes of these people, Xiameng Guanyu was not the one to fight on the battlefield. Go to that battlefield. My father is now in the Southern Kingdom battlefield. If you go there, you can find my father. Xinyuan Jingxian said. Jian Wushuang shook his head, patted the other person on the shoulder and said, Your father will be back soon. His Royal Highness, this white-boned sword can mortgage 3 million sacred stones. The visitor has been replaced by Pei San, and he has given Jian Wushuang a golden token with 5 characters on it. He took the token and played a bit, and said to the dudes whose jaws were shocked, 5 characters are not good. It's too unlucky. Add another million. As he said, he threw a mustard seed to Pei San. There is almost enough inside. Pei San took a look, and it was really about the same. At least 3,000 to 5,000 sacred stones were missing, but he was not good because of this, so he could only bite the bullet and exchange a token for Jian Wushuang. N. The 6 characters are a bit smoother. It is a total of 6 million. If he loses, he can't hear the sound, but if he wins, according to the probability of one losing 3, he can get 18 million sacred stones. In addition, 2 million sacred stones and a supreme treasure sacred sword were pressed. He is also eligible to go to that auction house. That auction house is a superpower. This time it is a top auction held in Daxia, and there will be a special 6th Order Emperor to sit here. It's really not something ordinary people can get in. The ticket is not the identity, but the sacred stone on the body. Every 20 million yuan cannot get in. And many of the treasures auctioned this time, many of them are treasures specially used by the heavens. Even some tier 6 bosses will come. His identity as the Prince of Daxia was not enough to go there. Even if it was the Emperor of Daxia, he would not be considered a big man. Unless Daxia's ancestors go. Every 6th Order Emperor has the supreme majesty. Only the 6th Order Emperor would be a guest there. Secret room. Jian Wushuang, who had turned into a sword-like energy, slowly walked out of it. In almost a quarter of an hour, he looked carefully at the memory of Jian Qi's proximity. Wampoa Xiangyi, a strong divine body, 16,700 times the divine body. To be honest, very weak. King White was once a body stream, more than 60,000 times. This is the real powerhouse. Only more than 10,000 times. If you really start, you can solve the opponent in a quarter of an hour. But in order to prevent others from noticing the changes in Jian Qi, he was still prepared to act like a little bit, preparing to use his origin to kill the opponent. This will only be said to be the weakness of the divine body genre, which reflects the strength of the source. But seeing so many people oppressing Huangpu Xiangyi, the strength of Jian Qi is really not good. Said it is the 3rd Order peak. I am afraid that compared with the outside emperor, it is not as strong as the 2nd Order Emperor, and it is too weak. It is much weaker than the 3rd Order Emperor of the heavens. It seems that in this imperial city, there are still some imaginary powerhouses. Touching the mustard seed in his hand, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Except for a divine sword, there was nothing, not even a divine stone. The same goes for the other mustard seeds, except for an extra token. 12. Golden token, a striking 12 at the top. It actually weighed 12 million sacred stones. Jian Wushuang hadn't been dazzled by the Shanshi yet. He didn't see that he won in the memory of Jian Qi's near. How so? King Bai was one, and what Jian Wushuang saw, he naturally saw it. It's not surprising that part of his memory should have been carried out in a certain treasure. It is normal if you can't see it. King Bai reminded. Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. A 3rd Order Emperor, worth 1 million is not bad. His 12 million. Is there anything hidden in it? Check. It must be checked. It is not an ordinary person to be able to make up 12 million. It is estimated that the 4th Order Emperor will help. But how can he be so confident that he can definitely win? There are 5-tier emperors in the Colosseum who will personally test the strength of the two. Finally, the odds are given. Could it be that? Jian Wushuang thought of a little. There must be someone behind it. He can be cloned, and so can everyone else. It's just a bit difficult to hide from the Fifth Order Emperor. Old Ghost Bai, inform Xinyuan Depan and let him personally check the origin of this sword qi. Regardless of whether it is found or not, this time he will earn blood. After winning, there are 36 million sacred stones just near here with Jian Qi. With the addition of Xiaomeng Guanyu's place, it would have passed the 50 million mark. The ordinary Fourth Order Emperor, I am afraid that it is worth this. Of course, it is only the poorest. The gap between the Fourth Order Emperor and the Third Order Emperor is very large. Some secret realms or relics require the Fourth Order Emperor to enter. In those opportunities, even the worst receipts can get millions of sacred stones. Chapter 53-48. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, the Third Order Emperor won't do it. It's not enough to go in. Some can't go in, and can only go to the general secret realm, but where there is at most millions of sacred stones at a time. But the people who got the life are some powerful people with strange treasures. Usually these third-tier emperors can receive hundreds of thousands of sacred stones at one time. The worth is between millions, and the more millions. Jian Wushuang's strength wasn't that Jian Wushuang looked down on him. 2 million would be pretty good. 12 million came from there. It seems that this life-and-death battle is simpler than he imagined. Since the people behind him dare to bet like this, it shows that he has absolute confidence in him. Before he even played, King Bai received news from Xinyuan Depan. The sword is near. Recently, I have hosted a lot of Third Order Emperors. Among them, they are uneven. I haven't found any too private talks with other emperors. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. It seemed that he was trying to confuse others. I can't manage that much when I'm on the court soon, so I can exchange for the stone when I win and run away immediately. Since they are all Tier 3 emperors, and Tier 4 at most, in the Imperial City, the opponent dare not act rashly. Inside the Colosseum, the audience in all quarters was full of people, at least hundreds of millions of practitioners. To go in and watch, like this kind of life-and-death battle between emperors and monarchs, the ticket will cost 10 stones. Counting this down, the Colosseum made 1 billion this time. And there is a rule in the Colosseum. As long as they are willing to enter the arena, the Taoist will reward 100,000 to 1 million sacred stones, and the emperor will reward 100,000 to 100 million sacred stones. But this has to be won before it can be given. This point Jian Wushuang knew that if he won, it would be possible to charge another 10 million yuan in appearance fees with his sword-like reputation. Compared with these, the Colosseum still earns more. 1 billion at a time. In addition to the venue and some labor costs, the royal family can make at least 800 million. The Fifth Order Emperor who sits here is the elder of the ancestral temple, the senior in the clan, and the powerhouse of the Xiaomeng clan. He is stationed here for a long time, and he will also draw a part of the sacred stone he earned in each game. After all, it is a Fifth Order Emperor. If you go out and wander around, you will probably get more divine stones. But there is no danger here, and it is a good job. Standing at the highest point, Jian Wushuang held a sword in one hand and leaped heavily towards the ring. His appearance made countless people cheer. Some of them were calling his name, apparently weighing his wealth on his body. In this imperial city, there are still many gamblers. In the Colosseum, in addition to volunteers to participate in the war, more slaves or prisoners of war collected from the battlefield. Let them fight here. If you win 100 games, you will get only one, but if you lose, you will fall. These people's fights were more bloody, but their strength was generally weak. Most of the people who can be captured are Taoists, or some Earth Immortals. For a super dynasty like Xia, the lowest threshold for conscription is generally Earth Immortals. The real army of cultivators is overwhelming, not necessarily all emperors and lords, and more of them are heaven and earth. These monks were all cannon fodder, either fell on the battlefield or were caught in large numbers. After all, it is the top-level combat power that determines the victory, and the top-level collapses, and no matter how good it is, it will lose. In this case, why spend so many sacred stones to cultivate an army of cultivators? Just let the two ancestors fight a fight. King White said lightly, "It's not that simple. The bottom layer is fighting for airlock. If the bottom layer loses, then the upper level is likely to lose under the same combat power. The origin of the Emperor's space is to store airlock. Most powerful people must follow this rule. Of course, you don't need to follow this ultimate way, and you still have that special way. I think the above is not only unlucky, but has evil aura, the opposite power of airlock. Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang leaked murderous intentions in his heart. This King White is most familiar with him. His origin is now only known to King White, not even the god. At the beginning, he made an oath, although there was also an oath not to disclose their respective information, but he was still worried. In case this old guy was about to die that day, shaking his affairs out, it was not good. Only the dead can control his mouth. I'm afraid King White thinks so too. Although the two are one body, each is pregnant. After he played, Huangpu Xiong held a bluestone long stick in one hand and jumped down from above, looking at Jian Wushuang with a sullen expression on his face. A majestic voice sounded from above, "Start." The speaker was the Fifth Order Emperor. According to seniority, Xiaomeng Guanyu had to call the other uncle, and even the current emperor would call the other uncle. Accompanied by a more enthusiastic shout, the Wampoa bear took action first. Sure enough, just as Jian Wushuang had imagined, as soon as the opponent moved his hands, he saw the strangeness. The two fight, the thunder is loud, the rain is small. It's completely for outsiders. It's just this point, Jian Wushuang thought it was too funny, but there was a Fifth Order Emperor watching him. Although the Emperor won't pay attention to these anyway, the tickets are earned, but if the two don't fight, it will affect the reputation of the Colosseum, and neither of them will escape death. Boom. Fine through Changhong. This is the signature uniqueness of Jian Qi. The breath is like a rainbow, and the power is unlimited. I don't know what Huangpu Xiong thinks. He wouldn't think that the fake fight would end there. This sword is a sneak attack. As soon as Huangpu Xiong didn't react, he stabbed another sword with his backhand, pointing straight at the center of the opponent's eyebrows. This sword contained the ultimate meaning, surpassing Huangpu Xiongji's expectation, and directly injured him seriously. As soon as Huangpu Xiong stepped back, he touched his eyebrows with one hand. Angrily surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak. This is different from what he discussed with Jian Qi. But now that people have changed, who will care about these? Recalling that 10 years ago, Huangpu Xiong began planning this matter as soon as he approached Jian Qi. Jian Qi has a wife who is born with a natural ice body physique. He needs to drink fire fruit wine for many years. Fortunately, fire fruit wine is not precious. As a Third Order Emperor, he doesn't care about it at all. However, 1,000 years ago, the wife who was close to the sword suddenly changed her physique, changing from the ice body to the Wuji divine body, one of the 10 ancient divine bodies. Regardless of whether it is ice soul or Hua soul, once it becomes the promised divine body, it will accelerate toward extreme changes. It used to be ice soul, but now it is cold shadow. Thousands of years have strengthened its physique 10,000 times. His wife was an ordinary Taoist monarch, but now she can rival the emperor. It is said that this physique will attract the attention of some large sects, and maybe his wife will be recruited, but who would think that the cold power in his wife's body has condensed into crystals, which has destroyed her physique? If it is allowed to develop, it will eventually become an icy body. If you really want to take refuge in the big sect, you're also serving as a wedding dress for others. Chapter 53-49. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, a complete special divine body. This is a great tonic. It can even be grafted onto other practitioners. So Jian Qi was nearly afraid to be exposed. This exists in Jian Kaijin's memory, so Jian Wushuang also knows it. Originally thought that Jian Qi was cheating and swindling money, so he could find some fire treasures for treatment for his wife. Looking at Huangpu Xiongji's expression now, he might be wrong. It's too difficult to make a game in the Colosseum. If he guessed right, it should be that Jian Qi nearly agreed to Huangpu Xiongyi that he would take the initiative to lose to the other party, but Huangpu Xiongyi would distribute the winnings to his wife, which would also extend his wife's lifespan. At that time, these scenes were probably so tearful. Then Huangpu Xiongyi really believed it. It now appears to be fooled. In fact, their guesses are not accurate. Jian Qijin made two-handed preparations. If he wins desperately, it would be great. If he loses, his wife can extend his life, so he will go down to lead his wife. Despicable! Wampoa Xiong shouted angrily. He had long been worried about Jian Qijin's insidious tricks, so he came personally. He was much stronger than Jian Qijin, and the odds were naturally much lower. But if you find someone who is weaker than Jian Qijin, I'm afraid Jian Qijin will go back. Now that he is injured, he is really hard to say to the crazy Jian Qi. Jian Wushuang had a flash of light in his eyes. The divine sword was erected between his brows, his eyes fixed on Huangpu Xiongyi. This is the best time. Sword Qi is nearly unacceptable, and 1,000 swords come out in one go. No wonder he didn't have any pill treasures in his mustard seeds. I am afraid that countless auras have already been stored in his body, but he killed the opponent too fast at that time, and he did not notice. Now, he can help the other party realize their dreams. Not only will Jinchi be able to win this life and death battle, but he will also take good care of his wife. Wan Jian. On the ring, Jian Qi approached his legs slightly, and his feet stood steadily on the spot, but behind him was a floating sword shadow. This sword represents the world's 10,000 swords, and Jian Wushuang's momentum is a bit novel. I didn't know it at first, but when he started out, I realized that this genius is really good. At least let the strength of Jian Qi reach the peak level. I underestimated it. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and he burst out instantly. In this 10,000 aura, there is also the power of all things. He and the Third Order Emperor still need to rely on the power of all things to kill each other. Wan Dao Jian Qi, combined with the power of all things, exerted a terrifying combat power far beyond Jian Wushuang's expectations. Huangpu Xiongyi was also frightened by this battle, and immediately resorted to his utmost knowledge. His figure turned into 1,000 battles, and he wanted to rely on the divine body to break through the 10,000 auras. But the power of all things in it, let alone a Third Order Emperor, even a Fourth Order Emperor is very jealous. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bursts, causing a sensation among hundreds of millions of people. Once the 10,000 strength Huangpu bear was pierced by Wan Jian, he fell directly to the ground. He never expected that his sword aura would be so strong in the near future. The Fifth Order Emperor, who overlooked below, also leaked a surprised look. He didn't expect that he would take a look at it, and this sword aura would actually be so strong. He didn't know that, in fact, his prediction was correct at the beginning. It was only when Jian Qi was ready to condense that group of qi, and the strength would be so powerful. But the bigger reason was the power of all things injected by Jian Wushuang. That was truly terrifying. As long as it was born from all things in this world, he could be able to transform. This is true even for special lives, unless you are not born of the heavens and the earth, nor are you transformed by all things in the starry sky. You can ignore it. As soon as the Huangpu bear fell, because it was a genre of the body, it was not bad to leave a corpse. At this time, there was a rumbling in the sky, and the Fifth Order Emperor personally walked off the arena, floating above the arena, only to silence the countless audience in the arena in an instant. After scanning a circle, the Fifth Order Emperor said in a low voice, "Sword Qi is nearly winning." After speaking, he disappeared in the field, and those who were close to the sword's energy broke out a sensation in the entire field. Sword Qi is near. 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 At this moment, Jian Qijin is the protagonist here. Jian Wushuang waved the divine sword in his hand, and then slowly walked off the ring. VIP room. Also shout another person's name. Xiameng Guanyu. Cousin, you have to give Firefox Palace today, and you have to kill you. Xiameng Guanyu took the mustard seeds sent by Pei San, waved his arm, and said loudly, "Go." A group of dudes followed Jian Wushuang and left the VIP room. In addition to these people, there are still a lot of people who have squeezed their sword spirits, and many have made small fortunes. But these can't afford Firefox Palace, but other low-end brothels may be full today. Looking at the people who were going to exchange the sacred stone, Jianqi left the Colosseum from the side door. Beside a remote street, the mustard seeds containing more than 30 million sacred stones were handed to Xia Mengguanyu. Then the two exchanged. Xia Mengguanyu became the deity, and Jianqi Jin was a clone. That infinite divine body is very enthusiastic about King Bai, so he will naturally not let it go. The deity Xia Mengguanyu took a group of people to the Firefox Palace to relax, while the clone Jianqi approached to the hiding place of his wife. After all, it is the promised divine body. If this physique is discovered, I am afraid it will be swallowed alive by some old guys. Nanqing, a place where fish and dragons are mixed. There are strong people everywhere, and there are even some wanted people. Jianqi was sitting on top of ordinary Feihu and reached a small green courtyard. There was a simple formation outside, and the scene inside could not be seen at all. A finger pointed out, the formation waved, and then a door leaked out. Jian Wushuang pushed the door and entered, and what he saw was the same as Jianqi's memory. Green vegetation fills the entire small courtyard, full of greenery. Moreover, there is a round of sun in the small courtyard, exuding a strong high temperature, and ordinary people can't stand it at all. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he saw the wife in his memory. What is slightly different from the memory is the breath of the wife who is close to the sword. It's cold, like an ice beauty. This kind of natural breath made the people in front of them more charming, even more attractive than those fox girls. She has a graceful figure and blue eyes, which is very beautiful. Come back. The voice was cold and there was no smoke, but there was a coquettishness in that voice. No wonder Jianqi Jinhui gambled even for her life. Once upon a time, he did the same. She couldn't help but leak a gentle smile, walked to the young woman, raised her hand to help her strand the ends of her hair, and whispered back, "I'm back. Are you still leaving? Don't go." After saying this, the beautiful woman in front of her softly pressed Jian Wushuang's chest. For a while, she didn't know whether she was holding her or letting go. Chapter 53:50. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, in his mind. King Bai laughed as he watched and said, "Jian Wushuang, you must not let go of these beautiful ladies. If you can't, I will come. You get out of here." Jian Wushuang scolded with a smile. But when the young woman approached, he was really shaken. Of course, it wasn't that the heart was moved, but it was shaken to kill. The arms slowly rested on her back, and a burst of coolness rose instantly, rushing straight to his source, and he was intercepted instantly before he got close to his source. Jian Wushuang's eyes also changed at this moment. The other party seemed to know his identity. Haning? Jian Wushuang whispered the other's name. Haning slowly broke free of Jian Wushuang's arm and backed away a few steps. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes. The two looked at each other for a long time before Haning said coldly, "You are not him." Jian Wushuang saw that he couldn't hide. He changed his body immediately, revealing his true face, and there was no need to hide anything in front of a dying person. "When did you find it?" Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. He thinks he has a perfect disguise. How could he be discovered by the other party? However, Chill leaked a hint of smile, tilted his head, and leaked sharp tiger teeth, and said with a smile, "The moment I heard your heartbeat." As he said, a palm hit his chest, the whole person took a few steps back, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. Jian Wushuang didn't stop him, but quietly released his thought power to wrap the entire courtyard. "Cough cough, don't worry, I will die soon," Haning said with a smile, and then said, "Can you still hold me like him? Is it necessary?" Jian Wushuang looked at each other with cold eyes. How deep he is. How could he be fooled? What if he was attacked by the other party just in the past? She is a promised divine body. Who knows if there is any success? Are the emperors so timid? I'm just a Taoist. Someone who couldn't believe it looked at Jian Wushuang again, revealing a look of surprise. However, Jian Wushuang still looked like Jianqi was close, and walked over slowly. Haning saw this, leaking a trace of sadness, and when he raised his hand to hold Jianqi Jin, her eyes suddenly shrank, and finally failed to hold Jianqi Jin, and fell heavily under Jian Wushuang's feet. In her hand, There is also a light blue dagger. Looking at the power of ice on it, it is estimated that it contains the power of the promised divine body. No matter how strong Jian Wushuang was, he wouldn't dare to pierce people like this casually. King Bai shook his head and said regretfully, "What a loving couple, what a pity. Why don't you go down and accompany her?" Jian Wushuang said angrily, "You can be like what you are today. 8 achievements are for this reason." King Bai waved his small hand and quickly said, "Forget it, there are people below to accompany her, but no one accompanies me, and I can cultivate to the 6th Order Emperor. But there is a great opportunity, don't underestimate me." "Huh, is Qin Zima's chance of rotten millet, no matter how big it is?" Jian Wushuang said, pointing to the sky. With a movement of mind, Han Ying's corpse was directly turned into a phantom. "This is the phantom of the divine body. Unfortunately, it's not for me." King Bai looked at the shadow with a little regret. Jian Wushuang said, "There is nothing wrong with it. But this divine body needs too much investment, and the meaning of promise can stay. This natural divine body can be sold for a good price." "Are you going to swallow the meaning of promise in her body?" King Bai looked at him in surprise. Jian Wushuang nodded. "I don't like picking fruits. The meaning of promise can help me condense the divine body faster. As long as I swallow a little bit, I can evolve all things. Naturally contains the meaning of promise. The promised divine body is one of the 10 special divine bodies in ancient times. King White once followed the divine body genre, and it was also one of the top 10 divine bodies. Otherwise, it would not be exaggerated to more than 60,000 times. At the beginning, he didn't slaughter special beings less. The divine body was a harder road than the original. At least the origin can be cultivated slowly, but the divine body does not need to be cultivated, and needs to be accumulated by treasures all the time. After swallowing the meaning of promise, Jian Wushuang's divine body began to transform. This small courtyard is also suitable for retreat. After putting away the corpse, he took the phantom of King Bai and entered the room. The furnishings inside were very simple. There was a portrait of Jian Qi on the top. A stalwart man carried a divine sword on his back and had 2 temples. Gray. With a wave of his hand, the portrait ignites spontaneously. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the soft blanket and began to fuse the divine body. The divine body already 8,000 times. I don't know if it can completely break through 10,000 this time. The fusion of the meaning of promise will enhance a lot of divine bodies. Wanbei is a threshold, and the treasures needed to break through are too expensive. At least it is a treasure with more than 10 million sacred stones. Now what he wants to break through is the origin. There are not so many divine stones to stabilize the divine body. If the origin of the candle dragon can be restored, the beast god realm may help his divine body to break through 10,000 times, and it will be even stronger under the blessing. It's a pity that it's almost useless now. After integrating the meaning of promise, the divine body 10,000 times has reached its limit, and if you want to break through, you can only use more powerful treasures. The highest blessing in the beast god realm is 10,000, and once the basic divine body reaches 10,000, it is useless. Such a good treasure can only be seen now when I get it. The wings of the beast god and the armor of the beast god are somewhat useful. The former can make him perceive the space faster, and the defense of the latter is not weaker than the eternal treasure. This clone retreats here for a few months. Outside world. After Xiaomeng Guanyu kept a low profile for a few months, it was obvious that changes had begun in the imperial city. As he guessed, that uncle did indeed return from the battlefield of the southern kingdom, and at the same time he brought Daxia's 100,000 elites, each of whom was a powerful Taoist, and each with a murderous aura. This is the Taoist who came back from the battlefield. The ordinary Taoist monarch is much stronger. On this day, Xinyuan Mansion held a banquet for Xinyuan on high. Emperor Daxia also asked this in High House sister, Xiaomeng Guanyu's mother, to come and visit in person. In addition to some senior officials on the court and the field, some Fourth Order emperors and powerhouses also came one after another. Each of the 4 uncles of Xiaomeng Guanyu was the strongest among the Fourth Order emperors, and his mother was also the Fourth Order emperor. From the Xinyuan family, there were 5 Fourth Order emperors from the generation of In, who were much better than the generation of the old man. In Xinyuan Dapan's generation, he alone became a fifth-order emperor, and a third brother became a fourth-order emperor. The rest were not very popular, and some were even emperors. Looking at it again, the ancestors are also fourth-order emperors. Wang also started from Xinyuan Dapan, allowing the family to make this great Xia wealthy. Especially Xinyuan Dapan's direct line, the 5 fourth-order emperors, each has great potential and strong combat power, plus Xinyuan Anshui who entered the palace, all occupy high positions. Chapter 53-51. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, either he is out there, or he is in a prominent position in the ruling and opposition parties. Xiameng Guanyu took her mother's arm and walked slowly into the main hall. At this time, it was already full of people. According to the family banquet, Xinyuan Anshui could not be the main seat, but today he came with the emperor's will and naturally took the main seat. Brother, hurry up and get your seat. Concubine and Shui waved her hand to interrupt as soon as the person wanted to worship. Jin Wushuang was sitting aside, sitting with a few cousins. This kind of banquet is the most useless on the surface. But within an hour, the people from all walks of life dispersed, and the Xinyuan family also entered the secret room in the backyard. In addition to the local Xinyuan 5 tigers who are eligible to come here, there are also family patriarch Xinyuan Dapan, as well as several scary ancestors with high generations. A total of 10 fourth-order emperors, 1 fifth-order emperor, and Jian Wushuang's heir. And Shui is here this time, and the opportunity for the rise of our Xinyuan family is right in front of us, so we'll just say it. Xinyuan Dapan glanced around, his eyes low. The position of the Xinyuan family is still not very strong in his opinion. Although there is Xinyuan Anshui, the concubine in the harem, she is not a queen after all, and she is not enough in power. The sons are very good, but he is very pleased with this. Each of them holds authority. However, strength is the key. What he needs is the fifth-order emperor who inherits him. Once he falls, everything in front of him is just passing by. Father, will your old man also play in this foreign campaign? And Haiho asked with some worry. He had just returned and heard about the Maluo kingdom. Today's border is like a Shura field, with great battles every day. Before he returned, General Gutong, one of the 3 great generals of the empire, had already taken 1 million troops to the border of Maluo. The war has escalated to the point where it is out of control. War is bound to start, and now only the man in the palace chooses the manpower. Now it seems that their Xinyuan family has been chosen. These years are still too high profile. It is normal to be selected. Xinyuan Dapan let out a smile and said lightly, choosing our Xinyuan family is within my expectation. There is no need to worry about this. By then, the second and third child will just follow me. The fourth child is in retreat. Don't bother him if there is nothing to do. Fourth brother is in retreat again. Can it be said? And Haiho leaked a look of surprise. The ancestors who were sitting on the main seat spoke at this moment with a hoarse voice. I can go to 2 of you this time. It has already given that person a lot of face. My Xinyuan Jiaxing is in the contemporary era, and I must never be in the contemporary era. When the ancestor spoke, even Xinyuan Dapan, the contemporary patriarch, bowed his head and listened. On the day of the expedition, come here to worship the ancestors. Let your family talk about intimate things. We old guys will go back first. The voices of the ancestors disappeared here. After the ancestors left, only Xinyuan Dapan and his third brother remained in the secret room, as well as 5 children under his knees. For a while, Xinyuan Dapan leaked the coldness on his face. You all must remember that today's achievements are inseparable from the family. This time I am afraid a few ancestors. At this point, Xinyuan Dapan couldn't help lowering his head, tears in his eyes. Several ancestors, when he was weak, took care of him in every possible way. The Xinyuan family at that time was just a small family. He caused trouble outside. Either the third brother helped him, or the ancestors wiped his behind. Now several ancestors are all on the battlefield for the sake of several younger generations. The emperor's battle this time was not only to attack the Maluo kingdom, but also to weaken their nobles. Yesterday, When the secret letter was sent from the palace, Xuanyuan's family had to dispatch at least 5 direct emperors. If you don't go, don't even think about returning one of the 5 people. If you go, he can keep 1 or 2. As the mountain of Xuanyuan's family, he could only bite the bullet this time. When Xinyuan Anshui heard this, there was anger in his eyes. The emperor's family is the most ruthless. This is her family. Several elder brothers and younger brothers were born and died to serve the great summer, and now they cut it and cut it. There is no feeling at all. Shuair, you must not be angry with that person. Our Xinyuan family is not afraid of fighting. If I didn't fight, I wouldn't have today. You can rest assured that I will bring them back safely. Xinyuan Depan is very confident. The identity of is not simple. He is still a member of the K organization. This time he attacked Mo Luo, but he received the above order, must advocate conquering Mo Luo. He is a second-rank elder and is considered to be the core, but he still doesn't know much about the K organization, and even King Bai knows very little about the secrets. I'm afraid that only the knows it. Afterwards, they began to discuss the Maluo kingdom for this battle. On the border, there are 4 huge cities, and there are countless military camps outside. Their Xinyuan family will go to the 4th city, which is the fiercest battlefield. It has just been cast there, and the death rate is very high. I heard that hundreds of emperors have fallen. Jin Wushuang almost fell asleep when he heard it. It was really meaningless and was about to destroy this hair automatically, but he didn't expect Xinyuan Depan to mention him, or even Xiameng Guanyu. Shuair, let Yuer come to my room later. I have something to discuss with him. Xinyuan Anshui was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that his father would look for Xiameng Guanyu. This kid is weird. He might have joined the co-organization secretly, and his status is not low. Xinyuan Depan's face was puzzled. When Xinyuan Anshui heard this, his heart sank, and he quickly said, Yuer actually. At the same time, in the imperial capital, it was like a deep shadow overwhelming. A group of crows scattered in all directions and landed in various houses. Like the Xinyuan family, many people in the mansion are discussing in the secret room, but many of them mentioned that the K organization is at least half of them. If these people knew that there were half of the traitors in the imperial city today, they didn't know what they would think. Jin Wushuang was laid back. The Kuei organization couldn't handle him at all, but these were different. They were either greedy or brainwashed, or they had a handle by the Kuei organization. This time, overhearing Xuanyuan's conversation, he was not just to know some of the secret things, but for other things. Soon, Xinyuan Depan began to talk about the auction. I am afraid that I will be after the auction when I go out to the Maluo. This time the auction is very important, and the Xinyuan family will naturally purchase it. Father, I have prepared hundreds of billions of sacred stones, which can be transferred at any time. Xinyuan Anqing flipped over and took out a mustard seed and handed it to his father Xinyuan Depan. Hundreds of billions of sacred stones are also the limit for these big families. Excluding the usual expenses, it is good to be able to save so much. Chapter 53-52. Wandao Sword Sovereign, this is what Jin Wushuang most likes to hear. How much is left in the library? Xinyuan Depan asked after taking the mustard seeds. There is still about 1 billion, enough to maintain the family for several years. Huh. Xinyuan Depan flipped his hands and took out his mustard seeds. There are billions left here. Put it into the family inventory. The operation of a large family requires tens of billions of sacred stones, and only 1 billion is too stretched. Xinyuan Anqing, as the eldest son, has been managing the entire family. His father is a 5th-order emperor, and it is impossible to manage those trivial matters. Father, this. Xinyuan Anqing was still a little moved after seeing his father take out his private property. It is too tired to carry the whole family by one person. He wants to share, but can only do some of his own things. Xinyuan Depan leaked a smile and comforted, my own treasure is enough. This time I mainly get a set of decent treasures for the 2nd and 3rd, and prepare some auxiliary treasures for the 4th. Indeed, his treasures are all eternal treasures, and ordinary auction houses do not have them, and the high prices are scary, and he obtained them from the Quebec organization. The conversation soon came to an end, and the hair that Jian Wushuang transformed into also followed the breath of the breeze and stuck it to the boss Xinyuan Anqing, a fourth-order emperor, but with billions of sacred stones in his body, still made Jian Wushuang very tempted. Soon after the people dispersed, Xinyuan and Guogua ran, let him go to Xinyuan Depan's room. Boom! Jian Wushuang knocked on the door lightly, and a gentle voice came from inside. Come in. Entering the room, Xinyuan Depan sat on the main seat of the guest hall, drinking tea by himself, and left a cup for Jian Wushuang next to him. Grandpa, Xiameng Guanyu greeted cordially. Then he sat next to him naturally. Yuer, how are you playing in Firefox Palace that day? Xinyuan Depan went straight to the subject as soon as he came up. Jian Wushuang could only pretend to be stupid. Well, it's not bad. I won a lot at the Colosseum that day, and they played with him for a few days, but it took my grandson a lot of magic stones. Huh, you kid. Xinyuan Depan leaked a smile, and even if he didn't want to say it, he also knew the rules, so he didn't ask. However, there was still a lot of reminder, and they were all accepted by Jian Wushuang. Xinyuan Depan looked at Jian Wushuang very pleasedly. He used to think that his grandsons were not like him. On the contrary, this grandson had the charm of his youth. Moreover, Xiameng Guanyu was the kind that was hidden deep enough. This time he knew this grandson thoroughly. The two seemed to say nothing, but in fact they passed a lot of useful information secretly. At least now we all know that they are all members of the Quebec organization. Speaking at the end, Xinyuan Depan said, Little guy, remember, there are people behind you. Some things shouldn't put such pressure on yourself. That's an abyss, and it's filled with unevenness. This sentence is obviously to remind Jian Wushuang that he should not fall into the trap of the Kuei organization. He is the prince of Daxia, there is no shortage of resources, and there is no need to take too much risk. Jian Wushuang saw that the chat was over, and stood up immediately, came to Xinyuan Depan, bowed a big gift, respectfully said, Grandson, remember Grandpa's words? You child, you are all a family, get up quickly. Xinyuan Depan said with a gentle smile, leaking out a smile. Jian Wushuang was not able to afford it, and said in a low voice, Please also ask Grandpa to help his grandson. If he doesn't help, the grandson will be dead. As soon as Xinyuan Depan heard this, his expression changed, thinking that Jian Wushuang had some plan for him to help him, so he became solemn and said, Tell me, borrow money. Jian Wushuang knelt on the ground with his head buried between his knees. Xinyuan Depan laughed loudly and said, Why do I still think about it? Just for some sacred stones? Yes. Jian Wushuang was also honest enough to tell the truth directly. Are you really going to the battlefield? This time Xinyuan Depan showed a look of surprise. Grandpa, you won't be able to accumulate military exploits without going to the battlefield. My second elder brother will go there, and even His Royal Highness will go. They have gone. Of course, I will not stay in the imperial city. Jian Wushuang said sincerely. When Xinyuan Depan heard this, he smiled and said, Okay, with your words, I will definitely support you. Xiameng Guanyu is a prince, and he will become a prince at the worst in the future, and will help them Zuanyuan's family. But now, he has joined the Quebec organization, and his status is not ordinary. Maybe he can still get that position. The future can be said to have unlimited prospects. It is nothing to invest a little money now. Let's talk. How much do you want? Xinyuan Depan's voice was very grand. A Taoist monarch, how many gods can he need? Millions of things are nothing to him as a fifth-order emperor. But when Xiameng Guanyu spoke, he was shocked. 1 billion. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he bowed down again. This Xinyuan Depan was a little embarrassed. 100 million was not a big deal to him, but there was a big family behind him, and he had to save everything. 100 million, many fourth-order emperors can't get it out. This kid really dared to ask. As the head of the family, he has long learned to reject or neutralize, and slightly adjusted his posture and said, Yuer, you have to remember that foreign objects can't help yourself much. Everything depends on yourself. Grandpa, I want to break through the treasure of the divine body. My current divine body is too weak. Before entering the emperor, I want to break through 10,000 times the divine body. Xiameng Guanyu's body, the same as his divine body, is 8,000. It's easy to reach 10,000 times the divine body, and 20 million is enough, but it's a bit difficult to break through 10,000 times. The treasure needed is a sacred stone of over 100 million. Xinyuan Depan went on to say, I think your flesh body is a lot worse. You don't need to chase the power of the divine body too much, so as not to put too much pressure on the flesh body. Grandpa, look. Xiameng Guanyu waved his hand. His body destroyed himself, and then recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This represents the limit of the high-grade physical body. Xinyuan Depan didn't expect that this grandson would unexpectedly reach the perfect flesh body, still top grade. My heart is also moved. Maybe this grandson can really ascend to a high position in the future. However, 100 million is too hard to ask for, so I can't help but tactfully. But in the end it was given. Jian Wushuang took the mustard seeds, and his heart was agitated. When he went to Zuanyuan's house today, he first borrowed from a few cousins, hundreds of thousands less, and more than 1 million yuan, both big and small. The uncle was the most stingy. After talking for a long time, he only gave 2 million. The other uncles gave 5 million. He knew that the big head was in Xinyuan Depan. It was mainly because he stated the purpose of this battle and some very important reasons that made Xinyuan Depan admire him. Otherwise, he wouldn't really give him 100 million. It's getting late. My mother is still waiting for me, so my grandson will retire first. Xiameng Guanyu slowly retreated to the door after giving another salute. Chapter 53:53. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Bright light flashed in Xinyuan Depan's eyes and nodded. Today's 100 million sacred stone. It is not too bad to spend. At least Jian Wushuang gave him a rough overview of the situation in Imoluo. It also involved some of the Quebec organization, and it was also a metaphor. This information was worth 100 million, and he didn't know some of it. For example, the eldest prince of the Maluo kingdom, who is not a member of the Kuei organization, can kill at will and even speaks out the holy will. As long as the head of the eldest prince is beheaded, he will surely receive a great reward, and the family will be spared. Difficult. He also paid attention to the prince of Imoluo kingdom, and he was really ready to kill the opponent when he had the opportunity. Since they are not members of the Quebec organization, they are killed if they are killed. Jian Wushuang walked out of the room, but he was snickering in his heart. That cheap old lady outside was also a fat sheep. It would be a pity not to slaughter it. On the way back in the fly, Jian Wushuang had to give him a sacred adoration. Life and death is to ask for money. From the major events to the trivial things, he can be said to be proficient in everything, and he looks like a qualified high-ranking person. This makes Xinyuan and Shui was very pleased that his son was about to change, and his strength had become much stronger, and he was already able to compete with the emperor. It is not a problem to make a breakthrough in the future and directly achieve the third rank. It is not weaker than the prince, and can even catch up with the second prince. The most important thing is that Xiameng Guanyu is hidden deep enough that she didn't even learn about it until now. Future achievements will not be worse than the second prince. In the harem, in addition to fighting for her own background and strength, it is more about fighting for her son. Now her son is not as bad as others said, and she is comforted by her heart. In the end, Jian Wushuang got involved in the auction house, and then set a number. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was Xinyuan on Shui, which he gave directly and happily. The 50 million divine stone was handed directly to Jian Wushuang. You err, I will be short of resources in the future. I can find my mother at any time. Sometimes I don't need to go to the ancestral mansion. Understand? Xinyuan Anshu's words clearly meant to tell him that his strength can be hidden, and there is no need to be out of the edge. Leak. How could Jian Wushuang know this? Nodded and said yes, then said with a heart-wrenching, Mother, you can rest assured, I won't be like the second brother. N. Xinyuan Anshu's eyes smiled into a crescent shape. The reason why she has so many sacred stones is entirely because of the Colosseum. The royal family controls the Colosseum, the Fifth Order Emperor, every year. The large divine stone of the Colosseum is handed over to her, and she transfers it to the treasury. Now it is the eldest princess who controls the treasury, the emperor's sister, and the same mother. The emperor is not a prince. When the ancestor abdicated, he directly regarded the current emperor, Xia Meng Junlin, in the clan mansion. Xia Meng became the emperor, and his brothers and sisters naturally became princesses and princes. The strength of the eldest princess is also very strong. The two have known each other since childhood. She can become a concubine, and she also has the credit of the eldest princess. Therefore, she would leave a part of the transfer of the sacred stone every time. This number is within 100 million, which is impossible to find out. In addition, the eldest princess is managing the treasury, so she also acquiesced to this practice. The Xinyuan family has expanded so quickly because she has sent a lot of sacred stones to the family over the years. This is nothing in Xia Mengguanyu's memory. If he knew it, Jin Wushuang would have at least 3 to 5 billion. 50 million is too little. After thinking about it, he began to mention the auction house. He learned some treasures from King White, quickly made a list and took it out. Mother, won't you go to the auction house? A king got this from some channels. After saying that, he handed it over. Xinyuan Anshui looked surprised when he saw it. Looking at the treasures above, she was shocked. Yuanyang Shenshui 10 directions. The reserve price is 5 billion sacred stones. Gulong minions. The reserve price is 1 billion sacred stones. The eternal treasure Haoyan hammer. The reserve price of 500 million yuan. The treasures above are all over 100 million, and they were bought by the 5th Order Emperor, or some 4th Order Emperors with a strong background, such as Xinyuan Anshui. She probably has a lot of divine stones in her hand, which is more expensive than the average 5th Order Emperor. Be rich. Yuer, this list? Xinyuan Anshui looked at Xia Mengguanyu. Jin Wushuang patted his chest and promised, Mother, this list must not be passed on. The things on it are absolutely true. After speaking, he took out another list and handed it to Xinyuan Anshui. It records a large number of treasures that enhance the divine body, as well as some of the origins of the 5 elements. The treasures of the divine body are needed at all times. The 5 elements' supreme treasure will be used to refine the origin of the beast in the future. If it really can't go back, then he is ready to let the help him refine it. The treasures that assisted the origin, especially the treasures of the ultimate way, did not have the 4 secret realms, and they were all collected by the 4 halls. The treasure of all things that Ji Dao needs is all treasures. It is too complicated, and it will be suspected if Xinyuan and Shui is exchanged rashly. The treasures raised by the divine body are very versatile and will not arouse suspicion. God body? Xinyuan Anshui glanced at it, nodded and said, Before he Dao, the divine body really needs tens of thousands of times. Isn't it necessary at the source? Mother, your son is not a waste. I have reached the level of consummation for the original source. Look. He said, one source was leaked out. The origin of Xia Mengguanyu is actually much worse. The current origin is his transformation from the origin of all things. It's not that he didn't dare to ask, but that he was afraid of causing suspicion. The treasures of Hadao need a lot, but they are not suitable. The key point is that he won't be in Daxia for too long. He is still too early to join the Dao. Not 100,000 years ago, he dare not think about the things of harmony. If he fits in a perfect posture, he needs to thoroughly integrate the 9th level of the ultimate Kendo practice with the origin of space. If there is no Ji Dao, this is not too difficult. With his current vision and strength, success can be said to be a certainty. But Ji Dao is too far against the sky, even more against the sky than the original reverse cultivation. Sometimes Jin Wushuang was thinking, maybe Ji Dao is not against the sky, it is the sky itself. The other avenues, whether it is the 2nd grade or the ultimate way, all merge into the origin of space, but the extreme way is to evolve into the origin of space. The Wandao school is also the origin of the evolutionary space, but each of the Wandao Dao is very weak, and it can be compared to the ultimate way after it is integrated. But Ji Dao really evolved into the origin of space. The entire path of the universe is the ultimate path. This is terrible. The path of the universe contained in the origin of space is the ultimate path. Together, the path is the ultimate path. This can be regarded as a sublimated version of the powerful. His path of harmony is still very long. At least the ultimate path he will cultivate to consummation, not too early. and Jidao has not yet reached the 7th floor, and has been unable to reach the realm of consummation. The Jidao is also 9 levels. After breaking through the 7th level, the next 2 levels are difficult, but they are fast. Chapter 53-54. Sent the cheap old lady back to the palace. Xiaomeng Guanyu grasped the mustard seeds in her hand. There are more than 200 million sacred stones in it. Tier 4 pinnacles are probably the only ones that exist. But now that I saw those powerful, Jian Wushuang didn't think so. If it is a casual cultivator, there will only be so many 4th Order Emperor's possessions. But if you join some sects or big forces and have a little power, I'm afraid you will get more than so many treasures. For example, Daxia. Several uncles made millions and tens of millions of sacred stones, and their worth could not be only a few hundreds of millions. I am afraid that each is worth several billion. Xinyuan Depan even directly put out 100 million. His worth is probably at the level of hundreds of billions. This still maintains the entire family. The annual expenditure of each family is an astonishing astronomical figure. Just being a doorkeeper, the cost of raising a private army is beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. Thinking about it this way, he doesn't want a lot. I asked for 50 million sacred stones from my old lady and asked the other party to help him buy treasures to enhance the sacred body, so that he could save a sum of sacred stones. An increase of 8,000 times to 10,000 times is nothing for his status. But if you want to break through 10,000, the threshold can be expensive. At least hundreds of millions of sacred stones are needed. He is not sure that the cheap old lady will buy it for him. The key is that it is not easy to buy it. It needs to go through the Imperial Channel or the top auction house in the Imperial City. Those who follow the divine body route are the generations with wealth and wealth. Most of the practitioners are 4th Order Emperors, or 10,000 times divine body. Just because of poverty, it is impossible to give so many treasures directly to the emperors in some big forces. They are all after the emperor, depending on the speed of breakthrough. If you step steadily like a 4th Order Emperor, your combat power will be very strong. But also through contributions, in exchange for treasures that break through the divine body. Maybe I don't need it anymore. Jian Wushuang raised his brows, his eyes gleaming. The hair sticking to Xinyuan Ancheng's body went into a secret room in Xinyuan Mansion. After leaving Xinyuan Ancheng, the hair naturally fell on that secret room. Here, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. This is a treasure house. Should be one of them. Jian Wushuang quickly saw the scene inside the secret room. Countless treasures are piled up like a mountain. The value is really invisible, but the few sets of the best innate treasures stored in the corner are at least worth hundreds of millions of sacred stones. The strongest treasures are the eternal treasures of prevention and are of higher value. There are also countless ordinary treasures, as well as manufactured and tested equipment, all of the innate treasure level, about tens of thousands of sets. There are more than 1 billion piles of sacred stones alone. According to what he overheard, this should be only part of it. Eggs cannot be placed in a basket. Xinyuan Depan would not know this simple truth. The hair he turned into did not dare to move. The formation in this secret room was very strong. At least the 5th Order Emperor couldn't break it. This is already a 6th Order Monarch level formation. If he dares to move, I am afraid Xinyuan Anqing will find him the first time. Now he is trapped here. Fortunately, this clone is here. He doesn't have many treasures, just a set of innate best treasures of little value. But the combat power it exerts is enough to kill the 3rd Order Emperor. What he has to do now is how to take these treasures and leave here. In this formation, there is a ray of light passing through within an inch. If it encounters the light, his clone will fall instantly. Can't be careless. Looking at the layout of this secret room and these treasures, it should be responsible for the expenses of the mansion. Many of the treasures in it are not corresponding to the emperor. A large number of low-level treasures are needed by immortals and Dian, and should be opened from time to time. These treasures, if you take too many at a time, they are easy to find. There are also sacred stones. They are all in quantity. The only thing he can take away is the mustard seed. The mustard seeds Xinyuan Anqing obtained from Xinyuan Dipan contain billions of sacred stones. The combined value of all the treasures here is only 1 billion. Can that mustard seed? Everything here is nothing. But he was away from the mustard seed in the brocade box, separated by dozens of rays of light. When entered the secret room, the formation was closed, and he was lucky. When the formation was opened, this filament happened to escape the light. If you are unlucky, I'm afraid it will fall on the spot. Change. The strand of hair instantly changed into a dust, floating on the ground half an inch high. Wait for someone to come. The formation will definitely be closed when the person comes, and he can take the opportunity to go to the Jinha at that time. This is the first step. Outside. The deity is not idle either. The auction is set at the end of the third era of the Xiaomeng calendar. There are still 100 years away. Heavenly Court. The auction house's name is very domineering, but its strength is even stronger than its name. In the Heavenly Court, not only the auction house, but also the Blood Ninja Hall is responsible for assassination. As long as the price is okay, the Sixth Order Emperor can assassinate it. This level of strength is the first-class power in the realm. This time the auction in Daxia is a large-scale auction, and the Sixth Order Emperors will come to participate. Light is the strong man who sits in this auction in the Heavenly Court. It is the Sixth Order pinnacle, otherwise it will not be able to hold the place. According to legend, every epoch of the Heavenly Court will hold an auction inside the Heavenly Court, and every treasure can make the Fifth Order Emperor go crazy, and the Sixth Order Emperor will be jealous. That and other auctions are the best in the realm. Like this large-scale auction, as long as you like a lot of treasures, it will be opened once. Some of these treasures are sold by some powerful people, and some are treasures screened from the Palace of Blood Ninja and put out for auction. No matter how precious the treasures are, Heavenly Court will not sell them. Any fees are charged, and customer information is protected fairly tightly. This is also the reason why the Heavenly Court is so powerful. There are many Sixth Order Emperors in the Heavenly Court alone, and most of the Emperors in the Sanctuary will be named in the Heavenly Court. This kind of behemoth is no weaker than K's organization. Although there are many strong people among the Keeman, most of them dare not show up. Heavenly Court is an existence that can dare to contend with the temple. Once in the forest of 10,000 treasures, there was a heavenly figure, and several Sixth Order Peak Emperors took action, and the shameless face of the temple was finally calmed down by the real spirit. Jin Wushuang was also curious about the Heavenly Court. He once asked King Bai to inquire, but there has been no news about the inside of the Heavenly Court. Also gave up. 100 years is not long, and short is not short. 10 years in a hurry, Jin Wushuang was on the way to borrow money besides selling Xiameng Guanyu's family property. The entire imperial city, up and down, borrowed almost 100 million sacred stones. In order to conceal people's attention, he began to solicit the Emperor of Sanxio and made a high price. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53-55. The Fourth Order Emperor followed him in the battle for thousands of years, with 20 million sacred stones. The Third Order Emperor followed him in the battle for thousands of years, with 2 million sacred stones. The Second Order Emperor, 200,000 sacred stones. Dao Jun has 110,000 sacred stone. These days, he has really recruited a lot of people. Dao Jun already has 3,000 people. In addition to recruiting Shiwa's sacred stone, plus the unified treasure, the 3,000 Taoist alone cost him 70 to 80 million sacred stones. Second-tier Emperor, recruited 100, plus the treasure only spent 50 million. The Third Order Emperor only received a few. The Fourth Order Emperor, unexpectedly, received 2 of them. Almost. Jin Wushuang mentally calculated. After placing these strong men in the barracks outside the imperial city, he began to prepare the formation. He needs tens of thousands of people. The largest formation pavilion in the imperial city is in the palace. This day, heavy rain. Jin Wushuang took a ride on Fei Hu and came to the Qinyang gate of the imperial palace. His Royal Highness 9. The emperor and strong man who guards the door is very enthusiastic. Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently and walked down from Fei Hu. You are waiting here. I will go in alone.
Yes.
The guard leader stood in the rain, respectfully taking his orders, and led a group of people into the next attic, where there is a waiting court specially prepared for these guards. Boom. Just stepping into the palace, Jian Wushuang had a strong premonition, and he had a pair of eyes just glanced at him. This look shocked him, but that feeling quickly disappeared, and his mood calmed down a bit. The owner of those eyes is deep in the palace. Huh. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh. Xiaomeng Guanyu also had the impression of those eyes in his memory, but it was something that happened to him when he was a child, and he didn't pay attention to it when he got used to it. A super dynasty, really extraordinary. In the primitive universe, the strongest dynasty is almost like that of Ji Chaoyang's family. The strongest is only the Fourth Order Emperor. Although the strength is much stronger than the Four Secret Realms, in the Four Secret Realms, the highest can be regarded as a medium power. Superpower, all that is needed are the Sixth Order Emperor. Without the Sixth Order Emperor, it would not be considered a superpower. And the pinnacle power needs several Sixth Order Emperors, and there must be that kind of supreme powerhouse. The peak combat power of the White King, 68,000 times the divine body, the ultimate combat power. First cut the Wu's Dharma body, and then break by ease treasure. Very powerful. Thinking of that kind of combat power, Jian Wushuang was a little weak. There should be no such strong in Daxia. Daxia's ancestors have been in the ancestral temple, not in the imperial palace. Otherwise he would not dare to come. Although his disguise is perfect, he is still afraid of being targeted by the Sixth Order Emperor. The owner of those eyes should not be the Sixth Order Emperor, Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. The White King hiding in his body, but he heard a low voice. Weird. There is something strange in the depths of the palace. Be careful. Strange? Jian Wushuang heard this. His heart sank. He wanted to quit right now. The White King knew his temperament, and then said, Don't worry, your disguise. Even the original divine body has completely changed. It is not so easy for the Sixth Order Emperor to find out. These words are a reassurance for Jian Wushuang. Indeed, his disguise can be said to be the first in his class. Super Grade 10 refining the physical body, even the original divine body has been tempered. Not only the physical body is immortal, the divine body and the origin are immortal. Of course, it does not rule out being killed by the strong. Slightly adjusted his breath, Jian Wushuang disguised Xiaomeng Guanyu's character and walked into the harem. He is a 9 prince. Even if he has a special background, it is not easy to meet that emperor. He came to the palace many times, always to see the cheap old lady. As soon as he arrived in the harem, his father-in-law came to pick him up and led him into the courtyard where the water lived in Zuanyuanan. The mother and son talked for a long time, and finally Jian Wushuang intentionally or unconsciously brought up the plan about the big formation. It's just that he forgot to think about it. Most mothers wouldn't let their sons fight on the battlefield. Originally thought Jian Wushuang was just going to the battlefield, mixing up some military exploits, and giving himself gold. She did not expect that her silly son would actually come true. Forming a battle formation and fighting with the emperor, this is a bit too much. Even the prince wouldn't fight like that. After discovering that the momentum was not right, Jian Wushuang coaxed and deceived him, and at least he got in the way. He was afraid that Xinyuan and Shui would not only not give him the formation to prevent him from forming a battle formation, but he would not even buy him the treasure for improving his divine body. That would be too bad. You err. You have to remember that mother is just a son like you. It is Xia Meng's affairs when you go to the battlefield, but here, you are my son. Snapped. Jian Wushuang knelt directly on the ground, bowing his head respectfully. My child, remember the words of the mother. N. Xinyuan Anshu's eyes flashed with tears. After finishing all this, he got up and talked for another hour, drank a pot of tea with Zuanyuan's water symbolically, ate some flowers and fruits, and then quit. Out of the harem, not far from the residence of Prince Donggong. Looking at the leading eunuch, Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out 1,000 sacred stones from the mustard seeds and handed them over. Excuse me. The wearing a blue pattern immediately bowed and said, It's not annoying. It's a blessing for a servant to do things for His Royal Highness 9. Jin Wushuang was calm on the surface, but sneered at the bottom of his heart. An immortal, do something bad, come to the palace to be a eunuch. For this kind of person who doesn't cherish the avenues in his body, Jianwu has no good face in both directions, but in the palace, he can't show it. In the palace, there are several great eunuchs who are capable of reaching the sky, and they are the right arm of the emperor. If he shows his true feelings to these eunuchs, I am afraid that he will not be as fruitful as he is. Met the prince and two acquaintances around him. Infinite Buddha, Huiqing. This time, without waiting for the prince to speak first, he said in advance, I have seen the prince, the national teacher. They are all their own, so you don't need to show those pompous courtesies at home. Crown Prince Xinyuan Guanjuan was polite and spoke indifferently. Immeasurable Buddha, I don't know if his strength has increased too quickly. He is still disgusted by the 9 princes when he is floating. He stands on the side and raises his proud head without even looking at him. It's Huiqing. Just like before, everyone who meets is kind and kind. After approached, Jin Wushuang discovered that Huiqing was still following a little girl. He didn't dare to explore unscrupulously in the palace. In addition, the little girl was just mundane, no different from ants. His Royal Highness has said that this is the palace. I dare not forget the rules. If there is anything else, I will leave first. Xiaomeng Guanyu left this sentence and hurriedly left. This made the prince a little surprised, and he thought to himself that absolute Jin Wushuang was probably on the thief ship of his second child, so he was so indifferent to him. Although the relationship between the two is normal, it is not so unfamiliar. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53-56. Seeing Xiaomeng Guanyu's departure, Jiang Shang, who was hiding behind Huiqing, poked out her head. She has grown up a lot in the past few years, and she has become an eccentric girl. What's wrong? Huiqing looked down at Jiang Shang and found a trace of fear in her eyes. Jiang Shang shook his head. His eyes were ruddy and sad. I just felt the breath of brother on that highness. When said these words, Huiqing's expression changed. The sacrifice more than 10 years ago returned to his mind again. Immeasurable Buddha is okay. Nothing about it. When the prince heard this, he knew what happened to Jiang Shang, and knew that Huiqing was jealous and hateful. Yin and Yang said strangely, My 9th brother, I did go through detours before, but I returned to the imperial city after the trial ended more than 10 years ago. A lot has changed. I hope he can follow the right path. Goodness! Huiqing folded her hands together. Jin Wushuang didn't know this at all. After leaving the palace, he took someone back to the palace. Emperor-level formation is very rare. Now Xinyuan Anshui doesn't help him. He can only rely on himself. An emperor-level formation, the price is between hundreds of millions of sacred stones. He only has less than 200 million sacred stones on his body now, and he has to fill people up, which is obviously a bit tight. At this time, King White slowly said, Jin Wushuang, I just asked the people in the Heavenly Court auction house. There are 3 or 4 emperor-level formations, and the only Luohui battle formation that requires a low price has a reserve price of 300 million sacred stones. Luo Huijin. Jin Wushuang shook his head. It's not that he didn't want to buy an emperor-level battle formation in the past, not to mention whether he has the money to auction it. He said that the weakest one requires hundreds of emperors. He didn't have enough money. Now all the emperors are added together, but there are only 50. Is still 100. And the weakened version of the monarch-level formation requires 10,000 Dao monarchs. Luohu battle formation, the core needs at least 9 4th-order emperors, 36 3rd-order emperors, and 72 2nd-order emperors. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are good for recruiting, and monarch of Tier 4. The 2 who have just recruited now are too far behind. Just when he was worried, the 2 clones sent good news one after another. The promised divine body merged successfully. The clone in Jianqi's home was summoned by him. In the future, the breakthrough of the divine body is much easier than before. It is a big receipt. If you calculate it carefully, from 8,000 times the divine body to 20,000 times the divine body, The treasures he saved will be enough for a big yen to break through 10,000 times the divine body up. This is a big gain. After fusing the promised divine body, there was no need to keep the promised ice corpse. In the scorching eyes of King Bai, Jian Wushuang hung the corpse on the heavenly court auction house. This time he didn't disguise his identity, but entered the heavenly court auction house with a high profile. According to the judgment of the heavenly court powerhouse, this promised ice corpse has a reserve price of 500 million sacred stones. Exceeding Jian Wushuang's expectations, I thought it would sell for 300 million at most, but I didn't expect that the price would be 500 million. In his body, King White felt sorry for a while. What a pity! What a pity! As long as your origin is restored, Lord God will prepare the best divine body and flesh for you. As the said at the beginning, only he can refine the origin for King White. The remaining divine body and flesh are for the gods. It's just a drop in the bucket. Don't look at it 68,000 times. The gods have lived for hundreds of millions of years. How can they care about this? Don't forget, after the White King recovered, the source was beyond the 4 secret realms, and he had a complete source. This value is too great. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know what cooperation between King Bai and that was, the other party valued the complete source, and he did not hesitate to fall from the top to the end. After processing the Wuji ice corpse, Jian Wushuang's deity retreats directly in the palace, saying that it is a retreat, but it does not allow outsiders to disturb. Because of that, clone in Xinyuan Mansion has made a big breakthrough. As he expected, that treasure house would open from time to time. The person here is not Xinyuan Anqing, but Zuanyuan's elder, a third-order emperor. Although the strength is not strong, but the seniority is very high, responsible for the growth of the younger generation of the family. So he often opens the treasure house and takes some treasures. Jian Wushuang waited for a long time this day, but fortunately he was very patient. Kill him? Jian Wushuang's killing intent gradually rose. If he kills the opponent and then pretends to be the opponent, he can take away the treasures here. But he was afraid that this formation would detect his hands. The formation of the 6th Order Emperor, he did not dare to take risks. Seeking wealth and danger, but it's not the way to seek it, it's dying. Do not. This is sending money. If he honestly only took the sacred stone, he was quite sure to take away the massive sacred stone. If he does it, he can only be sure of 10%. Forget it. Jian Wushuang, who turned into dust, floated towards the brocade box at the moment the secret room door opened. The elder didn't stay here long, and after selecting some common treasures and treasures for immortality, he hurriedly left. The moment he closed the door, Jian Wushuang instantly turned into a dexterous little hand, opened the jade box directly, and took away the mustard seeds. This process was completed in an instant. After harvesting the mustard seeds, he did not turn into dust, but turned into a sacred stone, neatly stacked on the sacred stone mountain. Seemingly perfect hands-on, but the outside world is shaking. Xinyuan Depan broke through the door directly from the house. His figure was like lightning, and he reached the treasure house in an instant. The formation within the family. Only he and his eldest son Xinyuan Anqing have a formation. Once the formation changes slightly, it can be discovered. Just now, he clearly felt that the treasure house in the family had changed. Although it was slight, he had to check it. Losing money is small, but losing money under his nose, that is a big deal. This time I lost the treasure, then the next time I lost my head. After the boss Xinyuan Anqing felt it, he also vacated and appeared in front of Xinyuan Depan. It was Elder Dajiang who opened the treasure house, and the moment he went out changed. Xinyuan Anqing immediately told his father Xinyuan Depan the information he had received. Xinyuan Depan with cold eyes, his eyes flickering, and his voice said in a low voice, "Go and see." He wanted to see who was so capable and able to get into their treasure house. That faint change was definitely someone in it. No matter how careful he was, he would be able to spot it. Also, give me a thorough investigation of Xinyuan Dajiang. Don't leave a trace of affection, and check it out from the top. Xinyuan Depan's voice revealed anger. Xinyuan Anqing, who was next to him, wanted to say something nice, but he was also gagged. This matter touched Xinyuan Depan's and Ailin. In just a moment, several 4th Order emperors in the clan appeared one after another. The second and third elders went to train outside the city, and the fourth retreats. Now only the elder Xinyuan Anqing is with his father, and the other fourth order emperors are all ancestors. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53-57. Although as an ancestor, the rules are the rules. Patriarch, don't talk about this, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the Xinyuan family. Several ancestors thought. Xinyuan Depan stood at the door of the treasure house with a black face, turned his head to look at his elder son Xinyuan Anqing, and said angrily, "How do you think of this house?" Xinyuan Anqing, who was standing on the side, lowered his head and dared not refute a word. Xinyuan Depan is the pillar of the family. He said that he was the patriarch, but who would dare to let Xinyuan Depan manage trivial matters? Xinyuan and City would take care of the normal family operations. Now that there is a problem, it is natural to ask him to settle the account. Open the door. Xinyuan Depan snorted coldly. Xinyuan Anqing hurried forward and opened the door of the secret room. At the moment the door opened, Xinyuan Depan shot it out with a palm, and the endless destructive power radiated black brilliance and instantly swept the entire secret room. This secret room is suppressed by formations. Although Xinyuan Depan is a fifth-order emperor, he can't damage the secret room with a single blow, but the treasures inside can suffer. The innate supreme treasures are all damaged. The superimposed sacred stone mountain was melted instantly. All that are left now are some rare and exotic fruits. These treasures are stored in special equipment, and the blow just did not destroy those equipment. But even so, Xinyuan Depan's palm would destroy more than 1 billion property. To him, 1 billion is nothing. Firefox Palace has hundreds of millions of revenue in a year. He can divide it into 30%, and it will be 3 billion in a century. The thief who dared to come in was a big deal. It would not be a shame if he didn't catch the opponent, or killed the opponent. Facing Xinyuan Depan's anger, Jin Wushuang inside was also taken aback. That terrifying power just now, in such a small space, if it weren't for the supergrade flesh body of Tin Lian, he would have died 100 times earlier. His physical body just melted at least 10 times, and finally condensed again. But the divine body in his body was almost completely consumed. Now turned into a particle of dust, drifting towards the outside world. The dust is accompanied by a strong breath in the thick smoke, which cannot be noticed by outsiders. Xinyuan Anqing and several ancestors hurriedly entered the secret room, but they searched and found nothing. In such a huge breath, they couldn't even sense the breath of each other, let alone find the hidden person. Maybe it has fallen. Someone wondered. Xinyuan Anqing was careful. After a round of investigation, his eyes shrank to a single point, and his voice was low and he said, "Either the other party ran away, or he is still here." Still here? Xinyuan Anqing's words made several Tier 4 emperors look like enemies. Run? How could it be possible to run away? If you can escape the sixth-order big formation, you will still care about this treasure. If the opponent just opened the door and ran away, it is impossible, but there is a fifth-order emperor blocking the way outside, and even the fourth-order emperor should have been seriously injured with just one blow. Could it be that it's really still here? No matter what, this is not suitable for long stay. Father, I didn't find anything. Zuanyuan's face was like ashes. Xinyuan Depan put away his aura, knowing that today is a stumbling block. His tone returned to plain and said, "I gave you the mustard seed that stored the stone last time. Did you put it here?"
Yes.
Xinyuan Anqing's eyes shrank again, and suddenly thought of something. He bowed immediately. Xinyuan Depan waved his hand and said weakly, "Go. Be careful later." How shrewd the ancestors were. They also came to understand. Seems to have been spotted by someone last time when he met the youngest third. Now it doesn't matter whether people run or not, because they have already identified who this person is. Xiameng. The last name was guessed right, but unfortunately they never thought that it was Xiameng Guanyu himself. The dust fluttered, was finally contaminated with a Yinxian who went out. When the opponent headed to a prosperous street, Jin Wushuang took the opportunity to reach the other person again, and changed several times in this way, and finally recovered his face in an empty alley with no one. Outside the alley, Xiameng Guanyu was standing there waiting. After getting the mustard seeds, the clone naturally dissipated. The sacred body is exhausted, the source is also broken, and there is only one body left, and the innate supreme treasures it carries have melted. After getting the mustard seeds, Jian Wushuang was relieved. This mustard seed is very ordinary. He has checked it a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold. After putting the sacred stone into his mustard seeds, he crushed the mustard seeds. Holding the board on his thumb, Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. A full 8 billion sacred stones. He has never seen so many sacred stones. But it does not mean that his worth is small. Light is an accessory of the candle dragon, each of which is worth more than 8 billion. When Xiao Huangqing exchanged candle dragon wings, it was simply given to him for nothing, especially the eternal treasure of prevention. Only now did he understand that the imitation eternal treasures are also divided into levels. The original 8-Fong Yunlong seal was an imitation of the highest quality, placed in the outside world worth hundreds of millions of sacred stones, but at first it was only 1 million treasures. Is not so much worse than other treasures. Fortunately, he exchanged that candle dragon wing at the beginning. Now in the 4 great secret realms, a candle dragon wing, I am afraid that it alone can enhance the power of the origin of the space, and it can also improve the perception of the space. It is estimated that no one will sell. The source is the weakest of the monks in the 4 secret realms. All treasures that enhance the source are very expensive. The original treasure he wants to buy this time is that it encompasses all things and the 5 elements, which is very complicated. To put it simply, it is big and small, and it costs a lot. Originally bought those treasures, but just tried it. Now that I have these 8 billion sacred stones, I can try to smash them with treasures. The power of devouring. Don't you want to swallow it? This time I swallowed enough. Specializes in buying the origin of the emperor, especially the origin of space, by a billions of swallows, and see how much the Jidao can swallow. I am afraid that among all Taoists, he is so rich and powerful. After returning to the palace, began to increase efforts to recruit door customers. Even hesitate to spend a lot of money to select some emperors from the sky prison, as long as they follow him for thousands of years to avoid prison. Although they didn't spend much for these emperors, they just got them a set of supreme treasures, but they also spent more than 100 million stones. Fortunately, the second order emperor and the third order emperor are enough. Is now the fourth order emperor. 10,000 Dao monarchs, 72 second-tier emperors, and 36 third-tier emperors are all full. The fourth order emperor is still 2 people. Outside the imperial city, the Northern Army barracks is in a small military camp belonging to Jian Wushuang. Your Highness, the 7 people are now in Lishan County. As long as Your Highness pays a minimum price, they will be there soon. Jian Wushuang leaked his thoughts. Among the fourth order emperors he recruited, one was a casual cultivator who was in chaos, and he knew a lot of people, so he asked him to look for some casual fourth order emperors outside. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53-58. Did not expect that he would really find him, and it was 7 at once, and he was just 7 short of him. But these 7 people are asking too much. One person is 50 million, 7 people is 350 million. It's not that he has no money, but he is afraid that too much leakage will make people suspicious. Your Majesty, don't worry. Seeing Xiameng Guanyu never answered, the fourth order emperor of Genie asked in confusion. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "No, it's just that the price is too high. I'm just a prince. If you really want to take out so many sacred stones, it will cause a lot of trouble. Your Majesty, don't worry, I understand this. I will keep it secret, and I won't let them divulge any news." Seeing the other party's pledge, Jian Wushuang took out a mustard seed directly, patted it on the table, and said, "Here is 50 million sacred stones. You send it now. It represents my sincerity. When they come, I will give another 100 million. I will pay off the remaining sacred stones." No problem. Genie Dijuan leaked a smile. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with killing intent. This time he was regarded as a fat sheep. Sit on the floor and start. 350 million. If you really dare to ask for it, let's see if they have the lifeblood. The strength of these casual cultivators is average, but the asking price is outrageous. Night. The 7 Fourth Order Emperors arrived at the barracks. After Xia Meng Guanyu gave a treat and left 100 million sacred stones, he hurriedly left. A secret order came from the palace. Just today, Daxia has officially declared war on the Maluo kingdom. On the day of the declaration of war, the general Gutong brought 1 million troops to level a city in the Maluo kingdom, the frontier of the empire, for battlefield cities. 3 of the cities are held by 3 generals, and 1 is the first marshal of the empire. Only Gutong is the only one in position now. Today, the emperor summoned the prince and some government officials, probably for this. When I entered Kaiyangmen, there was already busy traffic here. Here, Jin Wushuang also saw the powerful second prince. Xiameng Guanho. Jin Wushuang knows this person's face. He is a fat man, and he has a one-sided understanding of him in his memory. Now I see myself and look at the aura of the other person, which is very unusual. The 2 guards around him were all Fourth Order Emperors, and such a brazen battle was actually even more exaggerated than the prince. There is also a Fourth Order Emperor beside the prince. The Fourth Order Emperors around them are all characters willing to give them their lives. Jin Wushuang is almost a little bit meaningless here. It's completely spent. And the prince and the second prince still have military power in their hands. That Xiameng Guanho is already the Fourth Order Emperor, and there is some kind of strange power in his body, and his strength is not weaker than the Fourth Order peak. The White King's voice appeared in his mind. Jin Wushuang's heart moved. Tier 4 peak? This is much stronger than the prince. At least he should not use all his strength to kill the prince, but the second prince, he is not an opponent. This is so strong. I am afraid that if he is on the battlefield, he will correspond to Prince Maluo. Daxia's prince will be a laughingstock. No wonder the prince would strongly oppose the conquest at the beginning. It turns out that there is still this relationship. Seeing the other party from a distance, Xiameng Guanyu's complexion moved, revealing a smile and enthusiastically said, "Second brother, wait for me." The chubby second prince heard Jin Wushuang shout, and the game unexpectedly turned his head and smiled. 9 brothers. The 2 went into the depths of the palace together, and the guards naturally stayed outside. Zhengyang Palace, inside the conference hall. Jin Wushuang is also the first time to see that emperor. Shaman Meteorite. This character, who is comparable to the ancestors in the Xiameng clan, is really extraordinary. Jin Wushuang saw the shadow of Elder 9 swords from the opponent. After everyone sat in their seats, Jin Wushuang dared to look carefully. The hall was almost full of people now, and there were dozens of Fifth Order Emperors, let alone Fourth Order Emperors. The other 2 of the 3 generals have also arrived, both of which are Tier 5 peak combat power, similar to Xinyuan Depan. Of course, Xinyuan Depan also arrived, and several sons also came. Finally, an hour later, after the Daxia commander, Xiameng Falling War, took his seat, they were all together. Jin Wushuang not only secretly looked at that Xiameng meteor battle, but the opponent was not only in charge of Daxia's army of monks, but also the brother of the current emperor. Both brothers are the Fifth Order peak emperors. It's just that Xiameng became famous much earlier than the current emperor. Wow! Everyone was there. Everyone got up. No matter who it was, they all bowed to see you. "See, your majesty." Xiameng Meteorite sat on the throne, pressed his hand. His eyes were extremely majestic. Next to the throne, there are a few chairs, and above are a few old eunuchs. There were still 2 people standing on the left and right sides of Xiameng Meteor. Everyone bowed to see him, but these 2 people remained motionless. One is the national teacher, Infinite Buddha, another dressed in a red robe embroidered with wild patterns, with white hair and a scary face. After Jin Wushuang straightened up, he just glanced at it and felt uneasy in his heart. In this hall, this person is probably the strongest. Jin Wushuang didn't even dare to take the initiative to ask King Bai, for fear that the other party would see his disguise. Don't worry, that red robe is Tier 6, but it is flawed and has ordinary strength. It is much weaker than the fire I killed at the beginning. I can kill him by blowing my breath at the peak. King Bai said, very casual, taking the Sixth Order Emperor as a breath. Jian Wushuang secretly said, old guy, if you can blow him to death now, should I be scared? Huh, don't you believe it? King Bai squeezed his fist and said coldly, wait for me to regain my strength. See how I slaughtered this great summer. Really restored strength, it is naturally not difficult to slaughter Daxia. With the supreme strength of the White King, let alone the ancient kingdom of Daxia, there is no opponent in the entire Tian'e. It is just a question of when the strength can be restored. This time I was able to train the source to achieve a good result. The gods gave the divine body and the flesh, and he had to use the power of all things to fuse the White King. The process was not fixed for 10,000 years. Shut up. Thinking of those annoying things, Jian Wushuang's head grew big, and he didn't want to listen to where King Bai was bragging. Xiameng Meteor slowly got up, looked at everyone, with a voice like Hong Zhong, and said majestically, the magical way is rampant. It is enough that there is a chaotic region in the south of the sky. My Daxia northern Xinjiang cannot become the second chaotic region again. Everyone listened carefully. I am calling you to come today just for the expedition. Let's talk about your ideas. After Xiameng Meteorite said this, he took the national teacher and the red-robed and left the hall. He is the decision-maker, not the conspirator. After the people in the hall discuss a countermeasure, he can come to make a decision again. The emperor acts, but so. If you lose, you kill the conspirators, and if you win, it is the credit of the decision-maker. Are smart people who can't see through. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 53-59. So you have to be careful when you make a plan. This time you set out for the Maluo Kingdom. Maybe you started planning 10,000 years ago. Someone has been well prepared for it. Now it's fine to tell the plan. The Fifth Order Emperors on the upper throne are too lazy to speak. They are all Fourth Order Emperors as representatives. There are not many strong people in the Xiameng clan, and there are not many who are qualified to speak. It is mainly discussed by some powerful officials. This discussion lasted for 3 days, and after screening, 2 proposals were finally made. One is a proposal put forward by the second prince, and it is presented by the government office. The other is a first-rank member of the current dynasty. He is the pinnacle of Tier 5 in strength. There are countless followers and power in the ruling and opposition. What the prince was watching was the cold light in his eyes. A prince has actually come to interfere with the foreign expedition, and he is really not a little imposing as the prince. Fortunately, he now advocates not to fight, otherwise his face would not be able to hold his face. The current situation, it is very likely that the strategy of the second prince will be adopted. And sitting in the chair of the sent the 2 strategies to the side hall, waiting for Xiameng Meteor's decision. The hall fell into calm for a while. Jian Wushuang didn't have any interest in all of this. He knew that the prince would definitely stop him after a while. The affairs of the emperor's house are actually the same. There is nothing to scrutinize. The people sitting here are old foxes who have lived for countless years. The main purpose of this campaign is to weaken the power of the imperial officials. If it is really won, the officials will become more rampant, but Daxia will become stronger because of this, and it will be cut again. As long as the ancestors are there, Daxia will not be chaotic, but it's not easy to manage. If you lose, it doesn't matter. It's paving the way for the prince. Don't look at the arrogance of the second prince now. If he really loses, he will be a dog in the water by then, everyone shouting and beating. On the contrary, the prince gained benevolence and righteousness, and he would better control these officials. This is like raising goo. But everything is about strength. These struggles are not only about power, but also about resources. With resources, they will become stronger and stronger. This is why the fairy dynasty still uses the methods of the ordinary dynasty. After a while, the words came out. The Xiameng clan left a family dinner, and the rest could leave. The expressions of those officials remained unchanged, but they were cursing secretly in their hearts. Family world is like this. All decisions have nothing to do with outsiders like them. There are many strong Xiamengs in the hall, and those with high seniority are generally not in the ruling and opposition parties, and they follow the ancestors in the ancestral temple. Nowadays, there are some younger and stronger people who are in the ruling and the opposition. Among them, there are 4 fifth-order emperors and dozens of fourth-order emperors. Almost all of them are emperors except Jian Wushuang. Followed these people into the side hall. A long table was already prepared, and the exotic flowers and fruits on the top were of great value. Everyone was seated. Jian Wushuang sat at the end, and Xiameng Yizhan and the fifth-order emperor sitting in the Colosseum were next to the main seat. After a while, Xiameng Meteorite came over with 2 jade slips and left the jade slips on the table casually and said in a gentle tone, "Second, depending on what you mean, you are going to fight Mo Luo with your family?" "Father, this battle is a battle to set the foundation. It must be a national battle, a battle that is rare in countless epics." The second prince Xiameng Guanhou stood up, his voice open. Seeing that the time had come, the prince stood up and objected. "This is not necessarily true. How many times have we fought in the national warfare of the second brother? The price that needs to be paid, and there is no budget. How can I fight Mo Luo?" "Well, it makes sense. What do you think of the second child?" Xiameng Meteorite sat in the main seat and looked at the second prince again. The second prince knew that this battle must be fought, and now it is for him to give a decent reason, and to be able to let him say it, it proves that the father gave him a chance to compete fairly. At this time, he didn't dare to panic, thought for a moment, and said in a calm tone, "Budget? The battle of the tripod is fought with a certain amount of temperament. I have kept a low profile for hundreds of millions of years. How many years has it risen? It used to be just a small one, little demon sect, but it has expanded too fast over the years. If it is not eradicated now, I am afraid there will be no chance in the future." The second brother said that Xiao Xiao was young. "I had an ancestor in the summer, and I would still be afraid of a demon sect, the border of the southern country, and the chaos. We will not guard it for hundreds of millions of years. What should I do if the region raided the southern border?" The prince said plausibly. He was obviously well prepared. Jian Wushuang sat at the end, eating and drinking without even looking at them. I don't know when. Xiameng Meteorite noticed the younger son Xiameng Guanyu, waved his sleeve, interrupted the dispute between the prince and the second prince, and asked, "Guanyu, what do you think about this expedition?" "Snap it." Hearing these words suddenly, Jian Wushuang accidentally knocked the wine cup over on the table, and quickly got up and said, "All depends on the father." "Ha ha." Xiameng Meteorite was very happy when he heard this answer. It seemed to be unexpected. "Great. I don't think you are any different from those outside. You can only use small tricks, regardless of the overall situation. If Guanyu, you and your second child should really think about it." Xiameng Meteorite glanced at the prince, and his voice was a little cold. "Thousands of things count. They won't even know what the emperor is thinking about. It's actually very simple. Strength is respected. There are ancestors. This great summer is here. Avenue to Jane." Xiameng Meteorite's thinking is very simple. As Xiameng Guanyu said, everything depends on his father. Civil war. That's not what the prince and the prince said. It was meant to ask the ancestors. "I'm here, just say a few words. And if you say too much, you'll have something to say how to weaken others like this. Everyone fights. Several uncles, emperor brothers, and the expedition have been decided, and they will be announced to the world later, and the national teacher has also given the date. Each department is ready. The first year of the 4th era in the new calendar is the day of the expedition." Xiameng Meteorite's face was a little tired, leaving behind these words. Only the prince who was stunned was left, and the second prince smiled faintly. The rest of the Xiamen's people were not polite after Xiameng Meteorite left, chatting and eating the food and wine on the table. Doesn't look like it should be expedition at all. The prince stood there, feeling like he was being played. Things that no one cares about. He took too much. There are no outsiders here. Why are you so ruthless? Anyway, when the time comes, it's my own people to help him spread it out. Just say a few words. I have to be serious. Jian Wushuang was also amused by the prince. This man was supposed to be the prince all his life. When he became the emperor, he would have lost his country. After some raids, Jian Wushuang bid farewell to the elders on the table and left. The following days will be turbulent, but all of this has nothing to do with him. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5360. Two strategies. The final choice was the opinion of the first grade member. The national war was proposed by the second prince of the Guogongfu. This is too radical and not suitable. You don't need to ask your ancestors. Xiameng Meteor rejected it. As the prince said, if the national war is deadlocked, what will happen to the sudden attack of the chaotic land of the south? Although the strength of the Maluo kingdom is strong, it is strong on the surface, and its background is much worse. It does not need a national war, and it can defeat the opponent. Only 4 cities are needed. A steady attack and a slow cannibalization is enough to involve the Maluo kingdom. But even so, the expenses of this battle are so scary that the Sixth-order emperors can't afford it, and only the ancient country like Daxia can have this courage. Arms rectification and resource scheduling, these all take several years and cannot be completed overnight. Jian Wushuang's 10,000-strong army is inconspicuous in the Northern Army barracks. Has been in the military camp for decades, constantly cooperating with these people. Although there is no Luahu battle formation yet, but you have to prepare, otherwise there will be no time to practice. The 7 Fourth-order emperors newly recruited, known as the 7 Monsters of Meishan, although their strength is average, they know quite a lot. One of the young women of the Fem tribe, very slaughter and naturally charming, has had a weekend with many emperors in the barracks, making Jian Wushuang a headache. At the end of the 3rd era of the new calendar, 10 years before the expedition, the auction was held as scheduled, and the venue was in the Yinglu of Dongqing. This day can be said to be the arrival of 10,000 immortals. The 5th-order emperors that are rarely seen are one after the other, and the 4th-order emperors are not conspicuous. The prince like Xia Mengguanyu is even less conspicuous. Look, the emperor of Daxia. Many strong men followed the voice and looked. Great Xia Emperor, Xiameng Meteorite, dressed in a black dragon robe, came with Xinyuan on Shui. In the heavenly court, the 5th-order emperor personally greeted him and sent the great Xia Emperor into the Yinglu with the 6th-order emperor's specifications. After a little pause, Jian Wushuang also walked in, because the Wuji Ice Corpse was sold here, and there was no need to verify the assets. He went straight to the VIP channel. In these days alone, he has spent more than 300 million sacred stones on his face. The heavens take care of everything, and news is also a major feature. How many sacred stones are on the body of the 9 princes? 8 billion sacred stones. Jian Wushuang carried the treasure and entered the Yinglu. This Yinglu, in fact, is an eternal treasure in itself, a treasure of the heavens, into which it becomes a world of its own. Usually casual repairs can only sit on the throne in the hall, while VIPs have separate rooms. And the treasures Jian Wushuang sold here are very scarce, and he is already qualified to sit here. You need to know that those who can sit here are either the 5th-order emperor or the 4th-order emperor with a great opportunity, each of which is worth more than tens of billions. After entering the room, the interior here is somewhat the same as the interior of the Firefox Palace. There are also huge screen windows in front of you. You can clearly see everything in the outside hall, but the outside world can't see what's happening inside. Sat on the white jade-carved throne, Jian Wushuang looked at the hall curiously. Now there are millions of people sitting in the hall. The weakest princes are the Taoists, who should have followed their parents. Among the emperors, the weakest is the 3rd-tier pinnacle. Some people cover their faces and cannot see their faces clearly, while others leak their faces, but most of those who dare to leak out are not true faces. The auction will officially begin soon. A graceful woman with a graceful figure walked onto the auction platform in the middle of the hall. This seemingly beautiful woman with all kinds of amorous feelings is a genuine 6th-order emperor. Is several grades stronger than the in the palace, and even among the 6th-order emperors, he is stronger than the ancestor of Daxia. Already has the level of the Shangqing ancestor. Everyone, come here all the way. On behalf of Heavenly Court, I would like to thank you all for coming, said Perfect Woman bowed slightly. This scene surprised many people in the hall. 6th-order emperor. actually bowed to them, these third-order emperors. This is also the reason why heavenly court can become the pinnacle power, not arrogant or impetuous. Okay, now the auction house has officially started. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Nalansi. Nalansi, the White King said secretly. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said in doubt, "Why? Do you know?" "I don't know this little girl, but I know the ancestor of the Nalan family." King Bai was very sure. Naran family? This is the first time Jian Wushuang has heard of it, and he curiously asked, "You are so sure? She is the Nalan family in your mouth?" "Hey, Long Shou, the women of the Nalan family are all the same. How could I not recognize them? Back then, I was the ancestor of their Nalan family." Said this, the White King's face there are some memories on it. Jian Wushuang shook his head, ignoring the other party, and looked at the hall intently. The first treasure appeared. Rhinoceros wood, unique to Tiannan. Its fragrance can make you dream. The reserve price is 5 million sacred stones. Nalansi dragged the treasure with one hand and glanced down with the other. The sensitivity of the sixth-order emperor is terrifying, and every bid price can be clearly confirmed. 6 million. 5 million. 7 million. In the lobby, a white-haired old man, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, raised the token and whispered, 10 million? 10 million? No need to add it. Many people choose to give up. This treasure is a bit tasteless for the fourth-order emperor, and it is too wasteful for the third-order emperor. Can pay 10 million, which is a high price. Soon the first treasure was sold, but in just a few breaths. The treasures in this auction are almost over 100,000 pieces, and they can't be sold out every 1.5 years. The dozens of treasures in the front are all within tens of millions, but gradually increase in the back, and the reserve prices are all over tens of millions. The blue fire world stone can bring up the origin of the fire space in it, and the reserve price is 15 million. A treasure about the origin of space. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his interest. This time he not only needs the treasures of all things to improve the Jidao, but the origin of space should also be improved, to pave the way for the future. The origin of space, but related to his current strongest realm, the universe. The stronger the space, the stronger the universe. In the universe of one mind, he has repeatedly jumped the ranks, relying on suppressing opponents in it and enhancing his own combat power. Even after integrating the swallowing power, he found that when suppressing the opponent, he would swallow the opponent's lost combat power into himself, making it stronger than ever. This is the strongest trump card. As soon as I think of the universe, his combat power has increased more than tenfold. Is much stronger than the treasure. 20 million. There is no token in the VIP room, but there is a jade slip on the armrest of the throne, and his offer will be displayed by just tapping it. Directly added 5 million. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5361. The sound of still came from the VIP room upstairs, and the people below immediately lost their confidence. But among the millions of people, there are still a lot of people who are worth a lot of money, and soon some people continue to make quotations. Jian Wushuang still directly increases the price by 5 million. This kind of suffocating quotation, no one dared to follow soon. Finally won the blue fire world stone at a price of 40 million. Someone delivered the treasure in a while. Jian Wushuang held it in his hand, played with it for a while. The flame in his hand rose, very magical. The origin of this blue fire world stone is somewhat similar to the space where he used to be in the blue fire world, but the blue fire world stone that is about an inch long is countless times larger than the entire blue fire world, is already comparable to an emperor in the origin space of the fourth order fire. It's not too bad to buy it for 40 million. Although it is relatively rare, it is still sold by the outside world. 35 million is considered the highest price. He paid 40 million, which is nothing but a prize. You can't just let go of the first treasure. He must be cruel. The first 20 treasures will soon be auctioned off. Are all treasures about the origin, which is a type, is just a treasure about all things in space, Jian Wushuang couldn't look down on many of them, so he didn't make another move. The treasures to be auctioned next are godlike treasures. The strong in the hall, very few take the route of the body. But the strong people sitting in the VIP room, but most of them have taken the route of the body. The source is too difficult for them. The divine body is simple and crude, but it is a shortcut. But the cost of this shortcut is too expensive. Non-ordinary people can practice. The skeleton of the purple-eyed bull demon king will increase the most from 10,000 times to 13,000 times, with a reserve price of 30 million. Since the fusion of the promised divine body, Jian Wushuang's body has reached 10,000 times. But it is more difficult to improve it, and it requires a lot of treasures to break through. The skeleton of this giant purple-eyed bull demon king is a very good treasure, and it is a bit wasteful to use it at this stage of breakthrough. At the moment he hesitated, the quotation had already exceeded 70 million sacred stones. Too crazy. Said it was 10,000 times to 13,000 times, but in reality, it couldn't add 3,000 times the divine body. Even if Jian Wushuang, the infinite divine body, to maximize the improvement, it would be at most 2,000 times the divine body. 70 million, an increase of 2,000 times, is too exaggerated. In his mind, King Bai, the real power of the divine body genre, said lightly, "Hee, 10,000 times is the foundation. You can change the ordinary divine body into the infinite divine body within 10,000 times. There is a layer of luck. But you also have to know that after 10,000 times, impurities will appear in the divine body. The superb material like the purple-eyed bull demon has very few impurities in it, and the surface is often increased by 3,000 times. But after removing the impurities, I am afraid that the increase is less than 1,500 times. The stepless divine body is a bit special, but it can increase 2,000 times." It turned out to be like this. Jian Wushuang's favor with heaven is constantly declining. Many treasures are reported too vain. Although he has 8 billion sacred stones, the most important thing now is to improve the Ji-Dao. Buying some treasures about the 5 elements of all things is the key. Divine body breakthrough. With his cheap old lady in the pocket, he doesn't panic at all. The auction continues. In the first stage, there are 20 treasures of all kinds, but some of them can be taken out in many copies, and many of them are shooting continuously and all of them are taken directly. This made him feel that these people are wealthy. The following is a complete divine body peerless heaven demon art, plus a pot of dragon snake wine that can help break through 20,000 times the divine body. The two are superimposed, and the reserve price is 100 million divine stones. Everyone in the hall took a breath when they heard the reserve price of 100 million. This is too bad. Dragon snake wine is indeed used for 20,000 times the divine body, but this is just one of the ingredients. The price is so high. As for the heavenly demon art, it was originally handed down from the heavens, and it is not too top-notch in Tianan. At best, it can be regarded as superior. Seeing no one raises the fare, Nalansi frowned slightly. Presumably, you are not unfamiliar with the heavenly demon art. This unique knowledge has been circulated in Tianan for a long time, but it is spread in the upper half. At most, you can cultivate up to 6-armed heavenly demon body, but the complete heavenly demon art can be cultivated to 12 arms. As soon as Nalansis' words fell, everyone was shocked. 12-armed demon? I am afraid that the heavenly demon in ancient times only had 12 arms. How could ordinary monks cultivate to 12 arms? Jian Wushuang also looked down with interest. If you really want to be as powerful as Nalansi said, I'm afraid it won't be so cheap. He remembers that the strongest giant of the heavenly demon gate was the 8-armed heavenly demon, and the time to cast it was very short. Magic Dao giant, Luyang Daoist is only 6 arms. Really reach the emperor, let alone 12 arms. Even if you cultivate to the 8-armed demon, I am afraid it will be enough to be proud of the crowd. Regarding the matters of the divine body, King White still knows a little more, and he still has a slight relationship with the heavenly demon gate. Cough cough, absolute learning can be regarded as a supergrade. It is a good choice for you to cultivate to the extreme and reach 50,000 times the divine body. Your physical body is strong, and the divine body contains promise, which is very suitable. King Bai commented lightly. Jian Wushuang said in amazement, I thought it would be 50,000 times as powerful as it is. Because he is used to hearing that King White brags about his divine body, it is 68,000 times more each time. Basically, every time he mentions this number, so that now his requirements for the divine body do not exceed that of King White. Hemph, so high. It seems that you don't know enough about 68,000 times the divine body. King White's tone was very serious, and then he said, if you think that you can reach 68,000 times the divine body with only treasures, then you are very wrong. The foundation is not deep enough, and the treasures can be used at most. After reaching 30,000 times the divine body, I want to make a breakthrough later, but it depends on my own unique knowledge and the capacity of the divine body. The physical body is only the appearance, and the inner core is the divine power contained in the divine body. Jian Wushuang agreed with this passage and nodded. Indeed, he hasn't practiced a piece of unique knowledge now, so he should really consider it for the future. Otherwise, just relying on the treasure to smash it is not long-term. The magic power of heaven is indeed very suitable for 50,000 times the divine body, and you can change it later if you want to improve it. If you blindly seek the top genius, it will make the foundation unstable. Then take it. Jian Wushuang's heart slammed, and immediately reported 100 and 500,000 stones. Since he didn't want to shoot, he added 500,000 yuan and tried the water. In many VIP rooms, the big powers, or some sect elders and family heads are all planning. This devil skill can be regarded as the treasure of the town clan. The complete one is much stronger than the incomplete ones. This is a 50,000-fold divine body route. 300 million. In a VIP room, several fifth-order emperors talked a little, and then decided to take the heavenly devil technique. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5362. Hearing this offer, not only Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded, but many strong men in the hall had their eyelids shrunk. It hasn't been long before the price has soared to this point. Will there be any chance for them to make a move in the future? Many Tier 4 pinnacle emperors are worth that little bit, which is incomparable with those sects and families. 300 million? Jian Wushuang also felt that these people were crazy, and he dared not bid for a while. King Bai said at this moment, add another 100 million. Those sects are more stingy than casual repairs. 400 million. Who did you hear? I was the ancestor of the Bai family. Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang didn't say anything. He couldn't compare with seniority. After thinking about it, King Bai is right. The family and the sect are not a single person, they are a group, and they will not increase prices arbitrarily. Sure enough, after he bid 400 million, no one increased the price. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that this heavenly demon art was just a simplified version. No wonder the reserve price is so low. Dragon snake wine is not only useful for breaking through 20,000 times the divine body, it is also the main improvement material after 20,000 times the divine body. The divine body is roughly divided into 9 layers, the same as the original Tao. Every layer is a 10,000-fold divine body. Now he hasn't even broken through the first layer. The treasures needed on the first floor are the cheapest and the simplest. The total cost will not exceed 100 million. But the second layer is about to double 10 times. The third layer is the peak of the early stage and the peak of many practitioners in their lifetime. But even so, the cost is tens of billions. No wonder the divine body route. It is said that there is no threshold, but the biggest threshold in itself is a treasure. If you are a child of a big family, you still have family support. But casual cultivating is all on your own. Many third-order emperors have only 7 or 8,000 divine bodies, and they have been beaten in a lifetime. Is also like the identity of Xiameng Guanyu, and his divine body is 8,000 times as high as the Taoist monarch. His chances are not bad, but he is only worth 10,000 now. After receiving the heavenly demon's absolute learning, countless clones emerged in his body, cross-legged on the source pillar, and began to study. With the great power of the White King, the divine body is on the sidelines. He can get twice the result with half the effort, and at most 10,000 years he can be Mahayana. Enlightenment with countless avatars can be 10,000 times shorter, That is, he can reach the level of Taoist Liu Yang in 1 year and display the 6-armed demon body. You must know that Xiameng Guanyu is only a 4-armed demon and can only be regarded as the Hinayana realm. Even in the Hinayana realm, it can also allow him to increase the divine body to 10,000 times, which is a 2,000-fold increase on the foundation, waiting for his basic divine body to exceed 10,000 times, and then crazily smashing the treasure and using the 6-armed demon body. I am afraid that the divine body can go straight to 20,000 times. The next auction is a treasure. Jian Wushuang has no interest in this. Just wait and see the changes. Are mostly synthetic treasures. For example, a necklace, 108 pillars, are made by stars, each of which is the supreme treasure. Under the combination, the power that bursts out is stronger than some preventive eternal treasures. This kind of treasure is very suitable for Tier 4 emperors, but the reserve price is also ridiculously high, and the reserve price of 80 million has persuaded many Tier 4 emperors to retreat. Some of the rest are people with deep backgrounds. The final transaction price was set at 140 million. Is worth it. Okay, now the second stage is on. The average price of the treasures in this stage is about 100 million yuan. You should be ready. The first piece, the feather of King Daming. Fellow Taoists should still remember King Daming, who was once in the south of heaven. This feather was found in the forest of 10,000 treasures, where he was sitting, and the reserve price is 100 million sacred stone. Daming Wang. Everyone was shocked. Even several 6th Order emperors sitting in the VIP room leaked incredible eyes. The forest of 10,000 treasures was considered a treasure in the past, but it is not too famous. But since a major incident occurred in the forest of Manzhou, it has become a forbidden zone in the land boundary. They don't know much about what happened inside, but there are more than 10 6th Order emperors who have fallen solidly inside. Among them is the Peacock King. There are still people who can get treasures from that place. This value is too precious. There is just such a peacock in the entire realm. I don't know how many powerful people are greedy for King Daming's treasure. Now there is a feather. Does that mean that the strong man in the heavenly court has obtained the body of King Daming? I give out 500 million, 800 million, 2 billion. The asking price soon exceeded the limit of the 4th Order land boundary, and now the asking price is all the 5th Order emperor, even the 6th Order emperor. Jian Wushuang is even more dumbfounded. Isn't it just a feather? Is this necessary? He has seen a feather comparable to the world, and that is the real treasure. Originally, he wanted to buy this peacock feather containing the 5 elements to raise the pole, but now it seems that he is hopeless. In the end, this feather was sent into a certain VIP room. It is estimated that a 5th Order emperor succeeded. Forget it, the forest of 10,000 treasures, it's not something I can observe. Even if I get that feather, I can't figure out anything. 6th Order emperors can get together and fall. It is indeed not that they dare to spy. The price of the next treasure has stabilized a lot, much more expensive than the previous round, but it is not as exaggerated as the first one, and everyone can accept it. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to take a part and spent hundreds of millions of sacred stones. Now he has consumed almost 1 billion, while auctioning, while practicing. Finally arrived at the formation-type treasure. The Luohu battle formation he fancied was in it. Only the reserve price has changed. It is based on the great formation arranged by the ancient Luohu, but this formation is modified according to the heavenly formation master Yin Yang Old Man. Now it has become a simplified version. Only the 4th Order emperor can be deployed. Simplified version? It's a shame. Emperor Daxia Xiameng Meteorite stood in front of the huge French windows, looking at the battle formation in the hall. A glimmer of light in his eyes then disappeared. If it is the strongest Luohu battle formation, arranged by a 6th-tier emperor, the combat power can soar several times. There is a Tier 6 combat power next to him. If there is a real Luohu battle formation, then they will have a better chance of winning against Mo Luo. If it is really the strongest version of Luohu battle formation, I am afraid that it will cost tens of billions of sacred stones, but these sacred stones are nothing to Daxia. The reserve price, 250 million yuan. 50 million cheaper than Jian Wushuang heard. 300 million. 550 million. Many smaller forces began to shout prices. Once this formation is set up, the fourth-order emperor can fight the fifth-order emperor, which is especially suitable for their small and medium-sized families. Not all families have fifth-order emperors. Some small families have only 2 or 3 fourth-order emperors. If you get this formation, you can make the family strength skyrocket again. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5363. Auction began. The final decision on the two strategies was based on the opinion of a first-rank official. The proposal for a national war came from the second prince of the Duke's mansion, but it was too radical and unsuitable. There was no need to consult the ancestors. Xiaomeng Yuxing immediately vetoed the idea. As the crown prince mentioned, if the national war were to drag on and the southern domain suddenly attacked, what would they do? Although the Imo Luo nation was strong, its strength was mainly superficial, and its foundation was lacking. A national war was unnecessary. They could defeat the enemy without it. With just 4 cities, a steady advance and slow erosion would be enough to entangle the Imo Luo nation. B0x. However, even so, the expenses of this campaign were staggering. Even a Tier 6 emperor couldn't bear the burden, and only an ancient kingdom like Great Xia had the courage for such an endeavor. Military preparations and resource mobilization would take several years and couldn't be accomplished overnight. Jin Wushuang's 10,000-strong army was inconspicuous in the northern army camp. Having spent decades in the military camp, constantly cooperating with these people, although the Luo Ho formation hadn't been mastered yet, preparations had to be made. Otherwise, there wouldn't be time to practice when the need arose. The 7 newly recruited Tier 4 emperors, known as the 7 Wonders of Meishan%, had average strength, but they were knowledgeable in various unconventional methods. Among them was a snake, scorpion clan woman, exceptionally skilled in assassination and naturally charming. She had already had intimate relations with many emperors in the camp, causing Jin Wushuang a considerable headache. At the end of the 3rd era of the new calendar, a decade before the expedition, the auction proceeded as scheduled at the Ying Tower in the eastern city. On this day, it could be said that myriad immortals gathered. Tier 5 emperors, usually rare, one after another, made the Tier 4 emperors inconspicuous among them. Princes like Xiaomeng Guanyu were even more inconspicuous. Look, the imperial emperor of Great Xia. Many powerhouses followed the sound and looked. Great Xia Emperor Xiaomeng Yunxing came dressed in a black dragon robe, accompanied by Xinyuan Anshui. In the heavens, Tier 5 emperors personally welcomed him and, with the standard of a Tier 6 emperor, escorted the Great Xia Imperial Emperor into the Ying Tower. After a brief pause, Jin Wushuang also entered. Since he had put up the boundless ice corpse for auction here, there was no need to verify assets. He walked directly through the VIP channel. In just these few days, his overt expenses exceeded 300 million godstones. The heavens controlled everything, and information was a significant feature. How could they not know how many godstones the 9th prince had? 8 billion godstones. Jin Wushuang carried a precious item and entered the Ying Tower. This Ying Tower was, in fact, an eternal treasure, a treasure of the heavens, forming its own world inside. Ordinary cultivators could only sit on the throne in the hall, while VIPs had individual rooms. And the treasures Jin Wushuang had put up for auction here were very rare, qualifying him to sit here. Those who could sit here were either Tier 5 emperors or Tier 4 emperors with great fortunes, each with a net worth of over 10 billion. Entering the room, the interior was somewhat similar to the Firefox Palace. Before him were huge gauze windows, clearly revealing everything happening in the outer hall, while the outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Sitting on the white jade-carved throne, Jin Wushuang curiously looked toward the hall. Now, there were already millions of people in the hall. The weakest were a few Dao Lords, probably those who came with their elders. Among the emperors, the weakest were at the peak of the Tier 3. Some covered their faces, making it impossible to see their expressions, while others revealed their faces, but most of them were not their true appearances. The auction began soon after. A gracefully elegant and supremely slender beauty stepped onto the central stage of the auction hall. This seemingly alluring beauty was, in fact, a genuine Tier 6 emperor, surpassing the eunuch in the imperial palace by several grades and even outclassing the ancestral figure of the great Xia among the Tier 6 emperors, already reaching the level of the Shanking's supreme ancestor. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from afar, on behalf of the heavenly court, I express our gratitude for your presence. The beautiful woman bowed slightly after speaking. This scene surprised many in the hall. A Tier 6 emperor. She actually bowed to them, the Tier 3 emperors. This was also the reason why the heavenly court could become a peak force, not arrogant or rash. Alright, now the auction officially begins. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Nalan Ci. Nalan Ci. Bai Junwang muttered to himself. Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows slightly, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Do you know her?" Don't know this little girl, but I know the ancestor of the Nalan family. Bai Junwang asserted confidently. The Nalan family? This was the first time Jian Wushuang had heard of it. Curious, he asked, "Are you so sure she is from the Nalan family as you claim?" Hee, quite charming. All the women of the Nalan family looked the same. How could I not recognize them? Back then, I had some dealings with the ancestor of the Nalan family. Here, Bai Junwang wore a somewhat nostalgic expression. Jian Wushuang shook his head, paying no attention to the other party, and focused on the auction hall. The first treasure appeared. Exclusive to the Tianan, rhinoceros hornwood. Its fragrance can make people seek enlightenment in their dreams. Starting price, 5 million godstones. Nalan Ci held the treasure in one hand, while scanning the audience with the other. The sensing power of the Tier 6 emperor was terrifying. Each bid was clearly confirmed. 6 million. 6,500,000. 7 million. In the hall, a white-haired old man, a hint of amusement in his eyes, raised the token and said in a low voice, 10 million? 10 million? No need to continue. Many chose to give up. This treasure was somewhat redundant for Tier 4 emperors and too extravagant for Tier 3 emperors. Offering 10 million was already a high price. Soon, the first item was sold, in just a few breaths. There were about 100,000 items for auction this time, and at this rate, it would take years to finish selling them all. The first few items were all within the 10 million range, gradually increasing as the auction progressed, with starting bids exceeding 10 million. The blue fire boundary stone, capable of activating the origin source of the fire space within, starting bid 150 million. A treasure related to the origin of the space. Jian Wushuang immediately became interested. This time, he not only needed treasures of various kinds to enhance his extreme Dao, but he also needed to improve the origin of the space. For future paving, the origin of the space was closely related to his current strongest field, the one-thought universe. The stronger the space, the more powerful the one-thought universe. In the one-thought universe, he had crossed tiers multiple times, relying on suppressing his opponents within it to enhance his own combat power. Even after merging with the power of devouring, he found that when suppressing opponents, he could devour the lost combat power of the opponent, making him even more formidable than before. This was his strongest trump card. When the one-thought universe emerged, his combat power increased by more than 10 times. Much stronger than a supreme treasure. 20 million. In the VIP room, there was no token, but there was a jade slip on the armrest of the throne. Just tapping it would display his bid. He directly added 5 million. Chapter 5364. The Spirit of Vegetation. Among the 5 elements, it can be regarded as the ultimate treasure of the Wood Road. Apart from the 4 great halls, there are not many other treasures that can be used. Jian Wushuang nodded, exactly as King Bai said. This kind of treasure can be seen as a waste in the hands of the indigenous people. Only 4 billion stones. I didn't know that I was bought by that lucky guy. Fortunately, the opponent picked up the treasure, but unfortunately because the native emperors wanted it to be useless. Hui Qing, after getting the spirit of plants and trees, carefully research. found something strange. No wonder Jiang Shang could not see its essence. The spirit of grass and trees is just a name. He really didn't expect that the trees really formed consciousness and possessed the true spirit. The condensed true spirit has arranged a mist on the grass and wood spirit, which can block the observation of others. I found the treasure. Huiqing had a calm personality, but after getting such a treasure, she also leaked a smile. The value of this spirit of vegetation is too high. If it is placed in the fourth hall, it is also a treasure of the heavens. With true spirit, that level represents that this grass-cutting spirit can still grow. Jiang Shang looked curiously from the side, unexpectedly stretched out his hand to touch the grass and wood spirits unconsciously. But when she touched it, she just dropped a finger in an instant. The blood donated spouted out and sprinkled all over the floor. There are also a lot of contamination on the body of the spirits of plants and trees. Huiqing saw this and quickly grabbed Jiang Shang's slender jade hand and instilled a trace of supernatural power, only to instantly restore Jiang Shang's fingers to their original shape. Jiang Shang drew out his little hand, lowered his head and said, "Master, I'm fine." "It's okay." The scene just now really scared Huiqing. When he looked at the spirit of grass and trees in his hand again, he found that it had actually changed. Was originally just a root, but now it has changed into a small grass. Woohoo! The true spirit contained in it actually made a sound, and Huiqing quickly sealed the entire spirit of vegetation with her own divine power. Then a little boy with the appearance of a child poked his head out of the spirit of plants and trees and stared curiously outside, glanced at Huiqing, shook his head, and then when he arrived at Jiang Shang, a surprised expression leaked out of his small face, and his eyes were round. I thought it was a bachelor who had been playing for a lifetime, and saw the little girl's eyes. Jiang Shang's heart is straight. The host. Jiang Dan and Huiqing looked at each other. Both of them revealed surprised expressions. At the same time, 10 treasures were sold one after another. Jin Wushuang's side even more directly retreat in place. I don't know at all that the spirit of vegetation just now will change everything. In the remote sea of origin, some wretched true spirits were fishing leisurely. The entire Qishan temple was completely restored, and batches of inheritors were sent to the Tomb Mountain. After countless selections in the fairy competition, under the guidance of the Qishan temple, many ultimate existences emerged, and they began to accept the trial of great fairy in the primitive world. Is like reincarnation, batches of dying immortals enter the 4 secret realms. In just 1,000 years, 100,000 inheritors were born, and they all settled in the Tomb Mountain. Is now the 6th batch of people settled in. Everything is moving in a good direction. But there was a strange aura just now, suddenly appeared in the 4 secret realms, making true spirit feel uncomfortable. Couldn't help but sneezed, then looked at the canopy for a while, and found that there was no change. He was still a little worried. Finally sensed the source. Or the boundary? Eyes gathered together. Look back in time. The forest of Manzhou. The real spirit was furious. When looking back in time, he found that a thief had gone to the forest of 10,000 treasures. Ryuichi angrily shouted. Long Yi, who was far away in the bloodthirsty continent, was drinking with a few ordinary people. Hearing the cry of the true spirit, Jujin woke up instantly and disappeared into a cave in a flash. Several monsters with pig heads, bull heads, and tiger heads all thought they were drinking too much, and found that the eldest brother who was sitting on the main seat suddenly disappeared. Rubbed his eyes and found that they were indeed missing, and they all woke up. These monsters in the mountains do not yet know that their eldest brother is the master of the entire bloodthirsty continent. After arriving at the Sea of Origin, Long wiped the corners of his mouth and walked to the real spirit. "My lord, summon what's the matter with your subordinates." Zhenling looked at Longy up and down and shook his head. "Where did you get those emperors?" Long smiled awkwardly. Slowly he said, "My lord, didn't you say that the 4 secret realms lacked manpower? Anyway, if you don't fight outside, I will keep them all in the 4 secret realms and let them play by themselves." "You are so chic." The real spirit laughed angrily by him. Those fourth-order emperors in the primitive universe have broken through dozens of them in 1,000 years since they entered the Tomb Mountain, are all fifth-order emperors, and they have reached this strength, and there are very few four secret realms that can help them, and the rest can be realized on their own. Let them follow Long Yi first, and get familiar with the foreign expedition. As a result, Long Yi gave these people sheep and left them in the four secret realms. These were nothing at all. He opened one eye, and closed one eye and passed away, but now something has happened in the four secret realms. Bai had a bad temper, and he was in charge of the four secret realms. It was useless to call him over. Can only find the dragon to vent his anger. Scolded the dragon first, and then rushed to the subject. Now you go to the four secret realms and get people back to me. If they can't use their hands and feet in the bloodthirsty continent, then take them to experience and practice in the long river of time. If you don't want to go too far, then go to one. Traveling to the realm. I think that the heavenly court is very unpleasant. Go to make trouble, kill a few people, especially one named Nailan. I want to live if there is more Nailan. Zhen Ling said the name. His teeth itch. A sixth-order emperor who has lived for countless years, without his face, sneaked into the forest of 10,000 treasures to steal things. That place was originally a sealed place. Who knew what the old guy had stolen made him feel uneasy. This? Long Yi quickly figured out what the real spirit was going to do. Said that he was asking him to recall those emperors. Isn't he taking this name and letting him go to the four secret realms to kill people? Why? Do you have an opinion? Jinling squinted at Long Yi. Bai controls the four secret realms and runs around, and countless epochs have never stopped. Zhu Yi now controls the primitive world, constantly screening inheritors. Geniki? He really can't control this, and he can't help it if he is not controlled by the Sea of Origin in the outer hall. But anyway, the other three hall masters each perform their duties and have their own things to do, and Long Yi is the most leisurely. He gave it to a few emperors and asked him to carry it, but he didn't bother to bring it. Sometimes he wondered if Long Yi was made by a god. No, I'm going now. Long waved his hand quickly, and without waiting for the true spirit to say anything, he disappeared in place and headed toward the four secret realms. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5365. In the Sea of Origin, Long Yi is nothing, but when he reaches the boundary of the four secret realms, he is the sky, and no one can contend. The strongest combat power of the Temple of Qi. Among the four Hall Masters, the Hall Master in charge of the outward crusade, the combat power can be imagined. Shuttle and body shape, Long Yi quickly reached the boundary of one of the four secret realms. His appearance surprised Bai Yi. In the land boundary, Bai Yi's true body often sits here. Why are you here? Bai Yi looked at Long Yi in the teleportation array with a little surprise. Long Yi stepped out of the teleportation formation and said generously, I'm ordered to crusade against the Nailan clan. The cyan battle armor wrapped Long Yi's entire face. Only a pair of blue faint eyes leaked out, which was extremely domineering. Nailan clan? Bai Yi was a little confused, and then thought that there is such a family in the realm. But Long Yi sits in the bloodthirsty continent, who orders to conquer him. Really? For an instant, Bai Yi thought of the true spirit. Suddenly sending dragon one by one to fight against the land boundary, it seems that the land boundary is going to be in chaos again. This is not heaven. He doesn't care. Tianan and Tianbei are all messed up into a pot of porridge. Just go and make trouble. Just about to set foot on the teleportation formation again, Long Yi, who was going to fight against the Nailan clan, suddenly walked off the teleportation formation. I need information. He came to the realm. His eyes were black, and he didn't know anything. It wouldn't work without intelligence. Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then handed Long Yi a piece of jade slip. Tianan, Daxia. The auction continues. The reserve prices of the treasures auction later exceeded 1 billion, and Jian Wushuang completely gave up. Now he had 2 billion sacred stones left on him. It took half of the cost to buy Luahu Battle Array and Heavenly Demon's unique knowledge, and another 2 billion sacred stones to buy the original treasures of all things. In fact, about 1 billion is almost the same, but Jian Wushuang is afraid that it is not enough to double it. Now his power of all things has begun to appear to the point. It's just that these are not enough. Only after a thorough breakthrough can he completely master the power of all things. At that time, it will be truly inexhaustible. Thought power, devouring everything. The 9 layers of Jidao, the 3 powers, are now the power of all things. After swallowing all the treasures, the 6th floor was completely completed, and it was only a bit short of a breakthrough. The bottleneck? There was still a chance. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered. This timing cannot be forced. After mastering the power of all things, his origin can be regarded as the real Mahayana, the 7th level of the ultimate path and the 7th level of the extreme path. Both of them have reached the same position. The divine body is now 10,000 times stronger, and breakthroughs are not a problem. Everything is moving steadily toward his training plan. According to his speculation, once the 9th rank is complete, his combat power may be comparable to the 4th Order Emperor. At that time, maybe you don't need Luhus battle formation to be able to kill that Prince Maluo. It's a pity that the Eye of the Candle Dragon is completely retired, and now the inner armor of the Candle Dragon and the wings of the Candle Dragon are useful, but one of the two is for defense, the other represents speed, and is slightly defensive. There is no source power of the beast above. Although it is of great help to him now, it is still not as magical as the Eye of the Candle Dragon, which can make the body soar. He has been in the 4 secret realms for thousands of years, but he hasn't heard that there is a treasure that can increase the divine body. There is only a treasure that defends the divine body, and there is no treasure that makes the divine body stronger. The only thing that amplifies the divine body is jerk. When the Eye of Candle Dragon retired, he could only rely on heavenly demon art. It also coincides with this identity. You can practice heavenly devil gong in an open and honest manner. In more than a month, his comprehension of heavenly demon art reached the Hinayana realm. Xia Mengguanyu had only reached the Hinayana realm after so many years of cultivating. He did it in 1 month. This is the power of the promised divine body. At this time, the Wuji ice corpse he was selling was auctioned off in the hall. The ice corpse containing the promised divine body. The reserve price is 300 million sacred stones. Nalansi waved his hand, and a lifelike ice corpse appeared behind him, the wife who was Jian Qi. When everyone saw the ice corpse, there was no big surprise. Many people have heard that Daxia's 9th prince didn't know where he got a high-profile ice corpse and hung it at the auction house. Contains the promised divine body. This sect wants it. An old man sitting in the VIP room pressed his wrist, and the entourage behind him began to increase the price. Contains the promised divine body. Others have no ability to swallow it, but it can be grafted. As long as the graft is perfectly grafted, it is equivalent to one more powerhouse of the promised divine body, which is the supreme treasure for casting the divine body. The reserve price of 300 million is low. Billion. The old man's entourage was a 4th Order Emperor, and the price was extremely arrogant. If the old man can directly say that he wants it, the price will naturally not be a problem. The identity of the old man is not ordinary. Although he is a 5th Order Emperor, the resources that can be mobilized are probably not weaker than that of a family. Because he is the ancestor of a sect in Daxia, ancient country. In the hall, the mysterious emperor who originally challenged Jian Wushuang had a look of greed in his eyes. Not only him, but many emperors in the hall are 10,000 times divine body. The grafted person must have the same divine body. Before Jianqi's wife died, the promised divine body completely broke out reached about 10,000 times. Regardless of whether the 3rd Order Emperor took the line of the body, he was at this level, and it was not an ordinary emperor that had reached this level. Many of these 3rd Order Emperors have unusual identities, and there are few casual cultivators. The casual cultivators who can come here are generally 4th Order Emperors. Those 5th Order and even 6th Order Emperors vie for the descendants of the sect or family, but these 3rd Order and 4th Order Emperors are for themselves. Unfortunately, they can't compete. At this time, most of the people in the hall were envious. If they have a strong background, they won't be in the hall anymore. In the sect or clan, they are elites, and they don't have much resources. Tens of millions, Hundreds of millions is very simple, but billions are far beyond its own category. Now in the lobby, there are only a few people who can follow the bids, and most of them are from the VIP room upstairs. Jian Wushuang stared sharply at the hair, and his heart was filled with joy. He knew that the promised divine body was very precious, and it was one of the 10 ancient divine bodies, but he didn't expect it to be so crazy that the old monsters would go crazy and increase the price. Especially when he saw the mysterious emperor who deliberately raised the price of Luohu battle formation before, he was even more happy. I gave out 1,999 million. With a smile on Jian Wushuang's face, he deliberately waited for the mysterious emperor to make a bid and pressed him up. The mysterious emperor at the bottom frowned slightly when he heard that it was the person who had previously purchased the Luohu battle formation. At that time, he wanted to play, and he wasn't very interested in Luohu's battle formation. If he really wanted to buy it, it didn't matter, but he decided to order this Promise Ice Corpse. He is also a rich man, not because of how many sacred stones he has, but a treasure he consigns in the heavenly court, which gives him too much quota. Chapter 5366. Although the divine body surpasses the ice corpse, he has a way to extract the promised divine body from that corpse and upgrade the promised divine body to fit him and then merge it. This cost is very high. At least tens of billions of investment can be spent. Tens of billions can make him double cultivation of the essence of the divine body. This is a business that is not afraid of making money. The Fifth Order Emperor can wander in almost any ruins in the realm. Each time he earns hundreds of millions of dollars. After countless epochs, who is not a wealthy person, even if the daily expenses are very huge, the old monsters who have lived for countless years are worth a lot of money. Just like Xinyuan Japan, the treasure of billions of sacred stones was destroyed, and another 8 billion sacred stones were lost, which totaled tens of billions. I didn't care about it. The only regret was that I didn't find the murderer. So the stone is nothing to these people. Enhancing strength is the fundamental. 3 billion. The mysterious emperor didn't want to play with Jian Wushuang and directly increased the price by 1 billion. 5 billion. 6 billion. Humph. There was a muffled hum from above. A strong momentum came out, and then a domineering voice came out, 10 billion. As soon as that momentum spread, it was easily dissipated by Nalansi. This is the auction house, and there are many weak emperors. Not everyone can resist the anger of the Sixth Order Emperor. This can be regarded as a kind of warning. The Sixth Order Emperor has made a move, so don't bid if you are familiar with it. It is not to overwhelm people, but to let others understand that the financial resources of the Sixth Order Emperor are not comparable to them. Under the recommendation, Mimi Reading Gap is really good. It is worth installing one for Book Friends, and Android and Apple mobile phones support it. The Sixth Order Emperor can go to the most dangerous relics. For example, in the Forest of 10,000 Treasures, a plant spirit can sell for billions, and there are too many plant spirits in the Forest of 10,000 Treasures. If it weren't for being blocked and unable to enter, the Sixth Order Emperor could easily obtain tens of billions of sacred stones in one go. 8 billion. The mysterious emperor in the hall was a little unwilling to give up. Finally added it once. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank and his heart came out. This time he really posted. Actually sold for tens of billions. And some people will increase the price. At the beginning, it was expected to sell for billions at most, but I didn't expect it to be tens of billions. King Bai reminded indifferently, don't be too surprised. When you have inexhaustible wealth, you encounter something you like, let alone tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. I can't finish it? Jian Wushuang shook his head. He used to be in the mundane hometown world, and he has reached that level. He can't use it all, and there are fewer things he likes, and the whole person will change. Because the pursuit is diminished, the practitioner will never end. Once stopped, the whole person will be deserted. Only constant breakthroughs and constant strengthening are the truths. The result is not important. The process is the most shocking thing. In the VIP room, the ancestor of the sect shook his head and did not let his entourage continue to increase the price. Now only the sixth order emperor is left. 20 billion. The domineering voice came again. The mysterious emperor in the hall gave up completely. Jian Wushuang wanted to add it again. Maybe the sixth order emperor would have broken 100 billion. He is a seller, and he can't bid prices. This is the rule. And once it is listed, it cannot be redeemed. In the end, the Wuji Ice Corpse fell into the hands of the sixth order emperor, and the auction continued. In less than a quarter of an hour, someone delivered mustard seeds containing 20 billion sacred stones. After groping for a while, a trace of thought power passed through the mustard seeds and saw two huge black divine stones with bright eyes. It's actually one. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. The sacred stones he saw were all sacred stones less than 3 inches in length and width. King Bai opened his mouth and said, "The sixth order emperor just now should be a 20 billion sacred stone mortgaged with treasures. Except for some family sects, the sixth order emperor usually doesn't bring too many sacred stones. The sacred stone is for them. Even if you get a huge amount of sacred stones, you will spend them as soon as possible to exchange for some treasures, such as some emperor pill. Restore the original treasure. These are hard currency. As for these sacred stones, they are all condensed by the strong. So I am too lazy to divide them. It is estimated that the heavenly court has stored a lot." This is the first time Jian Wushuang has seen the divine stone as a whole, and the power contained in it is quite terrifying. 100 sacred stones are almost one side, and these tens of billions of sacred stones are 100 million squares. His value skyrocketed again, and Jian Wushuang also had the confidence to seek a treasure that suits him in the next finale treasure, especially the eternal treasure. The most common eternal treasure, the reserve price should be around tens of billions. If you are lucky, it is really possible to win. After the high price of the Promise Ice Corpse, the auction below once exceeded 10 billion. Especially a grown-up special life skeleton. Already at the Emperor level, the divine body is about 30,000 times. It is already a strong man of 5 levels. Its price is even more than 50 billion. Jian Wushuang was very eager to watch. If he could swallow this special life, his divine body would exceed 30,000 times. But 20,000 times would not be a problem. The key is the secret technique of grafting. As long as you get this, a corpse with a special life can transform itself into a special life at the monarch level. This is more powerful than the 10 ancient divine bodies. After all, born with a special life. Jian Wushuang used to transform himself when he was in the Great Siyu. The divine body was equivalent to the ordinary and special life of the outside world. It's far from this kind of special life at the cosmic level. Special beings like Chishui Walker, who are born 10,000 times the divine body, are truly powerful. When it was born, there were 10,000 times of the divine body, and then it will be upgraded again according to the realm. After breaking through the Emperor, I am afraid there will be 30,000 divine bodies. The perfect life born in the universe should not be much different from the strongest special life in the Qixin Temple. The origin of the Qixin Temple is stronger than the universe, but it has flaws, and on the whole it is similar to the original universe. There is a flaw in the origin, but the special life born is not much different. As the price of treasures continues to rise, the auction has come to an end. Dear friends, there are 100 treasures at the finale of this auction. The first 90 are in no particular order. The stronger the last 10 treasures, the lower the ranking. Nalansi casually introduced, "Most of the strong people present here I have participated many times, and I understand the rules. Many strong people are very calm. After all, I don't know how many epochs I have survived. Such auctions often participate in such auctions." Although Jian Wushuang was quite knowledgeable, he also felt a bit exaggerated. The previous prices were all over 50 billion, and now there are 100 finale treasures. What price does that cost? Especially the last 10 treasures. I am afraid that they can exceed 100 billion. You know, the Xinyuan family can now take out the cash to participate in the auction, which is only hundreds of billions. You can't just clean up your home just because of an auction. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.